violence don't die around this neighborhood. We used to sell a double pills, young and misunderstood. My homie tell me what is changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the range is for some deja vu. I recognize my future, and there is nothing with you. Unless you turn your boat around, success might come recruit you. But unless you analyze in depth that we're steps away from death, 1,000 possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp, for real. Cause we're lonesome trials, trying to know what father brought us down in here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts. I just wanna smile and run away from here. I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a model for my brother. Hey, hey, I just gotta work until covers. Hey, hey, I just gotta work until my songs are covered. Hey, hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother. Hey. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes. Straight from the jump and not wait for an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays. Change our reactions. You just gotta love yourself. 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 Hope you learned your lesson, girl. I cannot teach anymore. Hope you show some faith in men. I am not like anyone. Cause I am over being sober with myself when I'm with you. I am over being something I am not. I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on now. Huh? I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring it to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, you see it through, you see it through. I can tell myself and I can't forget. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You air to breathe. You give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring it to me, back to me. You see it through, it through. You see it through. you for as long as I can remember, and you're still by me up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving DC. Wish I could sit forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. Calm down, take a little time to think about us. It's just not the same anymore. Baby, I know we loved, we fought and now we lost, but I'll never forget you. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could sit forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, feel like we're drowning. I know we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close, feel like we're drowning in it.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quite undertaken. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you, an enemy. Brutally awake and quite undertaken. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no, you don't care. Leave me as I erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, and a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. What I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. I need you now, cause to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. Never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second. It's just you never talk, I never listen. When do we fight? Make up your mind, honey, 'cause I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. Pretend to like you. You need a friend. I can't help this time. I'm in trouble. It's your eyes, I can't seem to focus. It doesn't matter 'cause you live a lie. Want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart. You rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanted time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? 'Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shot me in the heart, can't get over it, over it. In the other part, I recover it. And I know what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head, got me thinking of you. If you let me know lies, slowly losing my mind. Are you feeling this too? Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, let's be naughty. Wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shot me in the heart, can't get over it, over it. In the other part, I recover it, recover it. Look what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is dead. I need your love so bad.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But not away, ain't no going back.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do it on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock we Your two hearts that beat in time. And the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all, nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Stay up all night, and I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Standing to
ground is shaking. Beat down inside, calling voices in the distance. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn, fighting.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Welcome back, it's week number 2 here for the Wild Rift Oceanic Championship. My name is Skimmy, this is Jubes, and we are here to kick things off with now a top 8. We had 16 teams, it was a Swiss format, only 8 teams could qualify, Jubes. And now we got ourselves a single round robin with another best of 3 and 4 games to play tonight.
Yeah, and it's good to be back. I'm excited to see how kind of the teams have worked with their week off, I guess, if you want to call it that. Worked on some new strategies, maybe some new champion picks, and we'll see who the top dogs are.
Yeah, we obviously saw a lot of action last week with multiple teams getting a bit of the starlight on the stream. But as we said before, only 8 teams could qualify. They needed 3 victories to get themselves across the finishing line. Some teams played 3 games, and that was then done for the night. A very early and easy night for them. Some teams had to run all the way until the early hours of the morning. What did we finish at, like 1 a.m. local time? It was a big ask, a big day. But this is what they're playing for, because ultimately there is a prize pool. There is a chance now to qualify for the SEA Showdown. And if you can do well there, then you can potentially make it to Worlds. So the pathway to success, the ability to become the next pro, an emerging star, is certainly there. I do believe we've got word, though, from the producer. We can show you what those 8 teams are. So let's bring it up onto your screen now and run through what to get excited about, because there is plenty to do so. We've only seen, well, I say only seen, we haven't seen 2 teams in particular yet, Wealth by God as well as Hitui Gaming, which in fact is the top seed. They had an undefeated run, 2-0s across the board, very early and easy night for them. But as for the other teams, Jubes, we've had a bit of a taste and a preview of what to expect. One thing to note, though, quickly, is that Azure Esports, formerly known as Gamer Koala, they've been picked up. So, new face, same squad.
Hey, lovely to see that. You know, it's fantastic. But like you said, we got to see, I guess it was, nervous panic stations for some teams, you know, coming into the final game of that night. They were sitting at dead even, so they really needed to win that. And I guess it comes down to a little bit of, if you want to call it stage experience, maybe feeling a lot more comfortable whilst playing. Now, obviously, different setting to when you're just playing at home with your friends or wherever you are. So I mean, I guess a test of the waters under the pressure.
Yeah, certainly is. As we're looking at the teams that have qualified. Hitui are the #1 seed, as mentioned before. Funnily enough, actually, it's qualifier number 3, the open bracket to get here in the very first place. 3 of those teams find themselves in the top 4, so that may have been the hardest bracket to get there. Who knows? Because, well, honestly, it doesn't really matter anymore. They're here, and that's all that matters. A single round robin, as before, as last week. Plenty of action will be taking place off stream, but we will be running it back to back to back with multiple best of 3s. So let's bring up that schedule and show you what you guys can feast your eyes on, whether you want to be here for the start, for the finish, or perhaps the whole way through. Because it's all going to kick off with the very first game of the night in just a second. It's going to be Team Don't Feed up against Hitui Gaming. So we get ourselves a bit of a chance now to see what they look like. This is first and second seed doing battle right out of the gates, followed up there by JapanX FanClub taking on the newly organised Azure Esports. Wolf by God also get a bit of a chance to show what they're about, taking on No Honor. To close out the night, Juves, Jacuzzi Dogs taking on the Kraken Esports Club.
And that's a rematch, huh? From what we saw game 1 last week. And Jacuzzi Dogs famously taking that one 2-0. So nice little rematch. And across the board, I think some very good matches to feast their eyes upon. All right, Hitui Gaming, very excited to see how they play. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited.
Certainly are. I mean, you're looking at the road that these teams found themselves along to get here. Was a bit of an easy run, you'd say, for some teams. You look at JapanX FanClub, and they actually had to verse one team in that top 8. They've only played against Hitui Game, and that was their only defeat. Otherwise, it was a flawless run. Is worth noting, though, that JapanX FanClub have actually beaten Hitui during the regular qualifier. They took the first seed. So, with that all being said, let's now focus on this very first matchup. We got a bit of a taste of what Team Don't Feed could do last week. We saw them have Vamos in the mid lane playing the Corki, crushed it, very aggressive individual. Maybe sometimes to his own demise, he died to a turret dive, but you look elsewhere, Master, massive influence, did that solid Evelyn performance, and also Keith, who played the tank in the top side, playing a Garen and doing the same damage as an Aurelia.
Yeah, and this team kind of, like we said, Team Don't Feed, we really liked them because they came into the game with an identity. They came in with a pure strategy, right? You know, Keith on the tankier type champions, and then, you know, funneling down, that's kind of where the damage starts to take over. You know, Vamos, like you said, Master in the jungle, that's a no, and Yanni, I mean, across the board, they just look like a solid team. But I mean, the man that stood out, like you touched on, was Vamos, right? On the Corki specifically, putting out ridiculous numbers, significant amount of damage. I think he even dropped double-digit kills in both games, or at least one of them. And he's just looking like a real threat on that team.
So yes, as we'll get to see what the opposition will look like. We'll get ourselves a chance to see the rundown for Hitui Gaming. It's going to start on the top lane here with Grey Cloud, with Fly in the jungle, Sorry in the mid lane, Puka as your AD carry, and Eva as the support. And if we've learned anything, Juves, if the logo's on point, if the team's players' names are on point, they're a team to be feared.
Yeah, and I mean, we don't really have much information on this team, right? The information that we do have is that they're currently undefeated. So do you need more than that to suggest that this team is going to be a massive threat? You know, I would be looking, and how the meta's transpired, you're more looking at the mid laner to have this real Sorry, have a real pop-off performance, you know, Puka to be featured. So, again, don't know what they're going to be like. Are they going to put a big emphasis on fighting these dragons? We're not too sure, but that's kind of been what the flavor of the game has been. You know, set up for dragon, get there early, who cares about minion waves, and we'll just fight.
Yeah, I mean, how clean was it, right? If a composition was built for Wombo combo, we touched on Corki before because of his package being so influential in that, but it just felt like the first dragon, if the Wombo combo was there, that was really when teams were keen to fight. Maybe towards the end of the night, we had a bit of a chance to sort of see players and individuals that are a little bit more of a lane bully, but for the most part, the dragon, the herald, it kind of set the tone, and by some points, you know, 10 minutes in, it's already a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not like a team's happy to give a dragon away and fight for the second one, right? Maybe they're not strong enough. Maybe they'll do something else. But it just feels like no matter what the current game state is, that there's going to be a fight at all points as we head into draft. Will be interesting to see if we see some similar bans to last week. Do they change it up? Has there been a focus on target banning more often than not? The Xayah being banned away. We saw that once. One team in particular played that last week, but the Xayah was absolutely insane in all of those games.
Yeah, UT actually for Azure Esports had that fantastic pop-up performance. Actually got the MVP in that series, right? I think it was like up by 8,000 gold,
Yeah.
27k damage. It was ridiculous. So no surprises there. Also a standout feature was the rise of Enchanters with Nami getting a lot of back-to-back play. The redemption, just the empowerment for a lot of these auto-attack focused champions was far too strong. But already not knowing what to expect from Hitui, we are seeing from them as at least their respect bans going towards the Diana and targeting Master in particular by taking away the Evelyn too.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, even the Lulu being banned away here, right? We did see the Lulu drafted last week, so it's nice to see kind of the target bans coming on through, suggesting that they've done their research and they know who they're coming up against. Oriana being picked up early, though. Again, staple mid laner, very safe, has everything that you need in terms of team fighting, scaling, as well as a solid enough early laning phase.
Certainly does, and no surprises. They are going to look to try and get themselves a nice, strong top laner. First of all, we did see a lot of Irelia gameplay as well as Fiora, so the Bruisers certainly have a fair bit of success, but seems like Grey Cloud is going to open up with that Garen and perhaps then force Keith onto the likes of a Gragas, which is the only other thing that we've seen from him so far. But Fly's going to go for the double down lane bully in a Lucian. Very quick response here from TDF with the Kaiser and Zhao.
Yep, and the Garen for me is a big pickup, right? Because it already dictates what composition you're sort of going to be drafting and playing. Ziggs is another champion that we saw have a very big impact in majority of the games he was played in. You know, I believe he didn't have a 100% win rate, but I mean the influence even in the losing games was fantastic. So one of those mid laners that you want to take into the Oriana, try and outrange her if you can. You know, not much mobility, so you'll be able to land the Mega Inferno bombs off cooldown.
Yeah, we certainly saw a few combos linked up with it, right? Like the Camille, like the Galio, to try and ensure that that full wombo combo was there. They did consider themselves the Seraphine, but they have opted instead to go for the Soraka, so into a bit of an engage-heavy lane with the Leona. Looking to try and empower things nice and early. They're going to look to try and stun that growth, give themselves a little bit of sustain, and perhaps turn things around. There's the graph. Keith not willing to show anything new just yet, but this is the best of three, so plenty of time for them to make adaptations. But if you've learned anything from the Leona, I mean, no solo players have been on point, certainly given that range advantage to start things off, and like, you know, a Riven, a Culling, a Lucian, anything to come forward and get the kill.
This might be the first Riven that we see in the jungle as well. I believe Riven was one of those hotly contested bans. You know, no one really letting that one go through. And I mean, the mobility that Riven has in the jungle, pair that with the damage, the build path being very efficient for her too, she becomes a significant threat, right? And this is what it feels like in terms of Wild Rift. A lot of the times, these teams have some very big junglers, some carry-orientated junglers where they're getting a lot of the resources. They're getting a lot of time in the solo lane as well. So it makes a lot of sense to have your Riven there, you know, being able to pick up or at least influence the map wherever you go, but then also being able to pick up some farm when need be.
I mean, that's the benefit, right, of having these enchantments on your boots where you can look to go for a zone, use perhaps a TP, instead maybe a cleanse. There's plenty of flexibility to mold your draft around the game and the conditions that present themselves. But here we go. Game number 1 of the night is TDF taking on Hitui Gaming, the battle of first and second seed. And before we can finish that sentence, the action begins here.
Yeah, that's just a really early, I guess it's a lane swap, right? So in this instance, there's the Ziggs de Leona that's flipped to top side, and the tank is going to be laning into the bot lane. So makes sense, right? You know, denying the Garen gold, just going to be building tank anyway.
Going to be the Leona and Ziggs lane. Very powerful combo between the passive Leona to empower those Ziggs bombs. Obviously the satchel charge to take down the turrets as well. And let's really punish this Gragas switch. Has gone for Grasp, not the Aftershock, so wants to really be trading, but might not find it as successful. There is the blue buff Invaders. Master looks to try and contest that one. A flash away from Flies. He can't take it. He's really got a red buff, but his HP bar is just a fraction too low to do much more about that. And a successful defense by TDF.
Yeah, and this is, I guess, the one, I guess, negative thing about the Ziggs, right, is that you don't actually get to skirmish. Okay, I was wondering what happened there. I had to stop myself because I wasn't sure if I was actually seeing it. But yeah, so to touch on the Ziggs, right, it's hard to skirmish around the Ziggs early when you compare that with the likes of a Xin Zhao or you know, an Oriana and things like that. Like, Ziggs does need a few items to be relevant. That's why that skirmish, I guess, they came off a little worse for wear.
Always do love the dramatic pauses when you kind of like, did that actually happen? What on earth? How did that trade take place? But regardless, no first blood just yet. We definitely had a few invitations presented to each other, but no real need to get aggressive so far. And that really has been kind of fitting for the meta in Oceania so far, right? It hasn't really all been about the lane dominance. It has, for the most part, been a case of waiting for that first dragon. That does spawn in 4 minutes, so not too long to wait.
Not long at all, and that's where we'll probably see the Ziggs and the Leona really come to fruition, because they're just going to try and hit those levels, the levels where they get the ultimate, and then they'll be able to pull the trigger on some of those fights. And we've seen them flip back bot lane skimmy as well, so we're in the 2v2 again. Bit of a roam here.
So, isn't it? Look at his bot lane for Hitui. They're just making sure from top to bot they're covering all different angles, making sure they're getting the priority as a 4-man squad now, looking to roam in through. Lucian coming on through just a little bit later. There is the Xin Zhao jumping on through with the Audacious Charge, locking in place. Font of Life is there, a little bit of sustain. He flashes on through, hits the ultimate. Crescent Guard is there, Shockwave onto one, taking out one. There's first blood as Riven falls down. A jungle Riven can have tempo and mobility, but can't do much when there is a grey screen. There's a double kill, and just like that, TDF get the ball rolling. Yeah,
that was very aggressive coming out of the Xin Zhao there. Master making the play, landing a multi-man Xin Zhao ultimate, influencing the fight, hitting multiple members. And I mean, you can't do damage to the Xin Zhao, right, once he's popped that ulti, especially when it's like a Ziggs playing from range, and most of those members are playing from range. And just a good aggressive start to the game.
Showing down the early aggression that Lucian and Ziggs wants to find right there. That Riven was the focus inside the inner circle, where the Xin Zhao can be vulnerable. Fantastic target selection.
Yeah, but the one saving grace there for Hitui Gaming was that Dragon actually wasn't alive. So it is still going to be contestable. Obviously, when you consider relative strength and the strength of the members now, they're going to be, you know, favored to take this fight. Team don't feed, but at least, you know, in terms of timing, it's still something that Hitui Gaming can contest.
That's what we're looking to do better with right now. I'm not sure that's what Leona wants either, being a bit aggressive. TDF going to take the moment whilst they wrestle for control of the river to pick up the crab. They've got all 5 members here now. This is where we tend to see things get really explosive, where those triple kills can start to take place and that gold lead really blow out of proportion. But a bit of discipline here from Hitui, knowing that the Herald is up there at the same time. Flip the map, go for that. But it's a very tanky objective, and TDF might just get here in time.
Oh, and he's just gone in.
Certainly has gone in, and it's going to be Solar Flare that comes on out, but not much to follow up. He's going to flash away, but still fall on down. Not to matter. Killer Instinct can be used. Been held for the meantime. Multiple members tagged up here, so that's a no. Doesn't need to force the hand. They found their pick, and that's all that she wrote.
That's a good pick, and that's a good use of the vision denial, right? They sat in the bush there. They knew they were going to contest and face check that Rift Herald, and they were able to pick up a kill on the back end. They didn't get the Herald, so obviously they're going to be disappointed about that one. But sometimes getting just a kill can really kind of settle your nerves and get you back into a game.
See what they can do.
The Orianna shockwaves are landing though, right?
I mean, there certainly are. In terms of like a delivery system for it, you're not short of options. You could even use it on the Kais if you want to be really aggressive, but I'd imagine Master is going to be the primary focus. Some fire cape is there for Keith, so starting to get a little bit more tanky. His life has been made a little bit easier now that standard lane setups have taken place, but so far so good here. Back-to-back objectives.
That's yeah, I was about to double neutral objectives going over to the side of Team Don't Feed, so they're going to be very happy about that one, and they've put themselves in good stead for this early game because that Rift Herald is almost a guaranteed turret, right? So you'd have to say that they're going to look to put that one down shortly and see which lane they decide to open up. You know, I dare say it's going to be middle bot. Probably nothing to influence top side. First items coming on through from pretty much everyone.
Does feel pretty frustrating though when Evolution wants to get those kills nice and early. Does have the Essence Reaver, so still can put out a fair bit of damage and not feel bullied out of lane, maybe the same way that an Orianna is.
But I feel like you always got to factor in the Soraka ult now.
Oh, well, for sure.
You know,
yeah,
if he looks for the all-in, yeah. And even Yanni's just babysitting mid at this point, right? Knows he doesn't need to be bot side. And I think they're doing a... Oh, Orianna got that? I think Orianna maybe got that one.
I think think you're right. Yeah, there you see the minimap reveal, snuck that one away with a quick little command attack. Not bad at all.
So just
I mean, so far TDF just seem to be sort of running supreme and showing that, hey, there's more to this than, you know, a first seed.
Oh, he doesn't have his knockback. Yeah, he had to use the flash there. You know, if he kept that one and potentially held it instead of using it to secure the cannon minion. Riftor goes down bot side. Can they stop this push?
Well, a lot of members in the area. 3 members from P2E Gaming playing elsewhere. Mid and top
Wow.
they go. That's just going to be a sacrifice. Puka pushes up a little bit too aggressively. He had no flash. The satchel charge is not enough. Look at the range and the collapse that TDF can do. They found one turret. They find another kill. So maybe that's a second headbutt for a trade that P2E Gaming might not be too happy about.
Yeah, but just the presence of mind to pull the trigger there has been absolutely fantastic. And they do, you're right, they pick up a second charge and 2 turrets. And all of a sudden, it's a 3k, 4k gold lead. And they've absolutely just blown this game out of proportion with one play, right? It was a really good force from the Xin Zhao. Knew the flash was down onto the Ziggs, had no satchel charge as well. So just a fantastic pickup and a really good tower dive. The reason that play was so good is that, you know, it was just communicated in advance, right? The Soraka ulti came down same time as the Orianna ult, and it was just really well executed. But now, they need to...
I mean, yeah, they go for like a cross-map play to try and counteract, but I mean, when a Herald is summoned, it doesn't fall on down on the first charge, not answered to. I don't think there's anything really worse. We've seen it time and time again, just how crucial that can be to fight out those big advantages, maybe the item spikes, to make a second Dragon like this feel a little bit more comfortable for TDF to contest.
But if there's a small problem for TDF, it's the fact that they have no ultimates, right? I mean, the Orianna ult and Xin Zhao has come up, but they're still down the Kai'Sa Soraka ulti, so thought maybe they'd look for a fight here, P2E Gaming, but obviously not.
Showing respect so far. Out goes to Garen, hits the silent spinning to win, looking to try and lock himself in place, force the flash away. There's the knockback, there's the Kraken's barrel, his explosive's already gone. There's the Solitaire there to turn things around as P2E Gaming. Fantastic shockwave onto 2, keeps still alive! Oh, but his teammates don't shield him from the culling! And in the end,
yeah, a little bit.
TDF from those 2.
Yeah, that's a good team fight from P2E Gaming. I mean, the Ribbon on the back end found the perfect flank, zoned multiple members and did... Oh.
And that's just a fraction too easy.
I feel like he maybe made a conscious decision there to die for the whole turret. That's what it looked like. If I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he thought his life was worth less than the towers, and that's why he kind of went forward there.
There might be a quicker recall, because he's gone back to base tubes. He's fixed himself with the full nail. He'll be up in 5 seconds. And now he has to deal with a Baron that has just spawned.
They might have an angle or a time here to potentially start this one and force the fight. Orianna does need to base. He's picked up a QSS skimmy.
Yeah. Going to make sure that if he does get locked in place with one of those key stuns, the Shockwave will always be there to connect. There's the Void Missile. Scouting out vision. Bot lane completely ignored for the meantime. Mid lane wrestling for control. Top lane being answered by both the tanks. Feels like the calm before the storm.
Yeah, it does feel like the next team fight is really going to blow this game wide open. Mid lane is just being contested by multiple members here for TDF, so they're actually getting some good poke down onto the Ziggs as well. And if you're playing the sustained battle, you're not going to win that one against the Soraka. I wonder if they've taken stock of Vamos's items and the Quicksilver Sash in his inventory, because that means that the Leona really needs to kind of be careful and smart with the engages.
Target selection now, going to be a fraction harder. You touch the QSS, but also Soraka has the locket. So much protection, so much shielding. In the end, it is enough there for TDF to take control of top lane, rotate back through to mid, and eventually win that war of attrition. The Baron has been alive for a very long time now. Both teams really not willing to take that major risk. You touched it before that TDF had that small 3k lead. It's held true for the most part. It does feel like that next team fight really will give us a driving force as to which team will take game 1.
Well, it does come down to the fact of if the Riven can find backline access, because you do feel that the last few team fights that kind of went Hitui Gaming's way was off the back end of Fly, just getting access to Vamos, to Yanni, and to that Sano. So if he's able to do that again and have a little bit of assistance, maybe from the Garen, potentially we could see Hitui Gaming win that fight. But where TDF's composition really shines is just kiting back, right? Kiting back and playing on the Orianna, playing on the Kai'Sa. Then when they get low enough and when the time is right, she can ulti backline, have the Soraka ultimate to kind of assist, and then pretty much clean up whoever needs to be cleaned up. Oh, a lot of damage from the Riven.
A lot of damage
But
from
the
the
Soraka.
keep. That's actually going to force out the Wish. Yeah, so you touch on that. That could be a big ultimate use with the third team spawning in 10 seconds. TDF currently have 2.
Heal cut, very important in this next team fight as well, Skimmy. So the Ziggs has the heal cut now.
A little bit easy as we pan on through going into this one. It's going to be easy for TDF to pick that one up. There's the wombo combo. Riven looking to try and be a bit of a menace in this one, but Garen finds that first kill so far. He's fragile, might fall on down as well. Soaks up a storm in the river. A one-man shockwave to try and lock this Riven in place, but a flash forward for one. There's the killing spree. It might just be a double kill. QSF or not, it does not matter. Fantastic blast cone away, but Leona will flash, the camel will juke, and we'll go back to bot lane. Well, Leona is doing it all on her own, pops the W, very tanky, no turret dive required. Hitui Gaming close the gold lead.
They've closed the gold lead, and you know what? They might even just take the lead when they pick up this bot lane turret. They'll probably pick another one here in the mid lane. And for me, the MVP of that fight was Fly. I mean, he just took down multiple members. Looks like he's falling down, but the Black Leader Death Dance combo just a little bit too strong when paired with the Riven. And I mean, it was just a fantastic fight from him. Across the board, even the Lucian having a very good game. Sorry, because he's absolutely turbo smurfing on Team Don't Feed right now.
A bit of Justin Bieber song after this one, because let's run it back with this here. You know, you're starting with TDF really investing in securing that third dragon of the game, running it back to try and get the Elder, but Hitui Gaming's target selection was fantastic.
Yeah. And that's it. There's so many fights. There's so many kind of separate fights playing out on the back end that doesn't really suit TDF's composition. They genuinely need to have 5 bodies in front of their carries and kite back. Whereas, HTG really just want to have, I guess 2 mini skirmishes taking place. And that's really where Fly did a matter of, a lot of work. And to make matters worse now, they've picked up the lead and Riven has the GA.
It doesn't really get much better for that right now for a Riven that wants to be aggressive but still very tanky at the same time. You touch on how the mini skirmishes were favouring them. I mean, it almost felt like Puka was a wrestler, subbing out himself and say, look, I can fling bombs from afar, let the Bruisers get in the fight. And forcing Vamos now to have to sort of do these one-man shockwaves, not for aggressive or wombo combo plays, but also for peel.
Yeah, it was a one-man onto the Riven, and it still didn't matter. So, I mean, the Baron being started here too. Are they even going to have a chance to contest this? Look where Kai'Sa is on the minimap. They jump off early.
Away. HTG looking to force it whilst at the 5v4. The culling won't be enough to scare members off. Very easy for them to gain vision with Orianna.
Still very winnable for Team Don't Feed. Again, always going to come down to execution. It is a little bit harder to execute when you play a composition like this, when you have the Soraka, you have the Kai'Sa, the Orianna, because it does come down to how you more or less synergize those ultimates. And if you're able to keep Soraka alive, because she's actually a big component of this composition when you really think about the utility that she offers as she picks up the Warmogs. Whereas, execution in Hitui Gaming's comp just comes down to the 1v1 and the 2. Can you kind of out-micro the opponent as Keith might be caught?
31 flank and it's a bit of a collapse that really doesn't become much, respecting the fact that TDF were only seconds away on their own rotation.
Probably would have taken too long to kill.
Take down I guess, doesn't it? Yeah.
I don't know if you want to fight, sorry.
Feels like we're playing a bit of a game of cat and mouse, chasing members around the map so far. Maybe a bit of under 8 Sunday League soccer. Trying to find the ball, trying to find the kill on this occasion.
Hitui, it feels like Hitui Gaming can't really give away this dragon, but they're not in a point to contest, and it wasn't rushed by TDF. So it does look like we're going to see a 5v5 for this dragon.
They have to. I mean, it's the 4th one of the game. It's going to be an Elder. It's going to be an Elder Cloud as well, which just gives you so much movement speed. That's like 9%, perhaps even doubled. Well, it will be doubled when you're out of combat. Make these rotations that we have seen for the last few minutes now become that much easier. Eva jumps on in with the Zenith Blade, but realizes that's not the fight. Just the team weren't positioned properly.
Oriana's doing a lot of damage now, though. Again, it's dead even gold. Going to come down to execution. Who's going to start this one up? Dragon's still... Oh, I thought Dragon was still aggroed, but it is not. So it's just a dance. It's just a little... You can feel the tension scheme you're watching this game, right? No team really wanting to make the decision to either start the Baron, start the Dragon, and it's just a trade of minion waves, either top side, bot side, or mid. You know, Leona has been looking for the engage onto the Oriana, but it hasn't been there. They're cheating recalls now.
It looked to me as if He2B Gaming didn't want that fight. It was a little bit too easy with lack of vision for them to try and contest. Perhaps the fear of a shockwave that could have been huge for the entry into the enemy team's jungle. They've started off the Elder. It's already down to 50%. TDF perhaps it's a fraction too late. Eva trying to zone members away, trying to zone away the shockwave primarily, but Master's already jumped in, hits the crescent guard, knocking members back, doesn't get the smite steal. Can he take it again? He's got the smite steal, now there's the shockwave, looking for that target focus, the Master Justice. Big man Garen gets in on the action, takes down one, double kill for Sorry, singing a song on a rampage, getting it done, but not before Master can be the hero with the Elder acquisition, but it won't be enough because their team gets ace.
I mean, that was just such a good team fight coming out of He2B Gaming. Again, they just seem to find the right angles and the right target selection in these team fights, right? I mean, look at here. The Mega Inferno Bomb just hits multiple key members. And yes, Soraka doesn't get touched by it. She's just about the only member. But she just gets all in by Sorry, who's able to pick up the kill on the back end. And I mean, you know, the Ziggs does a very good job to survive as long as he does. But just clockwork at the back end there. And I wonder, do they have enough time to end? Are they feeling comfortable enough to end this minion wave bot side? You know, if the Riven and the Lucian were both hitting the same turret, maybe they could have ended.
That's not the greedy play here. The greedy play still works out quite nicely, especially when you've got 3 cannons that can finish the job and give you that escape plan. They didn't have a Zig, so not the all-in potential, but they're going to be very happy saying, well, we can win the fight, you can get the Elder. We've now got supers consistently flooding your base and making it dance just a little bit easier now.
And it's going to be very hard to contest this Baron now because you need to manage and juggle these minion waves as well as contesting the Baron. And if you lose 1 member or even 2, then the game's as good as done anyway without losing the Baron. So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You really need to win the Baron and then kind of wait for those inhibitors to come back up.
Well, let's see.
So, you know, just seeing a little bit of a dance here around the Baron. Leona looking for the engage, but that one doesn't pay off. And yeah, they're always going to have priority in the mid lane now, HDG.
This might be the longest game we've had just yet. We had to obviously get confirmation from the producers, but we did see a lot of dominating 10 to 15 minute games. This one almost fitting to the fact this is a battle between first and second seed. Would make sense, 21 minutes in. Multiple
it's a game
GAs.
fitting for the seedings. It's going to be very tough because Gragas, you know, has to sit bot lane and has to clear these minions. So if they ever do start the Baron, it's going to be a bit of a walk up for him. And, you know, by then maybe they've turned, maybe the fight's already lost. So it's going to be a bit of a macro game from here on out. Oh, and they've just started the Baron off perfect timing.
They have indeed, because supers are flooding bot lane, a double wave stacked up, mid lane soon to follow. They don't need to commit to this one, they can look to do the classic dance, no need to force the 50-50 flip.
Vamos.
Hibs won't respawn.
Wow.
Natsuno forcing things himself. Flashes forward, goes the killer instinct. Popped at the GA. Solar Flare comes down, but it's not enough peel and protection. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Are their health bars low enough to put the loot, but no constant burning? Only Andrews on this occasion just spray raw damage, another flash away, but Natsuno really fitting to his name, wants to clutch this game, gets himself a double kill. Gragas gets in on the action. Fly ticking down! Oh, for the auto, the minions would have been enough there and pop the GA, but he managed to recall for safety.
And what's that? They pick up the Baron, they manage to save the game. Oh my goodness. Look at the minions.
It's crazy. They need to protect this. They're so grateful that they had the Baron buff right now. The base is down to 100 health.
Literally one minion. 1 minion of damage. And that's game. Wow, 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 wow.
There's backdooring, and then there's just literally letting the game win for you.
This is a tough game now because you've got the Baron, but you're down the 2 inhibitor turrets. And what do you do? Because it is backdoorable by the Riven. You know, Riven can play to end here if need be. As we see Soraka just kind of, you know, trying to deny the backdoor, if you will. You know, doesn't really want to leave base, as you can see in the minimap.
Slowly, the Nexus is regenerating. They need to wait this one out. Thankfully for TDF, there's not a teleport to worry about. It's just raw combat damage, be it the Zonia's Locket, Proto Belt. They just want to win the fight. They're going to be kicking themselves. I mean, that's really a case of inches. When a team fight perhaps prolonged 1 second longer, could have given them a victory.
Yeah, literally one auto attack. Crazy. I don't think we've seen a game that close, or this close rather. Even you take game length out of the equation, I mean, but you know, all of a sudden TDF look favourites to win this one, and they're the team that had a 100 HP Nexus.
Still very low, so if a fight were to break out, the lane states were in a favourable position for them, which they aren't at the moment. Certainly pressed against. Could now see a triple collapse. To be expected though, with a Baron buff. But
it does
manages one really well.
It does feel like in terms of scaling. Oh. That's he's just dead.
Scaling, as Zinzao can do something like that. The shockwave does not connect with anything. A bit of an airball, but it doesn't seem to matter. This might be the fight that decides the game. GA's getting popped. A double GA on your screen so far.
Lucian.
Ashway to Leona. Straight to the fountain, but it doesn't matter. Gets ticked down by the Leandries. A double kill. Literally auto attacks. Ultimates are overrated. TDF now in a 5v2 to close that game one.
5v2, Lucian Culling goes down. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to matter? What can they do to stop this one from ending?
I mean, they're just ignoring the members right now. Sorry, it's literally just there surviving. It does not matter. A close game for TDF take game one.
Yeah, I did not expect TDF to come out on top, especially with the way that the mid game played out, but they were able to stall, they were able to pick up the Baron, and they won that one decisive team fight off the back end of a Kai'Sa pick onto the Lucian. So again, we have a series on our hands, Skimmy. I wouldn't be surprised if this one goes to goes all the way to 3 games.
Yeah, and I mean, what a sort of welcome introduction to He2E Gaming, right? We were asking that question, prefacing sort of the entire night with why are they first seed? Why have they had this undefeated streak? Well, that's their first defeat so far in this tournament. They're now going to have to look to try and conjure up something a little bit different because TDF seemed to be quite confident from start to finish. Sure, there was a few blips in the radar, but they had a very clear idea in mind. Let's go for objectives. Let's win every single dragon. Let's go for Barons. Whereas He2, we were like, we just want to fight. That's our strong point. And they certainly were, but ultimately, the final fight was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, across the board, it's really hard to point out some key members, but you just look at Vamos, you look at Datsano, you look at their kills, their participation, even the gold that they ended up having throughout this whole game. And, you know, without them, it feels like this game would have ended quite prematurely. You know, not to say that no one on He2E Gaming played well. I mean, Sorry had a very solid performance, especially in the early game. Puka doesn't look pretty when you see 0 kills next to the Zig's name, but I assure you he was doing a lot of work in those team fights. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pick up any kills, but, you know, it was just 2 solid teams going head-to-head, trading wins in skirmishes, and then it really just felt like it came down to Team Don't Feed scaling with this Orianna, Kai'Sa, Soraka, Gragas in the front line, the Xin Zhao as well. It was just too hard to melt through. You know, the Lucian kind of felt like it got to a point where he started to fall off, right? You know, he started to get outranged by the Orianna, but I mean, look at the damage.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable, right? That is so much damage. 40,000 between Illusion as well as the Ziggs. I mean, that's all you can really ask for from your 2-star carries. It felt like a battle in the mid lane because both received the credits, but ultimately, you're going to feel hard done by on this occasion, knowing that you were convincingly winning these fights, but just weren't able to get the fight when it mattered.
Yeah, and you look at the stats and you think, well, Team Don't Feed won, but they didn't do as much damage. But HTG were doing a lot of damage through Soraka heals, so of course you need to take that into consideration when you look at damage amplification and the stats that it's going to look very pretty. But I mean, it felt like TDF didn't need to win many fights to close out the game. I feel like they only won 2 major fights. And then they really just pushed and ended. It was pretty much the fight that got them the Baron, and then the fight that got them down mid lane. And, just across the board, there's a little bit of I guess maybe even a wake-up call for both teams, right? If you wanted to have a little bit of a slower series or slower start to the day, bad luck, because you're in for the fight of your life now.
Yeah, I mean, time to wake up, right? It's not a case of playing the last game of the night and looking to say, a bit of fatigue, bit of this, bit of that. It's straight in with the action. Chucked into a bit of a deep end of the swimming pool, you'd have to say, because there was 2 very different team comps. One, as you said, wanted to group up as 5. Zen starts to charge front to back with the Shockwave and look to see what you can achieve from that. But He2B Gaming definitely keen for those 2v2s, the 3v2, the split fights, really. But ultimately, TDF, by a certain point in that game, kind of just forced their hand and said, we've got every buff in the game. You can't run away from us. You simply can't.
You can't. And, I mean, the game in itself was just really backwards and forwards, as we can see here in this early game. TDF coming out very strong out of the gates, very aggressive, playing around this Soraka pick, which we didn't expect, but it was kind of just turned around here. We could see little inklings of HTG really turning the game around and into their favor. But again, it's so backwards and forwards. 3k lead here, but then I believe this is the team fight that really turned it. Fly got access to the back end. They didn't block the culling. Sorry doing so much damage. They even lose the dragon here, HTG, but they managed to win the fight. And this is what, I guess, where we felt, this game was almost as good as done. It was going to be a victory for the side of HTG.
I mean, this is the concern, right? If you're a jungler, if you're playing as Master, you're thinking, I mean, you would know this, right, as a jungle player yourself. Look, I don't lose those smite battles. I take these every day of the week. You feel crushed as the jungler to win every single objective and say, how are we losing this game? Because it felt like, as you mentioned, one of those defining moments was that mid lane team fight. I reckon even beforehand, just to give TDF the initial lead, was that Herald Summon. The fact that they can get a kill, 2 turrets, open up the map and play from there. Too much damage by this point. That was the final fight. The potential backdoors. You can look at the minimap. How many minions, how many supers are flooding the base? 1 second longer here, and we could have a very different post-game analysis.
Makes you wonder if Riven should have died there and burnt the GA and just waited for respawn. Maybe make them stall that extra auto attack, and then the minion gets the auto attack, right? Obviously hindsight's 20/20, but sure. What if Fly did fall down to the burn and then they went over to kill him? It would have been maybe a different story.
It could have been a different story, but regardless, this is the narrative we have with us. The opening game of the night, it is TDF that take the initial victory and giving us a bit of a taste as to really how close this top 8 should be. So introductions out of the way. I think now we've got ourselves a bit of a series on our hands. As you mentioned, Jubes, you're thinking, is it going to be a clean tour? I don't think this is going to be the case. It might go all the way with some bans and some different picks to sort of showcase us what these teams have been preparing in that off week, and a chance for us to get excited about the series in particular. We're going to jump to a 5-minute break, and when we return, it's game number 2.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
No. Yeah, gotta go.
Up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up. 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah. Travel like travel lands. Just the dust, yeah. Just the sand, yeah. Just the dust, just the sand.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up.
Welcome back for game number 2. If you missed game number 1, you need to watch that back. Well, you just need to watch it back really quickly because that was a crazy game, Juice. I mean, you're seeing a situation where it went to nearly 25 minutes, which is unheard of in Wild Rift. But the fact also that one auto attack from a minion from literally anyone, the wind could have blown in its direction, and TDF's Nexus could have exploded.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, it was 100 HP Nexus, super minions in both lanes, struggling to get cleared through Baron creeps that were on the opposing team, but it just wasn't enough, and it feels like they kind of just got outscaled in the end there and ended up taking their first defeat of this circuit.
Certainly have, and perhaps a result that people weren't really expecting. I mean, it was a situation where you're coming into this one saying that they've been doing so much phenomenal work off stream. They're coming in here as the first seed. It's a battle at the very top of the table, and you're thinking, might we now just get a chance to see a full-blown best-of-3 series between perhaps the region's very best? Because I think if you look at that game, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a very similar draft, perhaps a few tweaks in the banning phase, but I feel like both teams were very comfortable with what they had, played to their strengths. I'm not sure we're going to see a complete revolution. Might feel a little bit drastic, but who knows? Because they got ourselves that second draft already. It is TDF that ultimately pinched the win, had themselves a very strong 5v5. E2E wanted to go for those more broken apart skirmishes, and maybe, as you said, Jubes, just got outscaled.
Yeah, and it looks like TDF have just had enough of that Riven. I mean, the Riven kind of kept them in the game, in my opinion, so that's a very good heads-up ban. You know, it's a ban where you're thinking on the fly, you're making adaptations when it comes to the games, and Xin Zhao being another one. That's a good ban as well, because Master had a fantastic performance on that, and probably doesn't want to see that in Fly's hands, because I think Fly was one of their quiet achievers, quiet performance of that game.
I agree. Yeah, we were wondering when that Riven would have come online, but certainly by the point that it was a Black Cleaver at their stance, there's not really much you could do to shut him down. When the flash was there, there was no chance for you to escape. He2E with the blue side, first pick advantage, are going to lock themselves in with the Oceania, but TDF going to quickly snap up that Corki.
I love the Corki pick up here because, again, Dragon's been such a big focus. You know, I'd actually make the argument that in the last game that we saw, that's probably the least Dragon-centric focused game we've seen. And I say that with Elder obviously being picked up, but what I mean is that there was actually Dragons given a fight. So, yeah, again, the Corki is a good pickup because TDF seemed like the team that, you know, they're going to take that Dragon fight every single time, and you need to be ready.
Well, they got themselves a Lulu as well, going to make life a little bit easier also for them to contest. If there is somebody being aggressive from here to then they can hit you with a polymorph, hit you with a wild growth and protect that key target. And for good reason too, because if that's going to be a Vayne, nothing better than a Lulu to pocket you. They've also gone for the Wukong, which we saw was a very strong jungler, but here too we're going to say, you know what, another new game, another new champion with the Lux.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like it's going to be a tough game for the Vayne to play because the range on the side of He2E Gaming is very big, right? In terms of the Gragas can hit you with an ability before you can auto attack. The Orianna can hit you with a shockwave. Lux can hit you with a bomb. So across the board, there's just so much range, and it looks really hard to play Vayne. Now, if there's a guy that can do it, it's probably that's a no. So again, we'll have to see how he manages to pilot this champion.
But it just feels funny to me that we switched sides and also switched really the styles of this matchup right now. It feels like TDF are the ones that are looking to try and take those 1v1s or break those fights apart, whereas he too is saying, all right, our time to shine now with the 5v5 because we think we're better than you. If it was this close with the roles reversed, then we just think outright we can be better. If we can get those initial dragons, if we can look to put up that contest that you highlight, then we're not going to leave this game to chance.
Look, I don't think we're going to see a backwards and forwards early game like we did last game. What I'm more expecting to see is the team that gets the lead this time around really runs away with the game. I think the first one is kind of just getting the cobwebs out, getting the nerves out of the way. But once these teams are in a position with a lead, you know, that's 4 or 5k, I really do expect them to shut up shop and just run away with it. So again, I think the early game is going to be crucial. Both teams have tools to be able to influence the game, especially after, you know, the Corki package comes on through. So it's going to be exciting to see.
So it will be exciting. We've got ourselves a Pantheon as well, so a bit of global pressure for He2E to play around with. But we're in to the game. He2E needing this one to bring it all the way through to a best of 3. TDF with the Corki now available might be feeling pretty confident about their chances here.
Yeah, I mean, Corki's been such a valuable pick across the whole tournament. So, I mean, it feels like the team with the Corki more often than not comes out of the other side with the victory. We'll have to see if this one remains true because the Oceania has been a contested and strong pick as well. So, I mean, I feel like both teams have some really solid drafts. This might be the first Pantheon we've seen in lane though.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Obviously very strong when he can stack up his passive, all 5 stacks, and empower one of his core abilities, looking to try and bully out Garen very early on, who's no doubt going to navigate his own passive there and look to try and keep himself topped up and sustained.
It's important to know too, Pantheon's gone for the Ignite, so what that says to me is obviously I'm playing to win lane. I'm not playing to be a tank or to have that extra bit of durability. You know, I want to snowball and pick up kills where I can. So any skirmish that happens kind of top side of the map is going to favor, you know, HCG, just because in early levels that Ignite is going to be very strong.
I don't think we've seen a Gragas jungle either.
No, we haven't.
Should be quite exciting, right? I think you're a bit of a proficient Gragas player yourself. Can definitely get yourself a few items, or even just that crucial ultimate ability, rock up to a lane, flash body slam, and lights out.
Yep. Definitely played a lot of Gragas on Wild Rift. And so, yeah, I mean, one of those champions that has so much CC, so much utility, you can really impact the early game more so than a lot of the traditional kind of meta junglers that we're seeing. So we'll have to see what Fly can do on this champion. And Garen's actually kind of scaling into this lane a little bit, right? It's really hard. You win a trade against Garen, that's fine. But if Garen's able to get the passive regen off, then... Yep.
Then something like that perhaps can happen. Yeah, I mean, you're not expecting more. You see the body slam now, you're thinking, surely fireworks are sparking, but ultimately, just an Ignite for a flash. But Keith did actually have to burn the barrier as well, so sure he can rely on his passive to, you know, top himself up, but he's going to be very vulnerable to those ganks.
Yeah, and I mean, Gragas can clear his top camps here and look again if he wants. He's pathing that way, but Wukong's there too, so we might even just see a 2v2 or nah? Okay, Pantheon's gone home.
Yeah,
again, wasn't expecting to see much happen until these ultimates came on through from solo lanes and bot lane, right? Probably where this first dragon spawns is where we really see the game open up.
Yep.
Until then, teams are just going to be happy trading farm.
And that was the interesting talking point of the last game. The fact that both spawned at the same time, but TDF were able to take the dragon and then literally stumble through mid, rock up to the Herald and say, that's ours as well. So we'll see how to set up this time actually comes about.
But it feels like it was because of how the bot lane skirmish played out in the 2v2. So I'm expecting, you know, the game to be far more even in the early game, right? Whether if they trade Dragon for Rift Herald, but not lose both mutual objectives.
Well,
so the Ignite's back up,
time will only tell, right? Isn't it? There's the Ignite, as you say. Going to be a fraction longer before Keith can have the same liberty to be aggressive in lane again. Still have to be careful. There is vision in lane, and what just expired in the Tri-Brush too. So he's feeling confident that he won't be as susceptible to that dive. But there's Lux already poking ahead into mid lane, looking to make sure that Vamos does go for the reset. I'm sure he has that package ready to go.
Stayed for another wave though. He hasn't gone base. Really greedy actually. Because now his tempo for this dragon's kind of all off.
Yeah. I mean, the wave might just come back a single cannon. Master will pick that one up for free. The jungle tax, happy days for him. How did He2B now capitalize on the fact that they will have some numbers in the area?
Well, a little bit of a gentleman's agreement, I guess. You know, we'll all take our bases at different times and then we'll meet and we'll have a fight. Obviously, they're going to try and wait out this Corki package. Pantheon does have the ultimate to cheat a little bit of tempo, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. Dragon's already been aggroed.
Well, it got aggroed, it has reset, but TDF have every member here. Pantheon's not just here, he is waiting to try and go for the Grand Sky full in. You can see him in the bottom of that mini-map. There's the flash on through with the body slam there. Explosive cast, will it come out? Will he die before? He does. It has been used, but there's a kill found so far. Master gone, Keith taken out. Nobody just yet from HDG looking too vulnerable, but Grey Card getting run down now by the Vayne with the Night Hunter, plenty of movement speed. But condemns a way to prevent the kill. Does have the tumble, does have the auto, does have the silver bolts to proc the damage. Now, how do they prevent this one? Because there's the binding and there's the damage afterwards as Yami is just forced to try and flash away. A Lulu on the run.
Can he make it out? He's in a little bit of trouble here. Very,
Wait.
very good. I think he's dead.
Oh, it's going to be close. Fuka looking for it. Maybe just turns around with a glitter spark and kills him.
Wukong's
Sidesteps
back.
with the whimsy. And he actually lives. And now the cavalry have rocked on through. There's Master. There's Keith, the first to fall on down. But the first to rock back up and secure the kills.
They had enough time to die, reset, or respawn, make it back to the fight, and pick up 2 kills. And ultimately, Skimmy, they're probably going to pick up the Dragon here. So this is a disaster for HTG, particularly because they actually won the early team fight. The earlier team fight, I should say.
Dempsey comes down.
He's
the final
stolen.
spot's a little bit too late, but he has stolen it regardless, right? They overlapped it between the support and the Gruggers. He's paid his price. He's sacrificed his life, but he has stolen it.
Yeah, and it is hard to smite that, right? It is always going to be like a 50-50. You know, even if you just consider fly smite, it's a 50-50, but now you need to factor in the Lux ultimate, and it's a lot tougher than it looks. So, again, you can't really be too upset that he misses the Dragon in that instance, but that's just a nice pickup for HTG.
A lot of burst that came on through. You blink and you miss it. Dragon was just gone in a moment. And we'll now get to see how they will play around this top side, because both the AD carries have stat to the bot lane, pick up some sort of experience. You'd love to see Vayne just get aggressive right now and look to try and take down the ultless Kaiser. Through the case, no respect being shown. It's just been picked up for free. TDF not concerned in the world.
Yeah, that's a pretty big pickup because, again, you consider that like a turret in the bank, you know? Do a little bit of chip damage to a turret, drop it, it will take it in the first charge. So we'll have to see where Master decides to put this one. And so far, it's looking good for both sides. And what I mean by that is, like, if you think TDF's composition, they have the scaling. So if they're within touching distance in the mid game, you know, they're very happy with how they've played the early game. HTG want to obviously have a little bit of a lead in the early game, just because, you know, you'd say that they don't scale as well. Not to say they don't scale, because they have the Orianna, the Kaiser, and things of that nature. But, you know, they definitely want to have a bigger lead in this mid to late game transition.
I mean, it's always going to be hard, right, to try and contest the likes of a Vayne and a Corki late game. Those champions with a few items, a few levels under the belt, very hard to stop.
With a Lulu.
But you did touch on, you know, I mean, especially, right, with a Lulu, going to be even harder. But I suppose, if anything, maybe you can return back to that previous point about ranged mismatch that perhaps He2B can navigate around to try and punish it before it reaches that kind of catastrophic point.
Yeah, I mean, it is always going to be hard for a Vayne to play the game, especially with the Orianna. So
Well, here we go.
Yep.
He2B Gaming looking to put on a bit of a show here. They got themselves a nice little lead to start off with. It's not going to be the biggest lead, but they're certainly going to be happy that they find themselves in a position like this, because another little pick like this can certainly get themselves ahead.
Definitely, and they're finding themselves getting poked out of this Dragon fight. I mean, you know, obviously they have enough time to reset, but Sorry is actually just zoning multiple members on this Orianna at the moment. The Leandro's doing a lot of work.
Constant rotations, constant river control here from HTG. Really pulling out the ability for anybody to step into that river, get aggressive, push up those waves without vision, at least anyway. Now wondering where that next moment of action will come from, because 30 seconds there is the Baron. That was crucial before.
So Garen actually getting a lot of priority in this 1v1 now. Obviously, the tankier that you get, you know, the harder it is going to be for this Pantheon to really win in the 1v1. But Pantheon, where he does his best work, is in those team fights, at being able to man drop down onto a backline target, potentially the Lulu, the Vayne, even the Corki, and hopefully has enough in the tank to pick up the kill. Baron has spawned now.
Bit of a nice overlap though, isn't it, Jubes? The fact that a Dragon and a Baron are available at the very same time. We see this time and time again. How do teams play around it? What are they willing to sacrifice? Much harder in Wild Rift to give up those Dragons.
Vamos is chunked to just about half. Sorry, taking a little bit of poke back as well. So Rift Herald being put down to generate, I guess, a little bit of pressure, but it may not even see a charge.
Oh, it just gets a charge off. Very low to falling on down and literally being useless, but
Package.
GDF gonna be happy with that one. As you say, the package is there, a 4-5v5 soon to break out for the second dragon of the game. Fly stole it before, but it has all been HDG controlling the river, but can now they control the fight?
It's so funny. Each time the Corki gets a package, he really just gets free river access, and it looks like they're not really contesting it, are they? It's almost maybe just a 50-50 or...
Oh, going for 50-50 again! They haven't, oh, they have actually stolen it, this time with Skyfall! I don't believe it! If you're a Corki, you've got control, but somehow HGG...
Oh, Shockwave!
Retake. Shockwave onto free was absolutely disgusting. That's what Sorry was, and that's what Sorry found. They're going to jump in through to try and salvage something here, but Keith is a mastermind with a triple kill of his own. The tank shredder.
Yeah, so they picked up, well, they actually stole the dragon, picked up a couple kills on the back end, but at what cost? Because you're about to lose, what, 2 turrets across the board, as well as giving, you know, multiple kills to the DF. So whilst the dragon, you know, the value that they're going to get in gold is huge. Smite very early from Master. He misses that one, but, I mean, look at the package. It separates the fight, creates so much space, and Sorry's just on the red carpet. He can't even get off. He's just permitted by the Wukong. And I mean, Puka does a very good job to actually trade some kills back. But I mean, look at that. It's a 2k gold lead now to the side of TDF. And whilst it's not insurmountable, you know, they do have the superior scaling, right? They do have the composition that fares better in the late game. So yeah, 12 minutes in, you know, if they're already in the league, what does this say for kind of the late game that we're going to get?
Yeah. Much to your point, I mean, I'm concerned when I see a Vayne and a Corki, both from QSS, now with double items, mitigation there with the Wits End too. I mean, what else can you do to a Vayne to try and shut this one down? You're relying so much on the Soriana, so much on the Lux and the Gragas to get the damage done. That just cuts out 3 champions from the game, and then really you've got to try and concern yourself with how do you deal with this Kaiser? Does the Pantheon ever get to try and flash stun you? Or will this Vayne just have a free time? Because right now it's looking very good for them. A team that's scaling with a lead as well. You take that trade any day of the week, Jubes.
Yeah, any day, any day. But I mean, if we look at relative gold and where the gold's sitting on these on these teams and on these players, obviously the Garen with 10k, it's going to be a bit of a brick wall, but he is just building tank stats, right? You'd obviously prefer a lot of that gold to go over to your Vayne or your Corki. You know, someone else that's going to utilize that gold maybe a little bit better. But if you look at the side of, you know, Hitui Gaming, the gold where they want it is on Puka, is on that Kaiser. So he's going to be a big threat in these next few team fights, and Lux is just dead.
Yeah, Eva gone, just taking out the fight very early. Nice little roam. Nice invades.
Yep.
Vision was there, and they found themselves that pick, and I mean, that's all you really want, and sort of much to your point, right, about where the gold is. I guess the saving grace to make up for the fact that Corki and Vayne haven't picked up a kill. There's one item in particular, Ardent Sensor. That is one item individually, acts as a single item to buff up these 2 carries. There's the Void Missile, now looking to try and scatter action as Hitui Gaming might just not even get an invitation or a chance to go for this.
Look at the Vayne.
I mean, the Baron's already been started. Vayne's on her own, running members down. You can condemn, you can put up the shield, but I will just literally do it all.
Playing this very slowly.
Oh.
You feel like he could have killed Panther there. He did have the Lulu ultimate as like a buffer if you needed to. Maybe a little bit too much respect.
I mean, Kraken got a freebie. He just skyfalled away, and then, I mean, Keith burns the flash to try and hit the stun, but silence. But you know, at that point, it's like, oh, cheers for the freebie. I'm out.
But I feel like the freebie in that instance was the Baron. I mean, yeah, they lost the Lux, but you know, maybe in a 4v5, not saying that they would win, but maybe they'd be able to force them off the Baron. But you know, they opted out, and it is going to be tough to come up against the Baron buff now. Particularly with this composition, right? Like, who's going to stop the Garen? Who's going to stop the Corki? Because you have that engage, you have the hard engage, but the mobility and the ability to kite back with the TDF's composition is going to be so hard to lock down these key 80 carries. You know, double QSS as well, so that kind of negates the Pantheon stun. So what do you have to follow that up?
Yeah, given that he has gone for a bit of a hybrid build here with the Frostfire as well as the Cleaver, you really need the likes of a Kaiser to jump into the backline and secure whoever you've locked up in place, right? 2 levels away now, and a lot of these key carries are at max level, and it becomes a point of maybe no return. They've tried to steal again. Fly tries as he might, not going to find it. The scaling feels like it's there, Jubes. We've been harping on about it all game long, but 15 minutes in, it feels like this is a game for TDF to close.
Definitely, and I mean, the gold lead isn't a big one. It's not insurmountable, again, but just relative scaling of both compositions, it just feels like the mountain is too steep to climb.
Oh, that's a no, flashing forward, locked in place, secure assist, there's the Wild Growth, might do it on his own right now, tumbling and hitting those silver bolts, getting the passive working overtime right now, so low, look at his health bar, but shielding in the healing is so disgusting.
Yeah.
A dream made in heaven, right, between an Enchanter and a pop-off AD carry.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the aggression that you wanted to see before, maybe say 2 minutes ago topside.
That's exactly what I was looking for. I mean, now it just feels like a little bit too, you've left a little bit too much to do, a little too late. Specifically, the Pantheon. And honestly, Simi, obviously this is results-based analysis, but the Lux hasn't done too much. Not been too impressed with this pick, right? You feel like maybe you'd be better off with the likes of a Nami or something of that nature in this particular lane or instance, maybe even the Soraka.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Seraphine also hovered in game 1. Potential champion that could have given them a lot of reliable engage with the ability then to follow things up with the Orianna, or just at least buffer things for the Gragas of Pantheon to start things, but really waiting for those bindings to connect, and if they don't, it's full sort of an HGG response to always steal as opposed to actually start.
Yeah. And I mean, the saving grace, I guess, is this Pantheon in the sense that you always have that ultimate. You always have that ultimate to start a fight. So if TDF do get a little bit, I guess, jump the gun and don't play their lanes correctly, and they kind of, split Corki in a side lane and someone else, then they can start a fight and force it. But again, there's just so much vision control. Like you see there, they're sitting on 2 wards.
Yeah, TDF know exactly what they want to do. They've sent Vamos back to base, nearly max level, got himself the package, has the blue buff. I don't think there's anything really better for a Corki to spam those missiles, not care really what he's about, because the rest of the team is so strong. They're zoning members away. There's a 2-man binding, not going to do too much, but at least give themselves a vision moment as Master flashes on through. There's the redemption, lock them down, healing for the boys. Vamos goes in the smallest package you'll ever see. Explosive cast is there, Skyfall, Final Spark, everything being thrown at these members to try and take them down. Yana the first to fall, unstoppable here for Keith. A double for the Corgi, but he'll fall on down anyway. Kuka goes golden, comes out of spaces. I might just get one, but a condemned to the wall will deny him anything more than a triple kill. He takes Vayne out in the crossfire, and Master, the one to engage, is the sole survivor to survive in this situation.
I mean, that is like the absolute best case scenario in terms of a team fight. You are not going to find anything better than that. The shockwave was perfect, the Lux ultimate was perfect, everything was perfect from Hitui Gaming, and it was a 4-for-4. Again, if they can find that team fight again, and that's a very good cancel of the base, but if they can find that team fight again, maybe they're able to clean up, maybe they're able to do it. But Puka, Simi, if I have to say, is the real deal.
I mean, he played that fight phenomenally, didn't he? I mean, he's got the most gold in the entire game. We haven't really been harping too much about him. We've been very much focused on what the Orianna can achieve, these steals away. But he has been quietly achieving, and as much as we've been harping on about how scary a Corki and a Vayne can be, he's up by, what, 2, perhaps even 3,000 gold individually over both of them.
Well, he's up 4k on the Vayne. Just from the amount of kills that he has to his name, but also, I guess, how efficient he's been in sitting in lane and farming those minions. Here we go. He's looking. Wow. I mean, this might be good.
Half of the kill instinct! He's trying to do it all on his own right now. Force out the Wild Growth. They baited that one. Ult for ult. Time right now, Juice, because there's the Elder, there's the Baron. Everything looking to try and come to a close. The explosive pass splits them apart. No follow-up though. Shockwave could not be used. That could have been huge. That could have been enough to take us to a game 3. But we're going to get ourselves another reset and one more try.
It feels like this is Baron. I mean, they don't have the health bars to contest this one. They can just trade back on the Dragon if they want to. But, there needs to be some decisive shot calling here from Hitui Gaming because, at the moment, nothing decisive. They've just channeled recalls and it doesn't look like they're going to get the Baron or the Dragon. I mean, maybe he can steal with Shockwave.
Rifle is available. Gray can jump in. The laser too late. The Shockwave is there. Master survives. Baits out his own clone, so he doesn't care. They're all so topped up and healthy. Now they've got themselves a huge shield.
Indecisive from HTG. but can still win this fight. Gragas.
Kraken's looking a bit of hero right now. Jumps in, gets knocked up, gets locked in place. Denies a lot of it. We're going gold, and Master jumping into the backline, zoning away so many members. This Wukong has been so impressive, flashing away into the enemy blue buff and lives and survives. Eventually falls on down to ticking damage. Catches him in the end, baps the blue buff.
But you feel he's done enough.
Ooh.
Bison might die here.
They're playing with fire.
Yeah. Again, another close game.
Close, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't think I've seen an AD carry play team fights or just be as confident as Puka, right? In at least in recent weeks, he's just walking up mid lane, 1v1ing the mid laner, getting him low enough, you know, pushing it to the absolute limits to generate mid priority and then potentially make a play off the back end. Obviously, you know, it's not working out. But I feel you have to say he's just really keeping his team in this game.
He certainly is. I mean, he's really putting on a show individually, and perhaps a big component of what makes this team here too. He gave me so strong.
Package up again, though.
They're back up against the wall. As you say, the package is there. This has always been enough to zone members away. But if we've learned anything, this has been enough to try and zone members away. But then forced to steal. Vamos goes on in. Skyfall is there. There's 50-50 split. They've stolen it. I don't believe it. They've stolen the Baron. Oh, no, they haven't. Have I just been juked? This says now that Master has it. Yes, they have. TDF have got it. We've been juked by the game itself. I don't quite believe it.
So did Fly didn't steal the Baron? No, he didn't.
What? It looked like it popped up.
I thought it popped up. Unless did Baron kill him? Nah, it wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe we get a replay on the back end to see who hits the smite, but
We'll
wow.
run that back. We'll run that back with a replay, no doubt, to see what happened there. But I was holding my breath because I think every single time we've seen a package used, it's always the fact that then he can then take it over instead.
That package was a bit of a madman package. He packaged into Sorry, who was actually winning the 1v1 anyway, and then Puka used the killer instinct to get across and help him out. And so there was no damage that really came out of Vamos. It was more just the zoning package. And it ultimately just come down to a 50-50 smite. So even with the Elder, even with the late game, it feels like you're only... Oh, that's the late game Corky, right? Like that rocket there is prime example of what we've been talking about in terms of scaling. You know, level 15 being hit already, so...
And that looked like a baby one as well, right? It's not the full-blown missile that can really do battle. Worth noting, no Jews. What we were highlighting before for Puka being the most fed in the game, now being very closely matched by Vamos. He was down about 3k before. He's closed the gap considerably, but now in a fair bit of trouble. Might just get locked in place. Hits the QSS a little bit too late. Oh, look at
the Lulu ulti's gone on the wrong target.
Yes, not the right target they want. It's on Vayne. That's the one who has to pull a rabbit out of a hat right now. Has to be a bit of a magician, bit of a madman.
He's still alive.
He's still alive. Housefly still alive. Back to no. Flashing forward. Yanni in the backline, providing shield heals. Oh, gets sniped. How good is Puka?
Yeah. I believe that was the Lux, or was it Puka? Anyway, can they hold here? Can they hold? Because it is Keith, and it does look like they hold. It does look like they live to fight another day.
Alright, well, let's take a moment to calm down. Mid inhib has been lost. Bot lane inhib, very fragile now, working their way for a complete perfect game in terms of taking absolutely everything. Let the minions flood the base. We might be working our way towards another very long game, breaking records from before. 25 minutes, soon to be eclipsed.
Does look like we're going to get a game longer than that one. 25 minutes is inevitable. It is just inevitable. And I mean, it's honestly, you know, sometimes you look at games and you say, okay, this guy's just way too good for the current game that he's in, and that's why he's carried, and that's why they've lost. It feels like across the board, it's just two evenly matched teams. And you know, maybe on another day, it goes one way, and then on the other day, it goes another, because these team fights are just coming down to an auto attack here, auto attack there, an ability here, an ability there. It's not a wash in any direction. And you know, we did say we thought the scaling was with TDF, but we're seeing the problems that their comp actually has into the range advantage of the Oceania, into the Lux, because that's a no. It's so hard for him to auto attack. Even the Corky is kind of getting outranged, and he has the rockets, right? So again, It is just going to come down to executions and whether or not That's a No is able to find, I guess, time to auto-attack. He needs a little bit of uptime on the Vayne.
It certainly isn't without HTG giving him an invitation. Madman Killer Instincts into the back line, closing out distances. That's a no, down to half already. Onto the Baron, look at a lifesteal. Not willing to risk that one just yet, though.
There's a little bit of pressure on TDF here because they need to kind of make something happen on the duration of this Corki package, right? You don't want to have this one go to waste, but also you're trunked now. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Do you want to fight with no package, or do you want to fight with a Vayne that's on half?
There is the package. He split the fight apart. Then another Valkyrie to follow. Onto the key target, taking Puka. Puka's gone. The GA's been popped. Grey Cloud jumps in, taking out the Corki now. Who can survive after this one? That's a no. They're going to try and kite things. Tumbling gets invisible and gets the double kill. Takes the bot lane of HGG. And that might be enough right now. They stand strong. They've got the triple Vayne with the invitation to pop off and play. And this time, Juves, 40-second respawn time is an inhib already gone. Might be a time to end this game.
It looks like that's going to be a 2-0 skimmy, and what a team fight it was coming out of Vamos. And that's the one time that That's a No actually got some uptime and flashed into the backline and was able to put down enough damage to take down the crucial members of Hitui Gaming. And I mean, you know, if you're Hitui Gaming, nothing to be disappointed about. That was a valiant attempt, and to be honest, what a series it was. 2-0 probably doesn't do it justice, but TDF, Team Don't Feed, congratulations. And something, I guess, a little bit of growth that we've seen from them from last week.
Yeah, I mean, what a step up from the competition we saw last week to where we are here now. I mean, this is showing that these are two very evenly matched compositions, very evenly matched teams, I should say, right? Between the players who are the stars, who are the pop-off, you know, players to keep your eyes on, and sort of how they both look to try and navigate the game, because no surprises there. A battle between Vamos and Puka. Ultimately, it was That's a No who got the sneak in at the end there and still a little bit of the glory. But it did really feel like those two with the most gold in the game were doing their absolute hardest to try and get it across the line.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we talk about the AD carries and the mid laners in this particular game, but if I have to give honorable mentions and a special shout out, obviously Keith picking up that triple kill early on the Garen, had a fantastic game. You know, Yanni on the Lulu, I feel like a very, very underrated player on this team. You know, we've seen him play the Nami, we've seen him play the Lulu, we've seen him play these enchanters, and his positioning time and time again, and his use of his ultimate just feels like it's perfect almost every single time. 0-4-24 really just helped his team kind of get this one over the line. And for me, Master on this Wukong had such good engages, multi-man knockups into the Zhonyas, into another man knockup, and it felt like he was playing disruption and creating enough space for Vamos, and That's a No, to just get the team fight over the line. And then, I mean, if we look at the other side, obviously, you know, they did lose the game, but Puka and Sorry were just, it felt like almost big enough to kind of carry that one. Look at the damage from Puka.
I mean, yeah, he was really hard trying to push this one across the line, right? Bring his teammates with him, because in the jungle, at least, Master completely out-dominated what Fly could contribute. What, 1-9 was his KDA. Really left a lot to be desired there. You were a little bit critical of the Lux as well, and I suppose for good reason too, because Puka really wished he had anything else, right, to give himself the amount of space that you've highlighted and praised for TDF, because damage-wise, you know, it was the battle between the Corki and the Kaiser, but across the boards, it certainly felt like a situation where perhaps one more strong member could have been enough to try and close this game out in the opposite direction and bring us, ultimately, to that third game.
Yeah, and I mean, the numbers across the board, it pretty much paints the perfect picture. I guess the narrative that we were painting in-game and what we were witnessing, there's no surprises, right? Vamos is obviously going to have top damage. You see Corki's time and time again do so much damage. They have the package, they have the red carpet that's just continuously burning multiple members. But I mean, you're even shooting those rockets from range, so you just have so much poke. And again, you really do feel like that this might be Vamos' best champion, and almost one of those champs you can't afford to give him. I feel like every time that we give him the Corki, it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, and I mean, every single time we've seen it, it just offers a little bit too much in terms of saying, you've got river control, but it doesn't mean anything. You might have vision control, it doesn't mean anything, because we can always engage. But let's not forget about this. Multiple moments in this game here, Juves, where despite all those things we've just highlighted, there were so many moments for HTG to do things just like this and steal those things away.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes, you know, stealing those away really does just win you the game, right? They made it to Elder. They would have been strong if they were able to pick that one up, but it feels like, you know, whilst they were committing for the steals on the Dragons and they were picking up the objectives, they were losing the fights. And ultimately, you can't afford to give away the free gold for the Dragon. And I feel like sometimes, you know, teams just fall into the trap of trying to fight Dragons when they don't need to. Because again, if you give away kills like that, you get to these, and this was the team fight, sorry, as I cut myself off, this was the team fight where I thought maybe it was the tides were turning, because the way the Kai'Sa played this fight, that stopwatch there, that Zhonya's there rather, is just perfect. And I mean, off the back end, to pick up Vayne is just fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the missiles literally pre-cast before the contempt goes off, so it literally is a trade despite not being able to do anything in that moment. This is where we got a little bit excited for maybe good reason, or perhaps not, because we thought the steal had happened again for the Baron. But at that point, I mean, yeah, we talk about scaling, we talk about item advantages. It just felt like, you know, a shockwave was there, but Puka had to compromise himself, dive the backline, instantly assassinate somebody, but by the time you got GAs and all the protection that Alula can offer, such an uphill battle they had to face. So, you know, in the end, TDF come into this one and say, we've taken their first game away from them, and we've also taken a series with now a clean 2-0. Yeah, and I mean,
it's sad, because what a time to lose your first series, right? Unfortunate, but I mean, this is kind of where the games mean a lot more, and then you feel a lot more pressure. Maybe your decision making isn't as decisive. There was times in that game where they could have traded the Baron, or they could have traded the Elder Dragon. Unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and I believe we're going to show us the MVP.
I think it's going to be a very interesting discussion as to who gets this one, because across both games, there were certainly moments that could have been praised between a whole bunch of players. I wonder if it will be as easy as saying it was Vamos or it was that to know. Does all the glory go to the flashy carry players? It certainly does on this occasion. It's not going to be about the gutsy glory, hard work, roll your sleeves up for the likes of Keith and Master, but it is going to be that to know on that Vayne performance. 10-0 KDA. Tall order for him to try and pop up in that game with the range advantages that were against him, but despite all that, with the pocket protection of Alulu, he gets himself in 91% of those fights.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like, you know, this composition was drafted around Datsuno having a lot of success in this game. So, you know, credit to him for stepping up when he needed to, because again, this draft was catered towards him, but you still got to do the damage. You've still got to have the game that I guess he did have, you know. He was able to find the windows to flash onto backline members, because when you think of Vayne, it's not your traditional, like, front to back, you know, champion, right? Yes, it can do that. Yes, you have the percent HP shred with the Vayne, but also, I mean, if you can find the window to flash forward and have backline access, you're going to win that 1v1 as a Vayne. I mean, there's not many champs that can beat you in the duel. So the fact that he was able to do that in the last team fight, a crucial fight where he really needed to step up to win the game, because it did feel like momentum was kind of getting away from them. They did have the Elder, they did have the Baron, but they were still slowly losing those fights. You know, it was a backwards and forwards, but again, he did put in the MVP performance at the end there.
Yeah, and I mean, given that it is that single round robin, that is their first and only time they're going to get to face up against each other. And I think if you're a fan of Wild Rift action right now, you are looking at that and thinking, okay, Oceania, I see you. I see you got some talented players. I see that these teams are quite evenly matched. I'm very keen to see these guys do battle again in another week, in another top 4, perhaps even a precursor to what that grand final could be. But that does it for the first game of the night, the first series. After the break, we've got JapanX FanClub taking on Azure Esports.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning in it.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Palms up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And welcome back for the second time tonight. My name is Skimmy. This is the handsome as ever Jubes. Looking to try and bring you all the action here in the Wild Rift Oceanic Championship. And I mean, like, quite honestly, we just saw a battle of first and second seed. It shows a 2-0 scoreline, Jubes, but it could not have been any closer than really it comes so far.
I mean, 2-0 didn't do the series justice. I mean, I'm sure we would have loved to have seen 3 games coming out from that series, but I mean, this is the situation that we're at. Obviously, TDF definitely deserved to win that one. I mean, they were decisive. They really pulled the trigger when it came to the neutral objectives, when it comes to the fights as well. So, execution, and it's an execution-based game, Skimmy.
Certainly is, and it does mean now that we got ourselves a second best of 3 to feast our eyes onto and dive deep into and figure out really what we should expect from these teams. Because up next it is obviously JapanX FanClub. They come in as the 3rd seed, taking on the newly organised Azure Esports, previously known as Gamer Koala. They will be looking to try and sneak themselves in a bit of an upset because they have to play 5 games to get here. They have fallen already in last week's top 16, 0-2 to Hitui and 0-2 to Jacuzzi Dogs as well. So a bit of a big ask for them to see really what they learnt during that 1 week break between now and then. What have they managed to turn around with, and can they upset the pack? Because here's JapanX. It's Shaker in the top lane, Trip in the jungle, Bernard in the mid lane, Enjoy as the AD carry, and Jelly as the support. And I mean, we saw a lot of personality from this team. We saw Jelly back-to-back, always playing the Leona, being very aggressive on those engages, making it easy for the likes of Bernard as a Galio or even a Diana to then find success and just hit the full crescendo wombo combo.
Yeah, and we did see Jelly back-to-back in Twitch chat as well, so it was always nice to see him probably setting there for the games. But I mean,
he was certainly multitasking, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's a multitasker, but no, you're right. I mean, these teams, well, this team in particular had their kind of own twist on how they played the game, you know, particularly putting a bit of a priority on the Galio, as you mentioned, and, you know, something that I guess we're not used to seeing traditionally compared to the rest of the teams in this competition. As we look to the other side of the team that they'll be coming up against, Godfather in the top lane, jungle is I Swear, Lornia in the mid lane, Uti on AD carry, and Pop as support. Uti, I believe, the player that popularized Desire last week for us, and where we got to really see the strength of that champion. And I feel like at points really did just bring his team over the line. Didn't do much in the early games, but farmed just enough to get that 1 item, the 2 items, and then just took over.
Yeah, it seemed like a case of not really wanting to be too aggressive in the laning phase, but certainly knowing how to execute and play pretty well in those team fights, right? You touch on the fact that he had himself an 8k gold lead. He was able to really crush it individually against his opposition, but also picked up the MVP too. So he'll be looking to try and dive deep into that one. Hopefully that champion doesn't get banned away from him, but if it does, get a chance to see how proficient he is elsewhere, because for the rest of his team, no doubt, Draft was there to accommodate him. But it does feel like they have a lot left to really prove coming in as that 8th and final seed.
I dare say the Xayah is going to get taken away from him. I mean, I feel like a team would be silly to give him that one. I mean, we've already seen Xayah bans earlier today in the last series. So, you know, what do I know? It's going to be what comes up to comfort. Do they have a champion that they feel more comfortable, you know, laning into? So we'll have to see as we head into draft, Skimmy.
We certainly will. That was a fantastic little transition, Edu. Bit of a smurf on the old production. Here we go. JapanX against Azure. Looking to see what they can do here in this occasion with some of the bans already coming on through. There is the Galio, as you already highlighted. The fact that Katarina can be banned away as well. And you saw one game of that, but it seemed to be pretty... I don't want to say a nuisance, but certainly a champion that required a bit of a different draft approach to try and handle.
It started hot. It started real hot. And I was like, damn, this Katarina's going to take over the game. And then it kind of got denied a little bit in a few team fights. Didn't get the resets that it required. And then obviously still winning the game. Still winning the game. So that was fantastic. But, I mean, maybe some question marks there. However, the Xayah is being banned away from UT. The Oceania is being picked up as a first pick. And it feels like Oceania is kind of that hot property right now.
It certainly feels like that, right? Every single game we've had on blue side, lock in the Oceania, respond back with a Ziggs perhaps as well to make sure that you've both got magic damage to really try and set the tone of how that fight could play out. Galio banned away, Xayah, as you say, Kaiser already saw how strong that can be, even if you're down a deficit, and the Corki, no surprises there. So Ziggs and Braum, plenty of potential to, you know, stem the aggression that JapanX might want to be putting forward, but we're going to see ourselves another Gragas, and I do wonder if this will be in the jungle again.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to see Lucian Braum in the bot lane, right? Very potent in the 2v2. Not great scaling, but in terms of obviously having the strong laning phase and getting the advantages that way, potentially stacking up the Dragon, that's going to be a good time, a fun time. Evelyn, someone that a champion that I'm excited to see. We saw it have some very strong games last week in the round robin. So again, Lucian being denied there.
Well, we've got ourselves a Lucian, and we've got ourselves an action. I mean, how cool is that, right? The fact that we get ourselves a bit of a taste of a new champion, and also in a competitive setting as well. Let's see where that one gets positioned, if it's going to be mid, if it's going to be bot. It feels like mid lane is where it shines the most, but it will come down to comfort as well. As really, I mean, between the two different compositions, you've got the JapanX fan club going for a kind of let the Yasuo do all the hard lifting, right? Orianna, Malphite, Gragas. Like, if the Yasuo doesn't get strong, you kind of write that one off and say, we'll focus on game number 2. But for the opposite side, right? Evelyn, Jax, Akshan, it's like, let's just throw everything we can. If we die, get a cheeky revive.
Yeah, I mean, the Akshan's probably going to be crucial in this game in particular because your composition is so like ultimate based, right? The Yasuo, the Malphite, and everything in between, that if the Akshan actually gets the reset off and you're on those cooldown timers, you can't fight for an objective, you can't do anything. And I mean, you know, they're going to be able to, I guess, cross the map pretty quickly. And, you know, maybe they get caught on a Baron, maybe they get caught trying to end the game and then it turns it around. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited to see it. We haven't seen it yet, Skimmy, so we'll have to see how this one plays out.
That's how this one does play out, because it could be a case of Yasuo becoming the culprit, Lornia then being the hero, getting the kill and reviving the entire team, undoing all the hard work that a wombo combo could present. But let's now get excited, because this is going to be the invade, the level 1 player, 4-man invade, up to 3 that JPX have so far. Jelly forced the flash away. He's playing a support Malphite. That one's exciting. The steal is there, but the red buff smite secured here by Trip.
And I was going to say, that's a big disaster for JapanX fan club, but the fact that Trip was able to pick up the red buff and might secure that one away, it actually does not hurt his clear whatsoever. And if anything, Evelyn's the one that's behind in the deficit, because he wasn't able to pick up the full Raptor camp, still level 1, and now he's doing level 1 solo, no leash, and Gragas is just having a dandy old time in the jungle.
I mean, there's nothing worse, is there, right? As a jungle background, you're thinking, thanks for the leash. Oh, well, cool. You picked that one up, and now I'm an Evelyn that wants to get to level 6 as quickly as possible to become invisible, to cause you headaches, say that you've not got enough vision to handle me. And now Trip might feel a little bit happy about his chances to have that level 5 engage. Bot lane, though, should be exciting. We touched on it before, just the fact that Jelly is playing a support Malphite. They've gone for full Wombo, maybe not saying lane states are that important. But UT, having had 2 AD carries denied away from him, will go on Zig's duty.
Yeah, we've gone full Wombo with a little bit of combo skimmy.
Bit of an upsize from medium to large there. It's going to be a bit of a feast for us to maybe digest in this one, as it will be Lornia sniffing out trouble. Currently invisible, going to get popped out eventually. Not close enough to terrain, so Trip will have an idea where he is. A lot of mobility. Just going to protect mid for the meantime.
It does get spotted out there, but I feel like this bot crab is really uncontestable. I mean, they have no flashes, particularly on the Malphite. And against the Braum, it is very hard to win in the early skirmishes and the early 2v2s and 3v3s. The Braum passive is just so strong. I probably would have liked to have seen, you know, hold the thought, but they're just going to walk that one out. You know, Pop get paired with a traditional AD carry, just because you really want to utilize that Braum passive. Ziggs isn't necessarily the champion that's going to do that very well. But I mean, well, you know, so far this lane is going pretty well. Obviously, you know, Malphite into Braum isn't the hardest lane for the Braum.
It certainly isn't your conventional bot lane pairing, right? You're really looking at maybe switching the bot lane as having Lucian Braum, probably the strongest combo that you can really bring to the table. But regardless, Bernard is sniffing out trouble, really trying to force the charm out. Not going to get found. He's going to have the explosive cast. Flash forward, kill secured, dashing in, not going to get it. First blood goes the way of Enjoy.
That's just very aggressive, and I mean the tempo set from Trip in the jungle, and this, you know, stems from him getting the smite on red level 1. He's able to hit the ultimate earlier than the Evelyn, and he's able to really just start that engage. Really good cast, and it's a solo kill.
Well, that's the solo kill top side. Oriana has just taken out Jax. That's a bit of an interesting one to highlight, but regardless, the fight breaks out bottom as well. Lots of damage. Nobody's going to fall on down. I mean, I'm just going to quickly return to that point before. The fact that, you know, I swear is trying to hard force the fight without level 5, without the last caress for the execute, and the fact that it needs really Pop to start things off to make sure that that charm does land.
Yeah, and it just felt like, you know, he knew the flash was down bot side. He knew Jelly had no flash, but he ultimately just kept wanting to force and kept... I guess he was hanging around that bot side for a good, what, 30 seconds to a minute. And I mean, at a certain point, you have to expect that these teams are good enough to counter, and they will be there, and they will be ready, and that's exactly what Trip did.
Wasn't messing around right from the very get-go in this game. He's taking control, even if it is going to get invaded. He's found that first kill as well, rubbing salt into the wounds here for Azure Esports, who are now wondering when that next moment to shine will come about, because we're seeing an Oriana win out individually, will rock up, feed the fire, and... put all the eyes towards this Yasuo. Bernard's got a huge weight on his shoulders this game.
Yeah, he definitely does. I mean, it feels like, you know, majority of this composition does revolve around him having a strong start to the game. You know, so far he's doing fantastic in this one, and you know, he's well on the way. All it takes is one team fight as they roam down to bot side here.
Gonna be a 4v4. And Azure a little bit late to the party, but will they then still decide to force the fight? Because, well, JapanX have already gone for the reset. Godfather looking to try and trade blows, hits the counter-strike, is going to get the stun off, looking for the uptime, has the max range passive, there is the shockwave, a flash away! And that was just enough for Command Attack not to get the kill, but you can see how close this is.
That almost looked like I guess a replay of the first solo kill that played out, top side.
Yep.
Him having flash up there, so he's able to survive. He does have the ignite, so I wonder if he dropped the ignite, how would that one have gone? Maybe it would have gone differently.
I mean, it should have been an ignite, really, if you're going for the all-in like that, right?
Yeah.
Max stacks in the backs, it doesn't get any stronger than that. You have to all-in to try and mismatch this range advantage that the Oceania has, but it doesn't seem to matter, because JPX are going to take advantage of it. They've got themselves 2 kills, they've got themselves a 2k lead, Juves. And now they might just find themselves the first dragon of the game. Despite the bomb going out, it's just not enough.
Yeah, and you have to say that's probably a missed opportunity there from Bernard. The cast was used onto the Akshan, and he didn't pull the trigger with the Yasuo ultimate.
Might just be buying his time, Waiting for the first item. We know how Yasuo can hit 2 of those critical chance components, get himself up there in the mix of things, and look to really close out the game as a result. But perhaps JapanX aren't too concerned, right? First Dragon, they've had the full control really of the jungle from the get-go. No real need to force things out and sort of welcoming Azure to make the first move.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy with current game state, right? They have a little lead across the board. You know, Oriana with the Lucian, so you know, they're very happy just cruising this one out because the window for JapanX FanClub is surrounding every time there's a neutral objective. You know, they don't necessarily need to force anything. They can sit in their lanes, play the 2v2, play the 1v1, and just scale, right? You know, where they're going to find their window of opportunity and they're going to get the access to the Aktran, to the Ziggs, even to the Evelyn, is when these dragons spawn and the Baron buff. So they're just happy to kind of let this one play out, take it slowly, sit on the lead that they have because they're not going to get weaker. I mean, they're still a long ways away before the Lucian kind of starts to fall off, but as I say that...
Oh no, I swear it's forcing on top of force, knocks up 2. There's the last breath to follow, there's the first interaction.
Oh, wow.
Can't even get the Glacial Fissure out before Bron falls on down. There's the rotation. Lornia here looking to try and pick up the culprit. He's on towards Bernard, could get a revive. Can't find it, but he can take a Malphite.
Yeah, he picked it up on the back end. I'm not actually sure how he picked that one up. Maybe the boomerang on the back end.
The boomerang just literally travelled across space and time.
Ooh, that's an aggressive dash forward. He had the charm on him. There's a whisker away. Might even be a turret dive angle here. Lornia is looking.
Lornia still looking for that culprit, still waiting to find that kill. Swings himself into the action, finds it, locked in the wall, needs one more auto, will find it, will get traded, but Enjoy is there. And ultimately, it's a 2-for-1 trade, and now a lot of pressure on the bot turret. That's just going to fall on down with the Herald Summons.
Yeah. That's a big win. That's a very big win, right? First turret. You've swung the gold lead to your favor now. Your mid lane has picked up a few kills, and there's a few kills onto your AP carry. Hold the thought.
Pop the ignite this time, then flashes away again. Both so low. Command attack, command stall. It should be enough. And forward gone. Oh, Godfather. He's had a few close calls like that, but just doesn't answer the confidence question of, do I commit?
Yeah, Shaker's having a bit of field day in this top side of the map, right? He's picked up, what's that, 2 solo bolos now, 2 solo kills. So, having a pretty significant gold lead, he's going to be able to push that wave into turret. He's got the reset, he's got the key components, the key itemization, and looking like a real threat this game. We've seen what the Oriana can do tonight.
Certainly can, and well, I'm concerned the fact that we've not even seen them in the fight, and it has for the most part been JapanX fun in the wombo without it. And for the, you know, just still doing enough damage to try and get it across the finishing line. Sure, there's a blip in the radar bot lane before, and that was much to the credit of Azure to get themselves back in. Crucial kills and a Herald to summon to get that first turret. The wombo can't be avoided. It will be forced by these Barons, by this next Dragon. And it really is up to Azure now to force their hand with the Ziggs to try and get that early lead.
This is a very good macro play from Azure though, right? Like they're rotating around their Ziggs and they're picking up turrets using the satchel charge. You know, they're investing a lot of members to basically sit on top of him. And he is a key component of the composition, right? Because, you know, yes, they have Evelyn for magic damage, but, you know, he is going to be so important when it comes to these late game team fights. You know, there is a short range, again, composition of a JapanX FanClub. You know, it's short range in the sense that 3 melee range champions. However, in saying all that, their key component of their comp is to dive backline. But if Ziggs is able to maintain distance, he's going to have a field day landing all that damage. Oh, wow.
A lot of damage on the trip, but not enough to really overextend yourself and commit to the fight just yet. Second Dragon of the game. Going to be an Infernal Drake. Big one in terms of the context for what both teams are wanting to achieve. JapanX would love to pick this up. Guaranteed that the wombo combo does land and does just delete in that one button.
The Ziggs is getting so much done with this poke though. Like, you need to make a decision, and this is the problem with JapanX FanClub's comp. Like, they have to go. It's a go button composition, not a let's stand here and dance. You know, you have the Malphite support, you've got the Gragas. So you need to force them to this dragon, then turn and pull the trigger.
Sure, a split right now, coming at them from 3 different angles. What
Look at
does JapanX do? Do they look to go for the fight, or the Ziggs continue to poke them from afar? Out goes the Boomerang. Lorna now the focus. 1v3, they hunt him. He flashes away. He's charging on through. He's looking for the kill. He finds Yasuo. The wombo combo doesn't amount to anything. Godfather jumps in. And there might be the execute from afar, but you can hide behind your turret.
Yeah.
And just cancel it all.
And it feels like, again, I'm probably touching on this point a bit too much, but it's important for the context of the game. Ziggs, if not the one that's engaged on, is very anti-dive, right? Because you drop the Mega Inferno Bomb on your body, and then you pretty much take Bernard out of the equation, as well as Jelly. I mean, both times in these last few fights, there's just been no follow-up aside from the Yasuo, and he can't be the solo man diving backline as the teleport comes on through to pick up this dragon.
Yep, despite winning the team fight, they're not going to go for the commit, go for the reset, come back in, now look for the fight afterward. Reset is there. Bernard, well, he's blast code himself in, has a flash, pops the wind wall, there's the Mega Inferno Bomb, there's the steal. Trip has picked it up there for JapanX, second of the game, and that's what they needed. There's the wombo as you highlight, is a double kill. There might be the Bernard show from this moment onwards because he's found them all. One member left. It is the one that could revive them all. But he won't be there as the hero on this occasion.
Yeah, and that's a much better wombo combo from them, and they're actually going to get the Baron here, Skimmy. So the wombo there was better because it wasn't Bernard solo diving backline, right? He had members, he had Trip there, and he had a lot of, I guess he switched focus too when he popped the Zhonyas, and it was just a really well executed team fight. Much better, much more cohesion than the last time around, and they pick up the Infernal Dragon as well as the Baron. Oh!
Happens. Nobody saw that. Bernard just dies to the Baron, so he won't get the buff.
So here I thought it was a little bit of an int, right? But then he uses the Zhonyas, and he's able to come out of Zhonyas just in time to use the last breath. And at that point, there's no focus on him. Yasuo is just free hitting, and it's pretty much just a cleanup crew here. And that's a nice flash body slam there from the Gragas.
Really good. That's what you love to see from a Gragas. Really forcing the agenda, making sure that Lunia wasn't able to have the uptime there. Multiple culprits from to target, potential resets to prevent that Baron from going down. But ultimately, good target selection there from JapanX.
It's going to be hard to stop this Baron push now because, again, you don't have the best range aside from the Ziggs. And then to top that one off, you know, they don't really need to wait, JapanX. They can just pull trigger, dive with the Gragas ult, dive with the Malphite ult. They do need to answer the Jax, though.
Yeah, Jax passively pushing in the side lanes. Well on his way to picking up that Wit Sing, which would make life a little bit easier, not only for the durability, but for the sustained trades. And there was a world in which I was wondering for Azure, would you just get yourself 5 Zhonyas, completely cancel out the composition that JapanX have, or is it too much to give up? Because they've got one so far. But the benefit of a Jax split pushing with a TP is too good to pass up.
Definitely is, and I mean, at this point in the game, you don't even really want your Jax at the group because he's more a liability than he is, you know, a reliable source of damage or tank stats. He's going to do far more in the side lane, and I mean, that's what they're opting in for, right? When the Baron buff is up, they're going to try and just trade objectives, and there's a pretty big minion wave bot side, so he's going to do a little bit of damage.
Well, they are finding value grouped up with the Ziggs. They're going to try and prevent this Baron from finding as much value as it could. That isn't going to be without JapanX answering back, and answering back hard. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb trimming the wave, but another wave to soon follow. The culling goes out to try and prevent Azure full on committing. There's the charm, but it's not the fight they're after. Last caress to disengage away, and I swear will not fall down.
Oh, the Malphite's found the engage in mid lane, and Godfather nearly falls down again. Braum to disengage.
Oh, the shockwave is huge. Onto 4, but it doesn't matter. The wombo combo comes together as 2 pieces of a pie, and now Godfather jumps in, finding himself 1. Hunting with max stacks. Counter-Strike goes out. You can come out of that stasis, but I'll take you down. UT, one more bump before he falls on down. Bernard Love could 1v3 right now. Found one already. Goes golden. Needs pop, has no vision. Might come out of this one into a Counter-Strike. Dash away to the Raptors. Oh, gonna fall on down. Godfather given the time to shine, but really, really close there, Juice.
That is such a messy fight, and again, you'd have to say that it favors Azure Esports. I mean, they don't have the R button composition, right? And we talked about if JapanX can't finish a fight throughout the duration of their ultimates, then it is going to be tough. And I mean, on the back end there was 2 or 3 separate fights playing out, and it was just really well kited out. And I mean, all of a sudden, Godfather's kind of back in the game, right? I mean, if we're being brutally honest, you know, he's not really behind anymore on the Orianna. So then the side lane from him comes a little more scary because, yes, Bernard is the Yasuo. Bernard is really fed. But, you know, your money's on Jax in the side lane every time, right?
It certainly feels that way. And I wonder really how JapanX can look to try and play this one because they Really invested so much topside with that Baron to try and get that inhibitor. It did not fall down. It's very low, and that would have made life that much easier if they were to try and force and say, you need to group up, you need to force this fight, otherwise we will take another Baron, we'll take another Dragon. We'll put you in a bit of a checkmate situation where Wombo is strong and you can't even split push their answer.
Yeah, and that's kind of the saving grace, is that the amount you have 2 Dragons now, you're about to be on soul point if you get this one. So the Jax is kind of just forced to come to the group.
Well, top lane pushing passively for them. Godfather pushing out bot lane before he groups up in mid. The Dragon has already been engaged. It will be JapanX. Third of the game. Unstoppable force onto 3. Disgusting. Unbelievable. And I swear, can't even one-shot enjoy. He will run him down, but it's Oceania.
Oh, they've kited it out.
To try and find it. They've kited it out a little bit, but the shockwave goes on through. There's a rampage. Look how low these members are. Lordia looking for resets, finds the culprit. It is Shaco. He's going to get knocked away. Joy gets a double kill before he falls on down. Lordia is going to get denied. The ultimate prize as a flash command attack means that Shaco is dominating.
So much damage coming out there from Shaco, and I mean, the way Enjoy actually kited that one out on the Jax is a hidden MVP for me, right? He was able to kite that one to a T, helps take down the Jax, and then Shaco and Trip really just take over on the back end. And I mean, across the board, it's a much better executed team fight because, again, they're ending the fight in the duration of their ultimates. They're not letting it become too extended, where, you know, they're then running into the Ziggs, running into the Jax, running into the Akshan, and they actually might be looking to NTS Gimme.
They're not even going to go topside and pivot. They're going to literally end this game right now. Members are respawning. A few more 5 seconds. I don't know if they can do this. Can they all in on this one? It's getting so low. One more auto, one more auto.
Wow.
Oh no, not again, Juice. Another time. 100 HP, one more auto. Can it? Oh! I don't believe it. I don't believe it,
They actually...
No way.
They actually lose Baron off this Gimme. They're going to lose Baron, and I mean, when you lose this Baron buff, the game becomes, again, a little bit of a coin flip, because then you have a Ziggs with Baron.
Take a bow, Azure Esports. You've defended the Nexus twice, 100 HP. Facial Fissure, knock up Bernard, 1v5. Can he do it? He's found the Ziggs, but he can't find much more than that. Oh my. Is this the throw? Have JapanX just thrown this game?
It's very hard to stop the siege with the Baron if you have a Ziggs, right? So it is going to be a close one, but you do have to say, look at Lucian, actually. Alright, no, he's not going for the end. He's just,
Oh. Well, I mean, hindsight, Juice, is, 2020, you could look and say they could have just pivoted topside, gone for the safe option, picked up 2 inhibs, reset, gone to Baron, and closed it out that way. They felt like they had the damage. Who can blame them? It was a risk, but they took it. 50 health, survives, and the Nexus is back to regenerating.
yeah, and I mean, now both drafts kind of want to do different things. They want to set up in a lane with the Ziggs, have him poke, use the satchel charge on those turrets, and potentially just win the game through the duration of this Baron buff. However, if there's one thing that JapanX's composition really excels at, it's that when you have 5 members in a lane setting up siege, then they can pull the engage with Jelly on the Malphite, the Gragas ultimate. So we're going to have to keep our eyes peeled to see what they end up doing here.
What can they do? Max levels soon to be across the board for both teams right now. Bernard has just picked up the Bloodthirster, very strong. 4 items complete.
I think Bloodthirst is key here because Bloodthirst is key here because so many fights he's falling down, and
They're focused, the charm connects, Lornia just gone before the fight even starts. Can they find a trade? I swear, looking for Shaker, but they can't get it. Bernard on the flank, knock up onto 1, taking out Jelly again, 0-5, but serving such a crucial role in this game. Godfather denies it. There's the stopwatch by a Trip. You got the Baron, but you can't win the fight. Combo just a little bit too good on this occasion. A single sole survivor in the Eve. And despite the Nexus having rejuvenated, 1600 with 40-second respawn time is not enough to come back from this one. GG!
yeah, GG, and that was a very decisive end to the game. They managed to find the Akshan a little bit too far from his team, and if there's one thing you can't do when you're playing these drafts and playing these compositions is you can't really overstep Skimmy, and that's kind of what I found there. He didn't respect the Malphite ultimate, and I mean, at that point, you probably don't expect him to pull the trigger because you're fighting over a neutral objective, but he just said, you know what, one man Malphite ultimate, it's enough to win the game.
The show's not about me. My KDA doesn't look too pretty, but I don't seem to care because I'm serving this role of just literally hitting consistently these disgusting ultimates. It's not Leona, but it serves the same purpose, right? A Soliflare and Unstoppable Force. They're both just locking key targets in place and making it a field day for the likes of Shaco, Trip, and then Bernard to then pop off from individually. So, what a game. What a series. I mean, we talk about Wombo Combo, and whilst game one wasn't, or series one, I should say, wasn't the most eloquent in describing that, this one certainly delivered with an MVP fitting for Shaco from start to finish in laning phase, killing it, and a single death to sum up his performance.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick up 2 solo kills in this type of matchup and this early into the game, I think you're fitting for an MVP, like you said. But he didn't take his foot off the pedal. He was there all the time, wreaking havoc with the shockwaves. And I feel like he never really made a misstep. Obviously, Jelly doesn't necessarily have the prettiest KDA, but when you're playing Malphite with this particular composition, your job is to just get stuff started. And when you play Malphite, there's one way in, but Skimmy, there's no way out. And so he signs the, contract for his life every time he pulls that trigger, but he gives Bernard access to backline, and he lets Enjoy get a little bit of space. It's not necessarily the composition where Enjoy's got much peel for himself, but the diving of the backline is kind of where that generates the peel and where he has that space. At times he was left to fend for himself against Godfather, but again, because Shaco had such a good game, Godfather was playing from such a deficit, it wasn't your traditional Jax that we're used to seeing that just bonks people's heads in with a lamp, right? Honorable mention for me, though, would have to be Yuti, 4-5-13 on these Ziggs. I feel like most of the team fights that Azure Esports won were off the back of his Mega Inferno bombs, kiting back onto his landmines, and him just getting the satchel charges right to disengage, create that distance, and kill Yasuo, and then follow up with the rest of the team. And I mean, the damage really does paint the picture.
It speaks for itself, right? The most damage in the entire game, and fitting to the fact that up against a complete Wombo Combo, a lot of the time he wasn't punished. He was able to, reign supreme with those bombs, be it the ultimate or the Q, and the fact that he can get in there and sort of say, you can't touch me. When are you going to flash? When are you going to hit that ultimate? Because I've got a zone use, I've got a chance to try and, prevent all this from landing. And we sort of highlighted him as being the star of Azure Esports, right? From his previous series on Azaya, it was banned away. He didn't have to dive deep into his third preference of the Zig, should have to imagine, but perhaps a different draft, perhaps something that could give him a little bit more agency in the game, a bit critical on the Brom Eve setup bot lane to try and find success. It kind of fell off quite early and wasn't enough to, find trades once the Wombo had gone out to then pick up any stragglers that got low in that exchange.
Yeah, and I mean, the first kind of major fight that we saw here, right, was this team fight around the Dragon as we get this replay coming on through. And this is where JPX's composition really shines. And I guess where they were really able to find the team fight that they wanted. And it really was off the back end of the team fight, not really starting on their own terms, but they definitely finished it on their own terms. And here's kind of where I thought maybe they overstayed. Enjoy picks up the kill here, but Godfather kind of found his way back into the game, picking up a double kill. And again, these team fights in pretty much all the matches tonight come down to just a little bit of a mechanics check. Because, if Bernard is able to get this one off, or maybe get the kill onto Braum here, then pop the Zhonya's, right? Maybe we're talking about a different fight. Maybe if Shaco's there a little bit earlier. It's all these ifs, buts, and whats, and ultimately leads to JapanX FanClub picking up the win.
So it does, and if you've drafted for a Wombo Combo, when it comes together, a plan is so beautiful when it does work. Shaco, for me, really an honourable mention. Despite him not picking up all the credits, he certainly was able to showcase what he could do, fitting for the reason that he got himself the MVP. But this one, for me, man, the fact that the Nexus can get dropped to 50 health, and even a TP is not enough to try and secure it, literally 1 to 2 autos. And
that's 2 games in a row we've seen a Nexus on like sub 50 or sub 100 health, right? And I mean, this was the beautiful team fight that ended the game. I think they realized at a certain point, it doesn't need to be a 5-man. Like with these compositions, you fall in love with just trying to land the 5-man Malphite ult into the 5-man Yasuo ulti, right? But at times, it's just, you just want to land the ultimate on the key member. It's got to be the Akshan. It's got to be the Ziggs. You just choose one. They chose one in that last team fight. And then, like dominoes, they just fell over.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, right, maybe some teams can fall in love with the idea of always having to go for those consistent 5-man dives and make it look all flashy on the big screens. But it hit a point in time, right, even a single pick was enough for them to determine that we've won this fight. That Action never really got a chance to utilize his passive and get those revives out. Yeah. Our first invitation of what it could look like, but it wasn't enough for them to get the win here. JapanX FanClub, they currently lead the best of 3, 1-0.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. I'm so sorry that I didn't go to therapy. Thinking everybody, even you's an enemy. Brutally awake and quiet undertaking. Did not do nothing wrong. Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here to get drunk alone? And I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this. If I am so wrong and so gone, miserable, won't you stick around just for some be visible? But you don't, no you don't care. Leave me to suffer, erase all the doubt. Pouring Jack in my mouth, in a love with enough of the pain and the drugs to be present for now. All I'm right now, I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be around. No, I don't wanna wake up messed up. There's gotta be another way past this.
I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And here we go for game number 2. As we mentioned before, it's JapanX FanClub in the lead after running a wombo combo and silently achieving across the board despite not always getting the glitz and the glam. They certainly had a bit of action and excitement in it because we've had ourselves a second chance tonight to see a Nexus survive on sub 100 health. But ultimately this time the curse was broken and the game was won there, Juice.
Yeah, the heart can't take it anymore. I'm sick of these Nexus on 50 to 100 health. I don't need that. Like, I'm getting older now, and I need to start looking after my body, start looking after my heart. I've seen too many games in my time that end on like that much health, and it almost feels like the Malphite teleport was just a little bit troll. But then, like, it's genuinely one auto attack from ending the game. So I mean, ultimately they ended up winning. So good on them. But it could have gone either way after that Nexus kind of, or after the Nexus survived.
Yeah, I mean, it really could have gone either way because we did see UT put out a lot of damage, the most in the game on the flip side there for Azure Esports, but it felt like across the board elsewhere though. Bit of a masterclass, a little bit outmatched, right, in terms of solo lanes, how they really fared to start off with, in terms of really what their objective was to get a lead so far and so early on to stop the inevitable from really taking place. I see there's a lot of Bernard fans in chat. He's got himself a big fan club, perhaps fitting to the name that JapanX have. So let's see if they can draft the competition once again, allowing him to have all the control and all the fun.
I mean, Bernard even has an account. I think there's an account that's like literally Bernard X fan club or something like that. So, I mean, when you're getting Twitch accounts made for you, you're kind of a big deal. So there we go with that one. But Corki Katarina, again, taken off the board. Corki, one of those picks that I think definitely we need to start seeing more bans for. Because the impact and the influence around those dragons, and not even dragons, but just the agency to start team fights is just so important. So seeing that one taken away, I think is a very good idea. Galio being taken away too.
Also, I mean, I was going to say to Galio, but I was also going to touch on the fact that Irelia, we've not really seen much Irelia tonight, right? The preference has gone elsewhere, but it was so crucial in terms of last week, and probably the fondest memory we have was that 2v4 where it was like a Graves and Irelia up against the world.
Yeah, topside, if I remember correctly, where I thought it was as good as done. The game signed, sealed, and delivered, but they just turned that one around. So it's good to see the Aurelia bans, because I feel like really the only answer that we've seen for Aurelia has been Fiora, and the Fiora just doesn't have the same influence in team fights. And I feel like, Wild Rift meta at the moment, it's just team fight based, right? So you can't, like, to play Fiora, you need to be on another level. Like, the riposts need to be coming out. You need to find backline access. You need to be getting the ultimate off. So Diana being picked up, though, we know what that one can do. Very hot property as well in terms of pick ban.
I mean, it's a very much so another Yasuo angle. If you've ever seen it between these first two picks, they can flex wherever they want to go, and you're thinking, surely, are you going to lock it in? It looks so likely, and perhaps the fact is that, well, you've not gone for the Xayah. We thought that was your best champion. We've not banned either that. Or the Kaiser, first pick there from Azure Esports to try and give UT a little bit more agency to carry this entire team with, but the response is that we don't necessarily need to go for the full wombo combo, as Jelly once again gets himself Liliana, a champion now his third performance on, and certainly impressed us with.
Well, it's obviously no surprise that he enjoys playing those kind of wombo combo or engage supports rather, right? Like he opted in for a Malphite, so I mean, for seeing him fall back to the Leona, he's not going to be it's not going to be a shock to the system. It feels like he's a key component of this team to really say when to start engages, when to go, when not to go. So Leona just seems like a perfect champion for this team.
They've left it to last pick, though, to decide what does get played. And well, they're going to run it back with another Malphite, but this time it won't be a support Malphite. I think maybe the idea of it all coming again to a second Yasuo performance, whilst the champions on their side look good for it, I think Azure have given themselves a lot of champions they can look to try and prevent it, right? More so than anything, the fact that Aramis came out as the last pick to say, you're going to get taunted, and you're going to have lifesteal, but one full mel, and you're out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, but you know, if you look at the Rammus, right, Rammus excels when it's like a heavy AD-focused composition. But there's a lot of magic damage on their side now. So, you know, maybe there's a little less value for the Rammus in this game than we would have otherwise thought. But in saying that, right, a tank's a tank, a CC is still CC. So if he's able to, I guess, get that onto the right member, maybe even the Diana, and you're able to blow Diana up before she does any damage, then it makes a lot of sense. We'll have to see if it comes down to execution. But in terms of CC across the board, there's just an abundance. And I mean, these Dragon fights, these Baron fights, all the fights in between are going to be very exciting.
So enough CC and damage between the Rammus as well as the Fiora, and you have to wonder, and this is some of the beauty really with drafting, as to are you playing your own style or are you looking to try and counter, and in this occasion, the appeal of a Yasuo being a little bit too strong has led them to this place here. It's JapanX FanClub in the best of 3 so far for our second match of the night, already with the 1-0 lead. And we'll see, with Azure Esports having drafted a slightly different composition this time, if they'll have enough damage to upset the party.
That's the best Rammus skin, by the way.
It is, hey?
Has to be. Any other answer is just wrong. Kai'Sa Braum in the 2v2 is going to have a pretty good time into the Xayah Leona. Braum is very good in denying a lot of the engage from the Leona side, right? You proc the stun, you're able to disengage, and I mean, the damage that's going to come through from the Kai'Sa and the Braum is going to be a lot, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that one, see how that plays out. Godfather so far.
Yeah, getting very aggressive, isn't he, right now between the riposte and tapping those vitals and really punishing a tank. Fiora so exceptional at that.
You feel like he kind of owes him one. A solid enough game, solid enough laning phase, right? You know, particularly with how the last game played out, getting solo killed twice. So he's definitely got a message to prove, if you will.
Already, early signs of aggression here from Azure Esports. Perhaps the fact that, you know, you've got yourself a more conventional lane for the Braum to play around makes it a little bit easier for those stuns to take place. Lonia on the Z duty. He's not level 5 yet, but going to flash on Fluid. And get himself those bloods. The Shuriken secures it. Enjoy is dead. The flash and barrier burnt for no success. Leonard Love could be in a whole bunch of trouble right now, and that's a second kill. Or maybe a trade as well from Jelly as he Zenith Blades in, but perhaps to get out a blue buff and back to the mid-tier 1.
There's just so much value in the early levels with Braum. I mean, you need to be a little bit smarter when skirmishing around the Braum, right? Because that passive is just so OP, and I mean, off the back end there, it looks like Bernard was going to pick up a kill, but he just got stunned by the Braum, really, and it was just a good disengage. And I mean, the last Shuriken to pick up the kill there on Enjoy, this game is starting absolute best case scenario for Azure.
Up by 1,500, early days for them, but a much better start for them to try and prevent JPX running away with things as they did in game number 1. And the spot lane seems to be where we're most excited for Azure, but it isn't without commending Lordier for, you know, a post-ult first blood. Zed with kills and a bit of tempo, very scary, and oh, there's a flash topside.
Had to be burnt, because I mean, if he gets CC'd, like, he's as good as dead. The vitals are going to come through from the Fiora, and yeah, Malphite's a tank, but I mean, if Fiora's hitting the vitals, you're pretty squishy. Doesn't matter what champion you're playing. There just leads across the board, really. I mean, in every single lane, there's a lead.
Yeah, and it's really what you want to see, because I say, you know, certainly a champion that can look to try and, you know, display those mechanics on it. You mentioned being such a key part of JPX's success, right? Just playing things out better, seizing moments. Nice little riposte there to cancel out the death from the Malphite.
Risky though, because he could have got Malphite ulted under turret there, and he was taking turret damage. So I mean, he'd have to burn the flash. Shaco, if he was quick on that finger, maybe he could have pulled the trigger.
Biding his time, waiting for the moment, trip in the area now, and will be spotted if he was to rotate here from Crux to try. There's a vision in the area.
Not long left now to Dragon.
2 kills, Juves, and 10 seconds. And we'll see what this actually means with those initial item advantages. The Ghost Blade here for Zed as well, if that's going to be enough damage or enough of a spike and a confidence boost for him to come back in the series so early on.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Rod of Ages as well on the side of the Diana, so it's an item apiece, but you'd have to say relative strength would be with that Ghost Blade.
I swear, he's charging things up right now, hunting for a pick target. Going to look to clear out some vision as well, and make sure that they can start this one with confidence themselves. So there's going to be another crab spawning. He's going to commit for this one.
He's taunted, but he's isolated.
He's on his own. Not the position he wants to find himself in. Has to actually ult himself out of harm's way. Has no flash. Went inside the pit. Then flashes away. Comes Deathmark, tapping on one, looking for that first kill. Jelly survives. Even between that and the Ignite, but Diana's the first one to fall. Eventually the Ignite proc takes him down. A double kill found here by Godfather. He's got a point to prove. He's running members down. He draws Shaker from top to bot and looks to run him down as well.
Did he proc the bot? No, he doesn't
5
proc
kills
the bottle
in 5
there.
minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this is a statement. This is a... Oh, maybe another one. Malphite doesn't have ultimate. No ultis on the side here of JapanX. He's going to play for the steal though. Zed's back.
Close to it, Trip jumps in, can't secure it. Beauty got it for the team. Multiple members low though, they stayed around a little bit too long. Respawn time is so quick at 5 minutes in that you've picked it up. But now you're going to have to sacrifice a few kills in the process. So 2 for 1 on the return. And JapanX are back in it.
It felt like JapanX were never going to get that dragon, so the fact that they're able to pick up 2 kills and potentially the Rift Herald is best case scenario. And we might even just see another fight, but you'd have to say this fight probably favors the side of JapanX. This Rift Herald will be down before Kai'Sa gets there. I know, no ult, but it's coming up slowly.
They're holding it, they're doing the juggle right now for smite range. There is Trip to secure it. Now Godfather in the pit, 1v3, followed up by the Deathmark. Solid Flare hits absolutely nothing, but it doesn't even matter. Rampage Valonia gets himself a double, removes the bot half of the draft, and is basically playing around the fact that if we can reset first, we will just win. Oh no, the Featherstorm. Godfather on one. Font of Life is there. He gets the heal. It's enough. Shaco with the seismic shot. It's not enough to take him out. Does he have the unstoppable force? It doesn't matter. Trip being kited. One more auto attack. The riposte! And the dash away to Wolves. Godfather. He's got 9 lives. Oh no, he doesn't. Eventually he falls on down. I saw myself in a situation commending this man and saying, what a turnaround from game 1 to 2, but he does fall down in the end.
I think Pop dies here too. It's going to be a slow one, so we'll have to wait and see. He does have heal though. He uses it. And I mean, there's another fight.
There's 2 fights between mid and bot, and a battle of supports with both realizing there's not enough damage. And we'll just walk away from this.
There's just absolutely so much to break down here. I mean, we don't even get a chance.
This time, though, he will fight because he's got damage. And there he's enjoying the area, finding himself another assist, yet to find a kill.
This is a dive angle as well.
Trip is ready. Explosive cast. Starts it off with the body slam. Hits him with the regular barrel. Oh, explosive cast doesn't connect. It hits I swear back. Who's he taunting? It doesn't matter because Kai'Sa's already gone.
The Zed's here.
And now Ramis has literally rolled into his death. But can Lornia clean up? Can he get himself a triple kill? He's found one. Deathmark is there. There's the double kill. Hunting for Jelly. Looking for the triple. Doesn't get it. Fantastic flash away, and Bernard is cleaning it up. He's just got himself a triple shutdown and might be the hero the fan club desires.
Now we have time to breathe and we have time to talk. This is absolutely worst case scenario for Azure Esports, right? They were in such a point of power, but the chaotic, I guess, part of the game, they just never took a time to take a deep breath and say, okay, what's our win conditions? It was just consistent fight after consistent fight, and they had such a lead that it was just unnecessary for them to take any of those fights. And I mean, the more chaos that ensued, it really just benefited JapanX. And all of a sudden now, I mean, Bernard's 6-3-0 on this Diana, and Gold is even against Gimme.
Yeah, and it really is the battle of these 2 assassins, right? 8-1-2 on the Zed, 6-3-0 on the Diana. Both of them showing up in that final moment of that team fight and picking up all the kills. Big ask now for both of those players to carry their team into this mid game to play for that Baron up in 90 seconds.
So Zed's still 8-1-2. I mean, that's obviously a thing we can't skip past. A very big win condition.
Got themselves all the items. 2 item spikes for them at this present moment. Godfather, though, has been really achieving in this game. Much better performance from him. Already has himself the Trinity Force, and he's going to, no doubt, want to try and facilitate the same position he had as the Jax or split pushing. Maybe a little bit more so as the Fiora. We'll need to wait for that TP to come about.
But again, the one thing that can stop the Fiora from split pushing and bringing her to the fight is these dragons that keep on spawning, right? So,
and that was my exact same point, right? Are they willing to, sacrifice this one? Because they got the first one in the Ocean Drake, but Mountain Drake with all the mitigation, prevent the burst, and those close quarters that we've seen between the Zed and the Fiora, that much easier to achieve. The Herald has been summoned, the rotation was found, and Jelly is the pick target.
Are they even going to look? They look like they may even try and take the fight here, or at least try and pick up the dragon. But it looks like they're caught. Bernard's in a bit of trouble.
Oh, that's a massive Bernard Moonfall. Knocks them all up. Unstoppables afterwards. But where's the damage to follow? Oh, enjoy. He had himself a 4K to pick up, but he can't get it. And that was phenomenal work from Azure to juggle such low health bars, but to deny anybody from falling down.
Oh, well, he's even gone in there. And he might be as good as dead.
I think he is. From the stun, the passive, from laning to team fighting. Azure really starting to come into a place of their own in this second game. Second Dragon, and a really convincing team fight.
Yeah, they're starting to find all the windows. They're starting to find all the engages. And it's just, a little bit too late to the objective where Azure have really already set up. And they're finding just, Jelly and Enjoy trying to link up with their team. They find the pick early. Oh, it's a 4v5. Then Bernard goes in and does so much damage, right? Like, you think he nearly turns that one around. He's got the death cap as well. But, there was no follow-up.
And that's just frustrating. Almost felt like the best case scenario where you got yourself a 4-man Moonfall into the Shaco follow-up. And then the Featherstorm afterwards where Enjoy really could have been the hero and clean house. Gets stunned. Can't do much about it. Phenomenal play from Azure, and they're not done yet, Juice. They're going to jump topside. Featherstorm burn early, but the Death Mark still connects. Burns someone a heal. Gets themselves topped up back to 50. Picks up some oranges, and cross map. UT survives.
You got the ult. Yeah.
Well, not for much longer.
No. And there's a teleport being burnt there too by the Fiora, so across the board, they might be able to pick up a little bit of gold here at JapanX FanClub because they should be able to get top turret. Now Zed has no ultimate, can't really 1v2 that, especially with the Leona there.
Second turret gone. And 1v2, Zed just biding his time, waiting for his ult to come back up. To pick up
Still within touching.
Yeah, he's just going to pick up some camps in the meantime, working towards that third item.
And as well as this game's going,
so much damage though.
As well as this game's going for Azure, like you take stock of just the kills in the game, you start to think, okay, they're in really, really, really solid control of this game. But I mean, it is only what it's no lead. There's actually no lead whatsoever. Dead even.
Still continues though, Juice, to be that case of gold does favour either the Zed or the Diana. They seem to be the big components that can get this team a fight start that allows them to, perform to a situation, getting themselves ahead in a lead right now. I mean, it has been a few situations where Jelly's has been caught on rotation, be it for vision placement, and picked up from there. But that just shows sort of the testament of how strong JapanX are, even in a 4v5.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I guess, if we're just taking stock of champions and what they do, you feel like Bernard on the Diana is going to have a bigger teamfight influence than the Zed, right? Just in terms of kit.
Yeah.
In terms of how many members can be hit. Whereas, Lornia really needs to find access to either Enjoy or Bernard before the fight like this. Yep.
Enjoy's just gone. You can hit the Featherstorm. You can hit the stopwatch. Oh! And you can also hit the Barrier Flash. He's lived! Oh, then the Void Missile Soak, but Uni Killer Instinct's in. Explosive cast, flash away, back to the team. And the assassination attempt is complete. What a wombo! The Moonfall, Bernard, once again. A little bit too good on this Diana. Will fall down though.
It wasn't enough. I mean, they still lose that team fight on the back end, but the team fight started absolute worst case scenario for JPX. And judging by the health bars, they almost recovered their losses, and they did enough to deny the Baron buff, right? They did enough to deny the Baron take. You know, they pinged on the way to mid turret instead. So again, if you're a JapanX fan, you have to be happy with this result, all things considered. But now it's ballooned into a 4K lead for Azure Esports, so firm control of the game. It looks like they're going to maybe pick up the third dragon as well, but time will tell.
Time will certainly tell, because you're getting worried as a JPX fan, knowing that Diana can jump in and can't even hit the stopwatch, can't even hit the barrier or the flash, just gets bursted despite getting so much value time and time again. Unable to punish the fact that Enjoy is just getting one shot. Zed single-handedly can take care of it. And UT is really starting to feel himself in this series.
Yeah, UT's huge. And it was actually a cheeky play from him on the back end there. He landed the W, the snipe, and then he used the killer instinct to gap close and pick up Enjoy, who did so well to survive, but wasn't enough. And now maybe Bernard gets caught here. Oh.
Nice little crescent there to phase check. Looking for him. He's down to 50. He's already hit those Zonias. Locked himself in place. Glacier Fissure knocks up multiple. There's the Moonfall. There's the Unstoppable Force. There's the Wombo combo from JPX to try and get this one. Enjoy. Unprotected. Just one shot by the Zed. And now how much work can Lornia do? Because the rest of his team have actually cleaned house. And said, we'll leave our Zaya to the Wolves. We'll just win on our own.
I mean, look at the Moonfall from Bernard on the back end. He absolutely just made sure UT could not play the game there. And again, if we're talking about teamfight influence, we're just seeing what the Diana can do. And, you know, that was a pick that was set up by Azure Esports. They were the ones sitting in that bush there looking for the pick before the Baron. And unfortunately for them, they caught Bernard. And Bernard's probably not the guy you want to catch, especially when you have 2-3 of your carries in that bush. Not a bad dragon to pick up.
There. Not bad at all. JPX find their first one of the game. Elder to spawn next. And that was a fight where they were down gold, where it looked so good for Azure. But JPX has just brought it, quite honestly at this stage, back to dead even.
Yeah, but I like Azure being proactive, right? They're the ones that are actually trying to make the plays. They're utilizing a lot of vision control, vision denial to start fights, but it just comes down to execution, right? Like they don't have their carries in the correct position to do damage safely, and Bernard's just able to find backline access time and time again.
Red team lost a turret.
Godfather doing what a Fiora does best. Split pushing, not done yet. Looking to try and get second turret in the bot lane, and that means that JPX will force the Baron. They're forcing the Fiora to come to this fight. Azure, as a 4-man, still feeling quite strong that they can literally walk in and prevent the dance from taking place here. So now JPX need to try and force the fight, and that's what they're going to do, because Zed jumps in. Once again on towards Enjoy, Deathmark goes out, pivots them away, flashes away and still survives, pops the barrier. One shot taking out Diana. Bernard cannot pop off this time. Jelly now being switched upon. The bot lane of JPX has fallen on down. And Azure hit them with a check mark, or hit them with a checkmate, I should say. And JPX answered the call, but fell for it.
And this might be game here, Skimmy. I mean, unless Trip can clear minions with the Gragas. Oh! Can he clear these minion waves? No ultimate available. Teleport coming on in.
And that like might be 15, 20 seconds away. He's going to have to go for the regular barrel. 2 members are fragile. Lornia already backing on out. He's got himself the GA. He's gone. Trip can't defend it. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, and GG there from Azure Esports. I mean, they really set the tempo and set the pace in that game from level 3, level 4. You know, they did just enough to get that one over the line. But you have to say, even though they picked up the win, it was probably a lot closer than they would have liked and a lot closer than it should have been, all things considered, with how that game started.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like in that game, JPX's bot lane just didn't really get a chance to shine, didn't get a chance to play the game, right? It really was about the mid-jungle for Bernard and you know, the Unstoppable Force to come on through there from the Malphite to try and find those kills, to try and get the ball rolling. But on this occasion, whilst he does get the second most valuable player, it all went to Lornia with the amazing start that he found so early on. The fact that he can get a first blood, translate that first item advantage into a 12-1 scoreline. The absolute best case scenario for an assassin.
I mean, out of the 28 kills, he had 24 of those as kill participation, you know, and only died once. So you'd have to give it to that man. You'd be crazy not to, but, you know, chance has to go to really UT and Pop. I feel like in terms of what the JPX bot lane offers for the rest of the team, Jelly and Enjoy. They did a very good job in shutting them down early, and they were catalysts in terms of that rotation to pick up the wins in those earlier skirmishes, and which resulted in, you know, the early game lead that they had.
I just felt like the Braum this time around found a lot more value in terms of being apply those stuns more frequently, being able to try and stop the aggression at JPX for coming forward with them. And for the most part, you know, a very similar sort of setup from JPX, but just unable to execute in the same fashion this time around. So a bit of a redemption there for Godfather. Get some time to split push and cause headaches, ultimately resulting in them getting that victory to take us to this third game. But you can look at the damage breakdown, and it's a lot closer than you may have thought.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, because it wasn't a one-sided game. I mean, the game had a even gold score for pretty much the majority. There was only one time really where it blew out, and they even were able to pull that one back. So again, across the board, pretty even game. You know, for me, the big standout, obviously Lornia, but Enjoy to do 17k damage with how kind of rough the early game was for him is a pretty decent performance, right? You know, there was a lot of team fights where he was having some very good fights, and he was able to kite and disengage the Zed, which was blowing a lot of cooldowns on him, but you know, it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Featherstorm, Flash, and Barrier were off cooldown 24/7, or on cooldown, I should say, rather. He never got a chance to really be the star of this show. It was all Bernard, the most damage taken, but ultimately not enough follow-up in this game for him. So you can see how it already started. 5 kills, a respawn coming back, 2-1 trade afterwards. But at this moment here, where you're seeing Fiora so low, literally on 10%, or I say 10%, 1% quite honestly. Let's take the liberty there. You thought maybe gets the trade back, but unable to find it.
And here's kind of where the game started to turn a little bit in JPX's favor. You know, they put a little bit of pressure onto the bot lane of Azure Esports, and they were able to pick up a few kills, even get the Zed to fall down here. So this is where the tide started turning, and Bernard really found himself back into the game. But I mean, here, little bit of a big play here from Yudi. Yeah. And he picks up the kill there. And then it's pretty much like clockwork. Oh, really nice wombo, but it just wasn't enough. The Fiora got the ultimate off, healing coming through for the rest of the team. And it's just the real damage dealers and the threats for JPX are dead. And even in this fight here, right, this is Enjoy is just as good as dead. If Lornia wants him dead, he's dead. But the rest of the team just did enough to clean up.
And this is when you're thinking, have they just literally cut off the limb and said, look, you know, Enjoy, you're not a big focus this game, right? You're literally going to get focused all game. There's a one-to poster for your name by Lornia. You're always going to get focused. We're going to split apart the fight, take the Zed out, not fall victim to the cleave damage, and see if we can win. Ultimately, though, it was not enough. Azure, despite being the 8th seed, coming up against JPX as the 3rd seed, have proven that whilst we can play 5 games to qualify us to get here, you know, a couple of adaptations in the draft, and we can make it work.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is anyone's game. I really do feel like it's going to come down to draft, and we'll see what happens next.
We certainly will. 3rd game right after this.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Feeling lost like I just wanna time back time. I'm choked up, tell me how do I say this right? Cause you've been calling me up all the time and sending me signs and giving me them eyes. And you've been saying that you found the one, texting me junk and you wanna talk, but you can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say why. I can't get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. But I can't say
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Well, things are all tied up at 1-1 here as we go into our third game of the night between these two teams, which are putting on a bit of a performance. Many teams or many people watching at home, Juice, would have said that JapanX, the clear favourites, they should be coming to this one for a clear 2-0. You couldn't put them wrong, though. If you saw the game one performance, it looked pretty strong for the most part. They've run it back in game number 2, made a few changes. But Azure Esports have shown that despite us being the last place seed here, we certainly have some moments to shine, some plays to pop off, and some picks that can cause some problems themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's a game where they can take a lot of confidence from coming into the third one. Maybe it's just about momentum. Maybe they're feeling comfortable now and, you know, they're ready to really make a stand. Because if they are able to take down JapanX here, I mean, what does that say for the rest of the tournament for them? You know? I'm just excited to see how this one plays out. What are we going to see in terms of draft? What changes are we going to see? You know, maybe they just ban the Z, take that one away completely because that was an absolute 1v9 performance.
Yeah, I mean, the first game, the Kaiser and Azure were banned away. The second game, those were both then featured as a result, and it just felt like if you give UT a bit of an invitation to pop off, and one other member on his team that can play to that strength, then they can just, on their own, take the game over, right? So now you're left in a situation, scratching your head. You got yourself a very quick turnaround from game 2 going to game 3. What adaptations are you going to make, and sort of what picks do you think are strong enough? Because, you know, you can see that the fans in Twitch chat are divided. Big fans for Bernard, big fans for Azure, also saying, look at the upset. You know, you guys are giving him all this love and success, but, you know, now he's down in this 1-1 situation and needs to have a big ask because, in game 1, it was the Yasuo. Game 2, it was the Diana. Both these wombo combo heavy champions. What else does he have in his locker?
Well, I mean, maybe we see him just go back to standard. Maybe standard's the answer. That's where we're going to see a lot of the success come back and fall back on. You know, maybe it is the Corki, maybe it is the Oceania. It is being banned out, and it is something that I guess you know, where maybe he's not comfortable playing, but time will tell. We'll have to see how this draft plays out. They're the ones that take away the Oceania, so Bernard's not going to get his hands on that one. Katarina, Kaiser as a return.
Yeah, going to look to return. You'd imagine if this is to be the case, it's going back to game 1, pick and ban. There it is, Desire as well. The Alistair was banned also, so this does feel pretty much a clean slate. This is the final game of the series, though, but it's a case of denying what worked and what didn't, and what seems to be the strongest across the board. And the biggest adaptation has to be the fact that JPX this time have picked up the Ziggs and denied that from UT.
Well, they've also banned the Oceania and the Corki, which are the 2 common picks that we see into the Ziggs. So, I mean, I wonder what Azure Esports have in mind, right? Because there's no way they didn't think about this situation. But I mean, they're taking the Ziggs, they're taking the Diana as well, by the looks of things. What's left? What are they going to play? Maybe Twisted Fate is what we see into the Ziggs here.
Well, very strong mid-jungle, right, between the Diana as well as the Xin Zhao. I love the fact, though, that Pop has played 3 games of Braum, and as he's come into the series, he said, well, you can have the Ziggs now, because we realized that Kaiser and Braum are strong. Lucian and Braum is that much better. And I guess I swear he's filling himself on this Rammus, because whilst we were a bit like, oh, maybe it's not the strongest into the Magic type, certainly got the ball rolling, literally, and got them in with some nice fights.
Akali's the champion, was being seen picked up here. Last week was banned, I think more often than not, right? We didn't get to see much of the Akali. So I'm super excited to see how this one plays out. I mean, we haven't seen one on broadcast, I don't believe, on air yet. And we'll have to see, you know, where they decide to put this one.
Another game and another Malphite as well. So some champions that work, some that don't, and some that will then get a chance to reveal themselves in the Akali, as you say. The final pick here for Azure, what's it going to be? Oh, Godfather might just be on split push duties all series long. Jax Fiora and back to Jax again. And we got ourselves another assassin in the mid lane.
So he had a good Fiora game, but the Jax game was a bit of a rough one, if we remember correctly. So we'll have to see how he fares into this Camille. Obviously a favorable matchup in the 1v1, but I mean, the Malphite support, again, they seem to really love this, the side of JapanX FanClub. You know, but the Lucian Braum is going to be a tough lane to go up against, particularly when, you know, you're going to have so much value with this Braum stun, you know, and it synergizes so well with the Lucian passive. So it does feel like this bot lane is going to be a little bit of a hard lane.
I really want to see UT and Pop just get really aggressive before level 5, right? Prevent the fact that then, once there are ultimates available, JPX can hit double ultimates, and there's not really much you can do about it. You can get poked out before between the double poke that they have available to them, obviously, but if they can play this lane quite nicely, quite passively, let the wave crash into them, not fall victim to too much of this poke, then yeah, they could definitely scale quite nicely into this one, come into those mid-game fights and say, well, you know, you've had your moment to shine, but now scaling favors us, and we're not concerned. We're not too worried about what you guys can do with your composition, because we've got some strong points of our own. Second match of the night. It is the third game in this series. Maybe a series that many people didn't predict to go the distance, but this is where we are. Oh, and Jubes, deja vu, back to enemy red.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the Braum's like the strongest champion in the game at level 1, so I think why not play for the level 1, why not play for the invade, but they've decided to give that one up, and looks like they're just going to go back to some standard starts.
unable to clear out that vision, but this time Trip won't have to really test himself with a Smite Steal. Can start off quite content with picking up his red buff and parving as per normal. Both parving top side on this occasion. I'm going to be very interested to see how Godfather plays this one, right? The Counter-Strike's going to find a lot more value into this more conventional matchup. And this will be a real test of his Jack skills.
He's dropped the Ignite early. And I mean, he can just pick up the plant, so it's definitely a favorable trade for the side of Shaco because, yeah, he'll get the plant too, but now he's got the barrier advantage. So you need to factor that one into the equation.
Perhaps expecting the barrier to come out there, not willing to tower dive as you could fall victim to that bait. But he sent a clear message. He's got the wave still pushing in his favour. But let's see how Bernard can look to try and stem the aggression that Lornia was able to find this time last game.
Might be a double crab here for the Zinzao.
Oh, first gank of the game, instant flash away, and well, I mean, Rammus doesn't really need to do much more than that.
I mean, he definitely had to burn the flash, right? I mean, if he gets hit by the taunt, then Akali lands the free abilities and, oh.
Godfather.
Nice trade there. Yep.
Yes, certainly did. Had to respect it. Would have been dead otherwise. Or at least shrunk that significantly. Crab will be traded. Top for bot. There's the flash forward, and now he's looking for it. Straight onto Ziggs. You love to see it. That's what you wanted, and that's what they'll get.
Yeah, very decisive jungling, using the flash there. And it came down to them trying to deny the Scuttle Crab, but obviously in hindsight, it wasn't worth it, was it, Skimmy?
No, it certainly wasn't. You paid the ultimate price. Vision for a grey screen. And I think I know which one I would prefer. Get the ball rolling, get the first bloods.
Yep.
Azure looking to make it a bit of a premonition of what's to come.
And UT's... Oh,
oh okay, Bernard.
Wow.
I see you.
The emote as well.
Yeah,
emote
flex
to finish
after,
that one
hey.
up. Yeah.
Chef's
I was going to
kiss.
say, like, that 1v1 looked like it was Akali favoured. I mean, Akali looked like for that he was going to win that skirmish. Now, I was going to say, Troop has ultimate, and I swear it does not, so he didn't want that fight, I don't think. But, I mean, nice little solo kill picked up in the mid lane there. And I was going to say, if there's a man you want your first blood on, it's going to be UT on the Lucian. But on the same side of that coin, Bernard also picking first blood up in the mid lane. So it feels like it's going to be the battle of two titans, Bernard and UD now.
Once again, yeah, and it seems to be like the big focus of what both teams are going to try and achieve. And going to be a little bit harder for the likes of UD to play this one out. Not going to have the same protection as a Kaiser or a Zaya. There's another flash. The power and the presence of a Rammus when the ball is rolling, there's not much you can do about flash.
Yeah, I mean, I like to see the early flashes, right? The respectful flashes, because a lot of the times people take the CC, take the ability, take the damage, then they use the summoner spell. But, you know, in doing it early, he's allowed to stay in lane, he's still able to pick up the farm, and now he's just going to play a little more respectful until his flash comes off cooldown. But, I mean, it's good disciplined play from Shaco. Oh, and they've early.
It's a big force. It's a 5v4. Zig's going to do whatever he can to zone members away, chip their health bars low as they buy time for Camille to turn up. Might be enough here, as they now will get the inline track to look at taking Dragon itself.
Does feel like a little bit of a tough fight if you start this Dragon first though, right? Because, you know, if you start Dragon, you have Ziggs throwing skill shots at you, but if you start it, then the Braum and the Rammus CC is going to be a little bit too much, but it's a 4-man on the bot turret.
Okay, well, if there is a dance to take place, then I say, well, we've got the Ziggs, we'll just siege. We'll call your bluff, and we'll, you know, pounce upon your indecisiveness.
Yeah, and it's a very good decision there, and maybe even a pick on the back end.
Bomb goes out nice and earlier. Lornia now floating in the shadows in the mist. Moonfall comes out once again. Bernard still surviving, finds one, might fall on down for it. Eventually does. Trade goes across. It was Rammus that picked up that kill, but it isn't without Shaco finding himself a bit of the action. UT on the flash, on the flank, running away, hit a blast cone. Gives her back to the pit, but Shaco's there! Tactical sweep is not enough, but he might turn it around with a double tap. I'll swear, he's come in.
Oh!
Tactical sweep, auto attack, and
Shaco's
gone.
alive!
Shaco lives! This is illegal! How do they both live?
Illegal gaming. It's illegal gaming. There's no way that they should be alive after all of that. Literally one auto attack apiece. But I mean, you know, I guess if you want a consolation prize, Skimmy, it looks like you may get the dragon. May. But they won't be giving it away for free.
No, they won't. Quotation marks. Oh, it's risky. UT has respawned. He's already back. The dragon is still leashed, but finally will get reset.
They've dropped aggro. But they dropped aggro.
It's gone.
I mean, is it though? It looks like they're still trying to contest.
Back in they go.
And yeah, they're all back. Look.
This time JapanX starting things off. The dance continues. It's been up for 2 minutes. And, well, JapanX went for a siege bot lane with the satchel charge, and Azure answered back in mid lane instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tense game and dead even. It feels like these teams are very evenly matched in the terms of they both know what they want to do. You know, one time they got out macroed bot side, and the other time they picked up a mid turret in terms of macro. So it's just I guess a skill check on both ends, right? You make one good decision, we'll make another good decision. You know, you have one good team fight, we'll have a good team fight, but this might be the 5v5.
Oh, the bounce ult in there from Ramis. Looking to try and put up a steal. It's getting lower and lower. He stole it away. Azure Esports to pick the first dragon of the game.
Akali.
That's the Infernal Drink. Lots of damage. Akali can just clean house here now.
That's an
They
ace.
found one. They found two. But eventually all that tension had to come to a close. And now it's a dragon and probably now into a Herald 2.
Yeah, and that's just such a clean team fight from the Akali on the back end. Solar's out, Ziggs has absolutely no health. You know, they dove the backline JapanX, but they just forgot about their carries on the back end, and they were left isolated. So much damage coming out of Yudi, coming out of Akali, and it was just a really well executed team fight. Now they get double objectives, and I mean, it's a 2k gold lead, but that Rift Herald, right, that's gold in the bank. That's a minimum 1 turret, potentially 2. So we get the replay here. I mean, it's just UT free hitting, no damage on him whatsoever. Akali on the other end, and it's just an absolute cleanup.
Pretty good fight. It was bound to happen, but eventually they do find the breaking point. Enough with the respawn time is to then translate that into back-to-back neutrals. 2k lead, as you touch on. Feels like Lunia really seems to be in their comfort zone whenever they're on these assassins, because they're sneaking away kills in the early game, and enough so to have a lot of presence and pressure. Thing cause headaches for the likes of a squishy man, but I'm probably imagining that enjoy this game as once again a marked man.
It's really hard for him to play the game on this Ziggs. He needs to keep max distance, and to be honest, he actually needs to go in once all the cooldowns are initially burnt. Right, drop the Mega Inferno Bomb, you can still participate in that sense, but I mean, you genuinely have to wait. It's just so volatile, like he can't really disengage on his own versus the Akali. You know, Godfather's probably going to be there backing him up as well, but there's no peel from JapanX either, right? Like, you know, Camille doesn't really want to be just, Camille ulting the Akali, because there's not going to be that much value. She'll just pop Shroud, and then you're just playing a waiting game, and you're probably dying to Yuri on the back end. So there's a lot of questions that I guess, you know, JapanX really need to figure out the answer to.
So it feels like they want to be the team always with the front foot, getting aggressive, hitting that hexagon automated as you touch on, and guaranteeing that that person's locked in place. There's the CC, and there's just the one shot right off the bat to prevent Azure looking to then dive us as a result, as you highlight. So I'm keen to see how they can claw this one back, because now both have some very reliable split push tactics. You talk about top side between a Camille and a Jax, both can offer pretty much the same thing in that regard. The battle of the Trinity Forces.
Yeah. Right, if there's one thing that we learned last game, last game, it's when Bernard's on Diana, the game's never as good as done, and as he picks up that death cap, right? The damage that he's going to be able to output in a team fight is going to be scary. So again, 3k gold lead, obviously very favorable for the side of Azure Esports, and they should, I mean, in an ideal world, be able to close this out, right? Like in terms of if they play this game with enough discipline. But you know, that JapanX are just a little bit too good to say this game's, you know, smooth sailing all the way home, because they're going to find the engage. They're going to find a team fight that's favorable for them. It's just a matter of, you know, when, where, and what do they pick up instead.
Well, they're going to start by securing vision around the Baron pit. Picked up a Scuttle Crab. Trim the wave bot side, and Joy now going for a reset.
How did they say culling?
Looking to try and get the Baron pit. 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 Looking to try and get the Baron Starling comes out nice and early. Moonfall not burnt just yet, but there's the Crescent Guard to try and immune it. There's the Moonfall, but he's fallen on down before the forward damage can really come and shine. Lornia in trouble, does get Hexagon ultimatum, and then finds himself falling on down despite burning double sums. It is the Yuri show. It's just a reality. We're just living in this world right now because he's getting a double kill, but Ziggs and Chris, I mean, he could literally do it all right now. He's burnt the Mega Inferno. And members, 20%. It's the power of Ziggs.
It looks like it's going to be another dragon picked up by Azure.
The taunt.
Yep.
And very easy then for Godfather with the last bit of mana to hit that ability, guarantee that kill. They've also summoned a Herald in their face as well, so have some of that. You can deal with that one. We're running it back here for the second dragon of the game. But just due to the quick respawn timers, feels like whichever team falls down first always seems to come back and cause headaches.
Yeah, they might actually be able to deny this dragon. It looks like we might even just see another 5v5 over it, but that team fight there that played out started off the back end of Bernard getting caught. Trip ends up dying to disengage for him. But I mean, if either way, you lose your Zinzao, you lose your Diana, that's a big part of your composition that goes down. And they did a pretty good job, JPX, trying to recover their losses. But again, UT just goes untouched, and they're able to kite that one out. And, you know, it's almost we've never seen really a pure out-and-out 5v5 because it's always Azure Esports just finding a pick.
Might be another pick, but this time in favor of JPX. Everybody is here. Godfather can counter-strike, but he can't prevent death. Jelly jumps in, soaks up the world, and actually targets UT, forces out a Glacial Fissure to respond. Lunia late to rock up to this fight. The Crescent Guard, the Moonfall, everything come together, looking quite nice. People low. But ultimately, enough for Azure to stand strong and group up and punish the fact that you have no PL. And Ziggs can't do much more.
That looks like the best case scenario fight for JapanX FanClub, but they weren't able, off the Malphite ulti, to take down Yudi. He was able to kite back to the rest of his team, and I mean, for me, there's so much value in this Braum pick, right? It's 4 melee range champions just diving backline. He puts up the door, he procs a few of those Winter's Bites, and then what? And then you'll just CC'd, and they're kiting back, and they're putting off so much damage, and you're just really struggling. This is why I start to question the Malphite pick, because again, yes, Malphite maybe when he has more gold as a top laner or in a lane, he's able to withstand a lot more damage. But at the moment, he's just getting a knock up, not enough follow up. The person's kiting it out, and then Braum is just going to do so much more work in an extended team fight.
Yeah. I think you highlighted it beautifully, right? Between the Font of Life as well as the Winter's Fight, it is just allowing their members to say, topped up and healthy, weather the storm, and just live out this initial burst that can come their way. But JPX have really switched up the strategy, targeting these side lanes once again. Godfather from bot to top he goes. Shaken are going to get collapsed upon. Godfather is an absolute monster! Says, how dare you insult me? A flash forward counter-strike expires, but it guarantees the kills. Lornia that picks it up. And JPX feels like desperation is amongst it because now they're down 10,000 gold.
Now, this is Baron that almost looks like... Oh, the flash forward.
Flash on, another knock-up. Popper's a little bit too clean so far. Falls to the GA. Jelly can't do much. He is the support. But he has baited out 2 members. The bot lane of Azure locked in place. The rest hunting off the Zen. The procs the Afterlife, but gets sent packing once more. What did they find? They found 1 kill with Ziggs, but it's the Baron now.
And it looks like they took a little bit too much time, because they will maybe be able to make it back and at least contest them. And they won't get the Baron, but maybe they'll be able to take the fight and pick up a few of them as teleport comes on through. Culling does this Baron.
It's just ulting it to guarantee it. They want to race this one down. Everybody has it now. One final dance. Final fight. Look how far as Kali is running. Traveled across the entire map to secure that kill. Ultimately falls on down those Ziggs with a bomb to the face. They go for a trade. And 1 Baron buff has been removed.
Yeah, but I mean, you take that, right? You take the 1 Baron buff for 3 kills. In terms of value, in terms of what you gain from it, it's obviously far more worth for the side of Azure Esports, and they're able to pick up another turret. So this gold lead has just ballooned out. I mean, this is just in unrecoverable territory, Skinny. Malphite ult,
gold
1 person.
Is, yeah, a little bit scary. Yeah. Jelly, maybe frustration visualized there. A 1-man ult with nothing to follow it up. I mean, what's Trip going to do? He can't Mid inhib gone. Top inhib to follow. And really, the world is now, Azure's oyster. They can do whatever they like. They can just wait for these supers to end the game. And it really feels like they've come into the series, right? Nerves in the first game, maybe just not ready for the wombo combo, but they've clearly had some discussion and sussed out, this is how we address it.
Yeah, but I also think that in terms of the game itself, they've had better drafts, right? I feel like this Braum pick has just found so much value, and they've picked Braum pretty early, but it's been pretty telegraphed from JapanX, right? You draft this much melee range into the Braum's going to look like Faker. So, in saying all of that, it's just an uphill battle.
Well, games 1 and 2 were so close in terms of golds, but this one does feel like the biggest blowout of the night. Has the mental been broken? Has the composition itself just provided a little bit too much? Up go the ghosts, they know where they are. But here is the Elder Cloud Dragon.
Again, so hard to contest. I mean, the saving grace for them is that they do have a Zeke, so they do make the 50-50 extremely hard to smite away. So again, maybe we're seeing a lot of respect here from Azure Esports because of that. They don't want to risk giving the Dragon away for no apparent reason. I mean, they could almost just 5-man bot lane if they really wanted to with the pressure that they give minions. But it looks like they're going to play this one out slow, methodically, and just see what they can do with the pressure of these waves.
It's the benefit. When those inhibs don't respawn, you don't have to do anything. You know that the opposition are hunting for an invitation back into this game. They have to find something. 14k down, why would you not? Lornia on his own just takes it. Enjoy can't play the game, especially when Ziggs
build different.
He's not able to do much about this one. It's a double kill so far for Lornia. They've taken out 2 more. A really solid performance here by Azure. And now working their way towards the Nexus just to put a bow on it. The quickest game of the night. Trip versus the world. Back down to the angelic form of a GA, reviving. We're not going to find a different outcome. GG Azure take the series.
What a huge win this is for the team, for the organization coming into this week. Obviously picking up the team, and they've been rewarded with the faith. 2-1 victory, and it was just a fantastic performance against, you'd have to say, the team that were the favorites coming into this one.
Certainly are, and big upset now for what really has been an interesting night, seeing sort of the top 2 teams now going to this one where it looks like maybe Org buff is just enough. Quite honestly, they've clearly had an idea of how to play this one out, and so much so that the Rammus is actually going to pick up the MVP. A flawless game. And I mean, whenever we were watching him, always rolling, always causing flashes.
Yeah, 6-0, 16, and I feel like the game is always in good stead when you have a Wit's End on Rammus. I feel like when you're able to build that item as well as a BF sword, yeah, why not? I mean, the game's as good as done. I mean, Lornia doesn't have the prettiest of KDAs, but the last team fight there on the back end, picking up 2 kills onto the side of both carries for JapanX FanClub. Godfather, for me, had a much more solid performance compared to how he started game 1 for him. Probably shook the nerves, came into his own, and started to have some really good performance on these real side lane carries, Wasn't your traditional, your Garen tank. It was the Jax, the Fiora, the Bruisers, and solid performance for him. But Yudi, for me, probably missed the consistent on this team, as well as Pop.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see those narratives build around, right? The fact that we were saying maybe it's just the UT show, but then the rest of the team really showcased what they were about. That Pop was the silent achiever. I think the one that really got the ball rolling across the series, not playing a different champion at all, but respecting the fact that they have Wombo, they have a big agenda to run at us. So we're just going to draft enough champions that can apply that Winter's Bite and prevent them from fully executing upon it. So this is a team now to keep your eye on, because they've certainly got carry positions and personalities from lane to lane. And I mean, as you say, Jubes, if Rammus is able to get a Wit's End, he's able to do more damage than anybody on JPX.
I was about to say that. Look at the Rammus damage, 15k damage.
That's crazy.
That's a lot, because I don't know if he picked up the Wit's End like at the end and he didn't really get to utilize it. I didn't really take stock of his items because I didn't think he would be building something like that. But I mean, that's a wild amount of damage. But I guess it just goes to show that he's probably in those team fights landing multi-man taunts, creating all of that, I guess chaos, having people focus him where his carries can really shine. Yuti with 23k damage. Obviously, Braum, we're not going to see stand out in terms of damage, but the kill participation and team fights he was involved in is enough. And then the Akali, as well as the Jax, rounding out the numbers, some pretty significant numbers, and especially when you compare them to their counterparts, like you touched on. I mean, the only one that's even in a realm of, or I guess the same realm, is Enjoy with Yuti, because Enjoy had a pretty good game himself, but, you know, you can't really compare Trip to I swear. You know, Bernard even didn't have a good game when you compare him to Lornia, and then Godfather obviously had such a solid performance, literally doubling Shaco's damage.
I mean, look at Shaco's damage in comparison to the support, right? He's doing less than a support Malphite. That is really rough, and really telling for the fact that he soaked up the most damage on his team. He was just always focused. But I like the point you mentioned about Enjoy. Games 2 and 3, the Assassin, right for him. Unable to play the game, not going to have any fun, but really still put out the most damage. And I think that's a testament to how individually solid a player that they are. So, JapanX fall down on the night. That'll be their first defeat in this top 8. But here are some of the moments that kind of defined it in game number 3 for me. The fact that they are diving deep like this, setting themselves up for success, allowing the Ziggs to try and reign supreme, but an uphill battle to say the least.
Yeah, and it felt like, again, the team who really wins the first team fight ultimately ends up losing the next one because they don't have enough time to get the Dragon and get out of dodge. And this is kind of what we saw time and time again. And Azure Esports were just the beneficiaries of that. You know, they were always the ones that respawned, got there in time, picked up the rest of the kills in those team fights, and just took over. And I mean, you see Enjoy on the back end there. He's literally flashing walls just to get away from the Jax. And it's just a really good comp. And I mean, again, probably said it a lot, but the Braum is just MVP. The last 2 replays that we've seen, look at him, puts up the door, uses the ultimate, and is creating so much distance.
And that's the moment right there that you were critical on, the fact that it's a one-man ult from Jelly onto Yuti. He can flash away and still not die. He just gets the kills. Yeah. It does not matter. But there you can see the reason why this Rammus is so influential. Pretty much every play is him rolling on in. If you don't have a flash, you're as good as gone by that point. If you got yourself a 10k lead, I can't cross-map travel, but an order to the head takes her out. And that just sort of shows that his role this game was remove Enjoy, make sure he doesn't have fun, and we will have tilted them.
Yeah, Enjoy did not enjoy, that's fair to say. I mean, this is the Nexus falling down here. They picked up another kill, just padding a little bit of stats there. But, I mean, you know, for me, it was just a really good performance and something that we didn't expect. But I guess that's what's to be excited. This is what gets us excited because these teams go away. They actually put in the effort. And whilst they're maybe not the favorites coming into the series, they do enough work. And it's almost like the humble, you know, you're humble, you turn up, you do your job, and then teams start to talk about you and you start to make a name for yourselves. And speaking of, you know, people making names for themselves, we're going to go to the MVP, Skimmy.
Yep, let's see who did get the MVP on this occasion. I'm sure there's a few numbers, names running around there. It could be the decider. Has to be Lornia. Had to be Lornia. Those games 2 and 3 really, for me, set the tone of the series afterwards, right? The fact that you can get ahead on the Zeds and then just translate that into a second back-to-back performance. Fell down early, went for the turret trade into Bernard, but ultimately it was still that much of a nuisance come the mid to late.
Yeah, I mean, he even probably made a point of his Zed being MVP as well. Like, both games that they won, I'd say he was the MVP, right? In this particular game on the Akali, the KDA is insane. The damage dealt is very good when you think, you know, this is an assassin, so he's not getting free damage poking targets. He actually has to be in there, in harm's way to do damage. And even the kill participation, right? 71%. Not getting a bunch of assists from AoE damage, but the fact that he's able to have such high KP is a fantastic performance from him.
Certainly was, and now another team to watch, and I'm sure the other players out there getting themselves ready to take on this team will start to wonder, all right, I see you guys. I think I've got an idea as to how we can look to try and address things and take you down, because they seem to be pretty content to grind on in with a draft and into a series. I'm not going to be too deterred by an early blowout to start the night off with. But that does it for the second matchup here of the night. It was a good one. It was, you know, a matchup that was sort of expected to be JPX favored, but on the night they weren't able to close things out. And after this one, Jubes, we got ourselves another matchup, and it is going to be Wealth by God taking on No Honor. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motor. motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up. When you found me like that, I was doing not bad, didn't care about you. I was high as fuck, wasn't looking for love or anything new. It ain't funny, little devil in disguise, think you got me, yeah. You're so naughty, I feel something leaping into my body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it, in the other part I'm recovering. And I love what you done, you made me fall too fast. Wait. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is that I need your love so bad. Now I'm lying in bed, stupid thoughts in my head, got me thinking of you. If you let me know lies, slowly losing my mind. Are you feeling this too? Don't be sorry, you're my angel in disguise. Yeah, you got me. Yeah, it's be naughty. Wanna put my body next to your body. Cause you shut me in the heart, can't get over it. In the other part, I'm recovering. Look what you done, you made me fall too fast. Look what you done, I'm going mad. You shut my heart, the only is that I need your love so bad.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
We're halfway through the night, and that does mean we're now leading into the third matchup of the night. I was muted, that happens. But we're back. My name is Skimmy, this is Juice. He's cracking up, and for good reason too, because we've had some banger series. There's a 2-0, a 2-1, and potentially now a chance for us to see what the team known as Wealth by God look like. They're the only other team that we've yet to see in action. They'll be taking on No Honor in just a second for another best of 3. And I mean, I'm sort of keen to see what these teams look like that didn't get the spotlight on them because they've had a chance to try and hide some strategies, perhaps, right? Unless that sort of information was passed around through scrims and so on. But maybe now a chance to, show what they're made of and sort of why they deserve to be here because they come in as the 4th seed, whereas No Honor come in as the 7th, Jubes. Yeah, and I mean, potentially not a big gap in skill by 4th and 7th, right? Both of it's probably a one-game swing either way. And we don't know much about Wealth by God. We did see quite a few games of No Honor. And No Honor on their day looked like quite a good team. Ready to take it to or any of the good teams that we have in this competition. But Wealth by God, I guess, like you said, that anomaly we don't know much about at the moment. Well, we'll get to see them as a breakdown in just a second. But before then, it's interesting to note really how tonight has transpired with a battle at the top of the table, as close as it comes. The battle just before on your screen that if you did miss went all the way to a third game where drafts were really catered towards looking to shut down and a wombo combo. And maybe we'll get that from this team too, especially when your top lane is called Carnage, your jungler coming in here as Baga, mid lane as William Jai, as the AD carry is M Godfrey double Z, bit of a tongue twister that one. So that's the support as Goldhammer. Now, Jubes, I know we've got ourselves a bit of a internal caster tier list of teams. This one seems to be one that is going to cause us some stumbles. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to cast, isn't it? I feel like I'm just going to be calling him M-God. Or is that M-God sounds like a winner, isn't it?
Yeah, M-Gods. I feel like that's the name that he's getting. He's receiving. Yep. Unless there's a team fight that is just so dragged out, you can say M-God 3ZZ. Then maybe that one works. But a little bit of synergy. It feels like a bit of name synergy in the bot lane. M-God 3ZZ with Goldhammer as well. So William Jai's just decided I'm going with the full name. That's it.
Yeah, it might actually be his full name. We'll have to find out on that one. But this is a team that, as we said before, has had a bit of a journey to get here to the qualifiers. They had a 1-2 result up against Team Don't Feed, another 2-0, another 2-0, and then a 2-0 up against Kraken as well. So they certainly got themselves some impressive results deserving of that top 4 spot. But Juves, no one on the other side. We know a lot more about this team. We saw Australia in the top lane play a lot of that Aurelia and Popov, Yanni, back-to-back games as Graves, and really proved that he may just be the Graves player. Chum the Waters also copping a few respect bans on the Fizz, whereas Runts and Fujin didn't really steal the spotlight as much, but might have a chance tonight.
It's one of those teams we didn't see too much versatility in how they draft. They weren't really, their hand wasn't forced during last week. They got the Fizz when they wanted it. They got the Graves when they wanted it. Australia got his champions, and they just stuck to it. They didn't really show us, I guess, anything else other than, their first picks and what they wanted to be available. So we'll have to see, if the Graves is going to be taken away, if the Aurelia is going to be banned, is the Fizz going to be taken off the table? Because then we'll start to see what they're really made of. How deep do their champion pools go?
And I think we saw sort of an interesting form check from them across that night where they went up against different opposition, be it Team Don't Feed or then later on the Chosen one, where whilst Yanni did get the MVP on one of those series, he in later series almost fell down as a result, perhaps being too predictable or having to be a bit of a star of the show to try and bridge that first 10 minutes. It was falling down, was getting outplayed by the likes of Pantheons or Lee Sins, and just not able to contribute as much. So I'll be curious to see if another week practice has meant that new champions, new ideas, not to feel so vulnerable, but now we're into pick and ban.
Riven was another ban that we saw pretty much every game against Yanni, even Australia, right, if they can be flexed into the top lane. Diana being banned away, obviously we've seen how that one goes for a lot of teams when they leave that champion open. The team fight influence is just a little bit too good. Twisted Fate, that's one we haven't seen much of today, right, that I thought maybe we would see a little bit more of just because of the priority that it was put on in week 1. But again, maybe some teams have just decided, you know, this isn't it, this isn't worth it, especially when we're going to be giving away the Oriana, the Corki and things of that nature.
Good to see where things do go from here. I've actually just noted from last week's action that it was Panda in the bot lane for No Honor, so not made it here today. Fujin picking up the spot instead, so we'll get to see if he plays anything different. We saw the likes of Alistair and Blitzcrank, very bruiser-heavy champions from Panda. It seems to be that enchanters are the way, though, in Wild Rift, so those will be available as Teemo has banned away a whole bunch. If this is locked in as the first pick, I tell you what, this would be a statement.
That'd be hilarious. We haven't seen a Teemo yet either. But I mean, the Braum priority is just a little bit too good. What I want to see into the early pick Braum is an Enchanter though, because your lane's very good. You outscale the Braum and you can pick a hyper carry somewhere else. I mean, like the Corki. So again, Enchanter pickup wouldn't be a terrible thing here. Renekton probably going to go into that Camille, and I mean, if there's anything we've learned about the Renekton is it's such a powerful and dynamic pick.
Yeah, I think there was that one Renekton game where we saw him rock up to the first dragon, get himself a quadra kill, and it kind of just was the cherry on top to say that this game is done. Enchanter could have been an option, could have fared very nicely into the Braum lane to get themselves into a stable position. They've opted for that Bruiser bashing and gone for the Alistair, but the response by Wealth by God, they've gone for a Draven, and I'm starting to get excited a bit about sort of what this team's identity is.
Yeah, I definitely like both drafts, right? Both have some very obvious win conditions. But, you know, for the most part, they all revolve around the 5v5. I mean, Camille's going to be in the jungle most likely. The Jax will probably have a better time into the Renekton in the 1v1. Obviously, Corki and Oriana, you know, we're no strangers to those matchups. But for me, the one point of focus, I guess, in these drafts where I would love to focus is going to be the Ezreal Alistair into the Braum Draven. The Braum Draven is going to be fairly favored in this lane, right? If you're able to land the tag, the Winter's Bite onto the Alistair, then he's just going to get run down by the Draven, and the base damage, the base ratios from the Draven is just so high that if you can get going, it's just going to be a really early night for the other team. I mean, they have the Renekton too, so for me, this composition just screams early game aggression, early game dragons, and some fights in the river.
It just sounds to me as if they're saying, we're a team that want to get this one done nice and quick. We've had some 25-minute games tonight, kind of crazy in that regard. But it seems like a team that says, we're going to live and die by the sword that is early in that first dragon. That's going to set the tone. That will pretty much guarantee us that it's going to be a 2-0. Because you'd have to say that Wealth by God are coming into this one as the favourites. They are the unknown quantity, at least with the broadcast. But No Honor could be looking to cause them a bit of an upset here tonight. Let's jump into the game. See how a third match of the night starts off. Does look like in the bot lane it wasn't a Braum. We've been juke. He locked himself in with the Fresh instead. So with that being said, does that change the bot lane and how it may play out, do you think?
Yeah, it makes the lane again a little more volatile because you now have the target of the Ezreal as well. So we'll have to wait and see how this one plays out. It's the Draven and Bone quantities because we haven't seen them in competitive play, at least in this competition. So we'll have to see, you know, do they have the prowess on those types of champions to make it work? And as I say that, the hook lands already. Yep.
Oh, you say it, and one axe is caught, and one axe goes out, and well, straight away, Ezreal's feeling the pain of that one, straight to the fruit. And locked underneath his turret, and gonna really have to be on point here with those mystic shots to try and keep this very aggressive bot lane at bay.
They look so cool too in the bot side, right? Like the Draven and the Thresh as a pair. Look how scary they look.
Off to the Shadow Isles they go.
So far, so good in the bot side. I mean, one hook lands, one hook misses, but you've got the health advantage. You've even got the fruit to fall back on. So early bit of vision placed as well. So no danger in getting ganked by the Camille. Surely he's been spotted now. Might even see a flay forward here.
Trill has no items. That's interesting. So might get punished as a result of that one as well.
Yeah.
He's already working his way towards that Gromp, but bot lane for Wolf by God. Perhaps the invitation to try and steal it away. Decide that, you know, we're not going to take that risk just yet. We're going to bide our time. We'd actually wait for Wukong to rotate down before we look to make that first move.
Yeah, definitely. With the sweeper, he misses that ward that was placed, and this Renekton's already having a very good time in this lane. Jax does take, you know, some levels into the Counter-Strike before he starts to take over, but once he does, obviously Jax is going to be very hard to stop, so you do need to get these kind of early leads in the laning phase as the Renekton to really stop Jax from scaling and winning that 1v1, as we're going to see lots of aggression here.
Oh, he just doesn't miss. Goldhammer a little bit too good right now. A two-man Flayer headbutt and a pole to try and prevent that, as Fujin does receive the Ignite. And without any fruit there, is going to be very susceptible now to either a dive or just an all-in. Oh, that fall for 2 seconds, because now topside, a cross-map play. No Honor also looking for that first blood, flashing forward to secure it. Who gets it? It's actually going to be a trade. It's going to be a double. No, it's not. No. Oh, Shy has to burn the flash and the barrier. And Carnage nearly the hero on the night.
Yeah. He played that extremely well, right? I was waiting for like a Triumph proc or something like that. But yeah, ends up surviving. Not surviving, sorry, but trading 1-for-1. And the wave is in a very good spot for him. So, you know, so far for the side of Wealth by God, that you'd have to consider that a pretty big win.
Huge win. That's phenomenal. And maybe a big reason why the Renekton finds so much value when played so beautifully. It can get a trade like that. Have the most gold in the game now, and he's going to be a massive factor there to try and deal with when he rocks up to this first objective.
Even in terms of the EXP, he's ahead. First Dragon's been started already. Package has been picked up, so obviously looking for a contest. But it might be too late.
Do they look to try and force this one? Do they look to try and put up a steal here? Carnage locked inside the base. It's going to be a 4v5. This is actually not a fight to even break out. No one to rock up, decide against it. Back to lane, another package. Won't be used for the Dragon. Could now be used to get a nice lane state instead.
That's disappointing for me, right? When you have the Corki peak, when you have the package, you're not really able to contest because your timing's off, your reset timer is a little bit slow, so you can't be happy with that one. And I mean, they're not even really contesting the Rift Herald, so huge win across the board for Wealth by God, you know. And it's not like this is a surprise. They genuinely crossed through mid lane. You know, in terms of the early laning phase, obviously it's in favor of Wealth by God, and they're just getting punished now.
There it is again. Now they have to try and force their hand bot side. M-Gods did a phenomenal job of respecting the fact that he was weak side. But no one do manage to find that kill, committing 4 members towards it. But I tell you what, Wealth by God will be feeling happy about their chances. They've taken 1 turret, they found that kill. Now they've still got a Herald, and they've got 4 members strong. They can look to push this. And we've seen moments like this happen before, Jubes, where you get this one down and potentially can even tease a very early bit of damage towards that inhibitor.
Yeah, but they're showing good discipline to back off here and let that one fall. And I guess the one kind of positive out of that for the side of No Honor was the fact that the Draven did die, right? So he's no longer sitting on the Adoration stacks.
Sure.
And that's just the one positive. But I mean, across the board, right? Renekton's up 1,000 gold. The Wukong's up 1,000 gold, so your jungle top lane are just so strong. And I mean, it's the Renekton and Wukong are really going to take over the game. And they've already got 1 dragon to their name, so I dare say it's going to be like a dragon stacking game, you know. And at what point are No Honor going to be strong enough to contest? Because with the relative strength of these champions at the moment, it is going to be a tough time in the river to contest.
Yeah, I don't think you want to fight anytime soon, especially with your Ezreal and Camille needing a little bit more time on their side to really come into their own and be a force to contend with. It's going to give chance, though, for Wealth by God, and particularly M-Gods, to try and stack up once again between the minions and the catching of those axes to then cash in with a huge adoration afterwards. Is a big reason you play the champion, right? You want a strong early game. You see that characterized by the fact they've gone for this in a Renekton. The late game potential then with the Orianna and the ability not to fall victim to any dancing with the Fresh and the Wukong, just to hard force that fight.
Nice little bit of vision control in this river too. You can tell what Wealth by God are playing for now. You know, they want to collapse on this mid lane, either take mid turret or just set up real early for this dragon. Might even see a blue buff contest here too. Ping's on the way to that dragon. Corki package should be up as well.
For the meantime, Arno runs, has gone face checking. The Mystic Shot doesn't connect. Beautiful position there by the Wealth of God bot lane, and now they might find himself a second kill and steal away the blue buff too. Extra comes it out nice, nearly another beautiful death sentence. He'll follow that one. He'll chuck a lance and bring the boys with him and say, let's have a feast. It's a field day for us. And God's now soaking up a lot of damage from the Corki, down to half, and a disengage now to follow. Back to that bot lane, not before Carnage says I can 1v2. I did it top lane, I'll do it again. He's taking a Corki, and what can Alistair do? True Shot Barrage will not connect the tower. It's still hitting him. He just doesn't care.
Yeah, this is the first game we've seen from them, and so far I'm impressed. I mean, the way they're utilizing this Thresh pick to make picks on this bot lane of No Honor, it's just a fantastic sight to see. I mean, that's aggression, right? That turret was still up there, that tier 1 turret, and they managed to find a pick in that tri-bush that you're looking at just there. So looks like it's also going to be a dragon that goes over to them too, because I don't know how you can test this with the deficit that you find yourself in.
Might be the most aggressive early game team we've found in the top 8 so far tonight. Wealth by God clearly filling themselves 8 minutes in, already up by close to 5,000. This time, another package. But it doesn't seem like No Honor, as you rightly mentioned, have the presence of mind to really even put up a fight here.
Well, it's 5k, but, you know, or it's 6k now, but the 6k may as well feel like 10k, because you're up against the Renekton, you're up against Wukong, you're up against Draven, and when they spike much earlier than the Corki, then the Ezreal, then the Camille, then the Jax even. So it just feels so much more oppressive than it may be, and then you start to kind of turtle and fall into your shell, and then you ultimately end up doing nothing, and then by the time you've done, you've scaled and hit the items that you think, oh wow. By the time you've hit those items, the game's just as good as done, and you've said goodbye. Like, it's an Infinity Edge Bloodthirst onto this Draven, and Ezreal just has a Manamune.
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst case scenario for an Ezreal. We knew it was going to be a rough bot lane. We thought maybe they'd go for an Enchanter to try and make things a little bit nicer to play around, have a clear vision to go for, but I feel like this Alistair is going to be an exhaust spot this game. He's going to try and hit that Pulverize, look to try and lock down a key target and say, can we survive? Do we have the scaling? Do we have the double bruises? Do we have the mechanics in the Jax Camille to pull this thing through? But, oh my God, drafted early and winning it early.
Yep, and I like to see it, you know. I feel like what we've seen in the Wild Rift so far has been a lot of scaling, just falling back onto that scaling. And they've said, you know what, we will just play early game aggression. You can pick whatever you want, and we'll win the game in the first 10 minutes. And they've started a Baron at 10 minutes, and the hook lands.
Really have. It has indeed. Goldhammer really impressed me so far with this fresh pick. He's going to cop a lot of damage right now. The box has to go down. The 50-50 is still available. They're going to jump in and try and contest this one. It's getting lower and lower, but it's not going to be stolen away, is it? We don't know just yet. The kills are coming through. No, it has been stolen away. No Honor has picked it up, but not without losing every single member for it.
Red team champion slain.
Funnily enough, it actually said that Draven picked up the Baron. I looked that time, but then it actually then says it got stolen. So I don't know. But anyway, I mean, you say it's worth it because you deny the Baron, but you also get aced in the process. So it doesn't really swing the gold lead too much, because you do get gold from picking up that Baron buff, and they did pick up a few kills, big kills on the back end. Like Draven does fall down here to the Ezreal. So little victories, I guess. But, you know, it's a 10k gold lead now. Turrets fell after that Baron, after that Ace. And it's looking grim because, Skimmy, the only thing stopping Wealth by God from ending the game now is one turret. One turret, which is basically one team fight. It's 11 minutes in, but one team fight, you know, you'd have to say, potentially that's as good as done. And I mean, the fact that Thresh is farming the Krugs there makes me think Draven is just a few gold away from a very, very big item.
I'm terrified, really, of this bot lane. They are incredibly strong. They have both been really impressing me, but I've been loving what Carnage has been bringing to the table so far. Ooh! This time, not going to fall victim to it. Maybe.
And I like the draft. I really love the draft. You know, the Thresh, the Draven, the Renekton. I mean, they've just said, you know what, we believe we're better players. We're just going to win the game there. Oh, wow. Even though Oriana's just too strong now.
Yeah, despite no kills, has been in on 90% of the action. 7 assists. Feels like a bit of a support Oriana, but been quietly achieving a lot of gold individually as well. 2-item power spike. Another dragon.
So they are going to contest this one, by the looks of it.
Well,
but how do you?
This would put you on a potential soul point here. And I just don't think no one have enough left to try and hold on out. They don't want to leave chance. Yes, they want to scale. Yes, they want time, but they won't be granted. A third dragon picked up. Ali on his own, tries to go for the 5-man pulverize, but falls on down instantly. It's already a 10k deficit. Now it's a 4v5. He's on his own. Australia against the world. He's a patriot. He's got the flag flying, but he can't do much when the counter-strike falls on down. Can't prevent all this 80 damage coming his way. Carnage! Fitting to his name. Flash, Slice, and Dice. Gets a triple kill, and he is dominating.
No, not a quadra. Draven picks up a kill on the back end, but this Croc is just a little bit too big for his boots, and this is going to be game. 13 minutes, maybe the quickest game that we've seen in a long time. Arguably, I think maybe the whole competition.
What a team! I am so excited about Wolf by God's prospects. 16 minutes in, the game is done, and they said, we'll draft early, we'll win early, we're just better.
And it's a volatile composition to draft too, because, you know, if you do lose that laning phase in the early game, in anywhere, really, like you lose the Renekton matchup, you're in trouble. You lose the Draven matchup, you're in trouble. There's nothing to fall back on, right? It's volatile as it gets, but they just made it work, and it didn't even look like they were in trouble, you know, at any point in the game. There was no real, I guess, avenue for no Honor to play through. No, I couldn't say to you in that game, yeah, this was the place. It was just across the board, a real dominant performance.
I think when we saw how clean that 1v2 dive was, the fact that he can get that trade, you're thinking, okay, this is a player to keep your eye on. This is a reason he's going to get himself the MVP, because that was his only death. 7-1-3 on the night. He got himself all the gold in the game and proved that top laners can actually carry.
He definitely did, and I mean, even like across the board, right? Obviously Carnage with the MVP, and I think very deserving. But I mean, if there was ever a case for a support to get MVP, I'd say it would have to be the Thresh. The way that he was landing those hooks early in lane. And it's not an easy lane for the Thresh, because Ezreal's Arcane Shift does make it a little bit of a tough time. It gives you maybe one hook target, that being the Alistar, but he still made it work. Hook and hook again, even after lane, when fighting around these dragons. He was just such a menace. And then, you know, even the Wukong on the back end, he actually got his death in the last team fight, where he traded his life to get a little bit of follow-up damage and CC. So, I mean, 0-0-12 Oriana, probably not what you want to see if you're an Oriana player or a mid lane main in general, but he did his job, still did a significant amount of damage, which we'll toggle to shortly, just to see, I guess, the rest of the damage stats. But, yeah, I mean, you look at the KDA on the side of no Honor, and again, KDA is not everything. It's not necessarily a telling stat, but it just looks rough.
It does look rough, and it wasn't a game really for him to be the star of the show on, but he certainly was able to get it with the team and be a part of something, which was domination. The most damage in the game, or at least really from Wolf by God, I should say, was the Renekton. But on the opposite side, I mean, it is kind of to be expected, right? If you have yourself a Corki and Ezreal, they can certainly get up there. They've got the chip damage, they've got the poke. But when you fall down by 10k, the poke becomes the tickle, which becomes nothing.
Yeah, I mean, the Jax 3k says it all, right? Like, that's kind of how the lane went, and that's kind of how the game went. You know, because Australia, in his own right, from what we saw last week, is a good player for this team, you know, especially on the Aurelia, on the Garen even. But I mean, this game, he could never really get going. And when you do that turret dive and trade, his wave wasn't in a good spot in the early levels, and he definitely was made to suffer. So it's just a really rough game across the board. But the good thing about a best of 3 skimmy is you're able to dust yourself off, you're able to reset, and you're able to go again in game 2. But we're about to jump into some post-analysis and really break down, I guess, where this game went wrong or right for Wealth by God.
Yeah, I think for me,
But
this
yeah.
is where I really got excited, right? The fact that you can get that trade on the shoulder, it's like, hang on a minute, he's lived, has to burn double summoners, and then can't do anything more in that exchange. The fact that a cross-map play happened there, you saw bot side, but then I mean, elsewhere on the map, it was top side with the Herald to get 2 turrets. The Baron here also, I mean, it gets stolen away, but it felt like you're just delaying how quickly you got beaten in that one-sided match.
Yeah, you'd almost think like giving that Baron away and not dying and keeping 5 members alive, you'd have a better chance of taking an optimal 5v5. But they just fall here. And I mean, there's so much disruption being made by the Wukong. He does go on the red carpet and ultimately fall down. But he creates, again, all of that space for his carries to do all the damage. And this is it. This is the match-winning push. Carnage just flashes forward and just kills 2 people at once. And this is it. This is just that simple as game.
It's a highlight reel. Welcome,
yeah.
Welcome to the big screen, really, isn't it? You know, why not put on a performance and say hi, mum, to everybody watching at home? Because you know, that's a game you can be happy about. That can almost send a message not only to the opposition here tonight, but to the other teams saying, you know, you need to keep an eye on us because we're a real contender in this top 8. What is the signal? Game number 2, not too far away. We'll see you back in 5 minutes.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
I see the colors of your soul and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are 2 hearts that beat in time. And the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or outside, stay up all night. It'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator, let them know. Wait up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Wealth by God announced themselves into the scene here with a very convincing Game 1 performance and a situation where you draft early, you win early, and you say, we are just flat out, Juice, a better team.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a decisive game. First game that we've seen from them, on broadcast. And what a pleasant surprise. What a pleasant surprise. Sure. I wasn't expecting it. You know, I feel like we've kind of devolved into like the Oceania, slow-paced, corky type meta, but they just said, "No, you know what? We got different ideas. We got better ideas, and here you are. Here's the Draven. Here's the Renekton. Here's the Thresh," and they just made it work.
They certainly did. I mean, the bans against them were Diana, Xin Zhao, as well as the Kaiser, and you're starting to wonder, okay, well, where do you actually fit the Renekton into the mix of things? Because it was a case of topside being strong, it was a case of bot lane being strong, and whilst William in the mid lane as the Orianna didn't get any kills, he got a perfect, flawless 0-0-12 scoreline, and was, certainly proficient enough to cause problems of his own. So we'll get to see now. No Honor going to get the blue side instead. This time going to get themselves first pick priority. And we'll see if any of these bans do get changed up.
Might be a classic case of needing to first pick Renekton. Like, if the champion is that viable for Carnage, and he's able to just get leads like that, in any case or any scenario, then you do feel like it has to be maybe one of those ones where you take it away.
Love to see Chun the Waters back on the champion
that
can roam. Yep, there it is. Okay, so Renekton's taken away.
What ban?
Twisted Fate was the last one from Wealth by God. What is actually replaced though? It was a Kaiser ban instead of Renekton last game. So what does this mean? Twisted Fate take it away. Okay, so maybe Chum the Waters can run it back and play something like the... Oh, well, he could just go for the Corki. Corki obviously is just so strong. Run it back, why not? I was wondering, perhaps the Fierce, perhaps the Galio, which is now going to be hovered by the opposite team. Locked in.
Yeah, Galio Kaiser. Kaiser's a weird one, a funny one, because it's not you don't call it an engage. It's not an engage. But if she's able to find some backline access, she gives Galio the backline access too, right? And they kind of go in tandem where your Kaiser, who's normally very squishy and is susceptible to just getting one shot, becomes that little bit more durable and gives Galio access to the backline. But the Darius being picked up.
Darius into Camille once more, so the Graves is completely off the menu, it seems, for the Yanni, and they want to run it back once again with this double bruiser setup, looking to try and get themselves ahead early and not fall victim to a 10k deficit where you literally can't do much by that point. So I'm curious to see how they round things out here, because Wolf by God, Orina Wukong, solid performance there from Burger last time, why not? Actually, no, J4 instead.
No, J4, yeah, I was going to say, when we've seen Jarvan, famously, Jacuzzi Dogs played the Jarvan, right? And it looked so good in the early game. So for me, I mean, the Jarvan makes a lot of sense. You got that wombo combo. You're giving Galio access to the back line. The Kennen now as well. I mean, it's just beautiful. A draft that, the draft that just says we're ready to go, man. Like, you know, get the R buttons ready. Dragon comes up. We'll have a fight. We'll have a skirmish, and we'll see who comes out on top. And this really feels like what Wealth by God are.
I mean, it just feels like Exodia, knowing what they did in last game as to how they can play things out. Of course, the Oriana, imagine locking it in as a final champion. You have literally got so many ways to start a fight now. And no one are going to round things out with a Tristana as well as an Alistair. So once again, a game with no Enchanter, a lot of bruisers looking to try and start things up, disrupt the Wombo. But they are relying on scaling again. Tristana and Corki, you know, they want time.
And it does feel like it's a little bit hard for your Camille, for your Darius to play the game. They're running into CC from the Galio, CC from the Kennen, CC from, help me out here.
The Oriana, the Galio,
Oriana.
the Kaiser,
I went blank.
J4.
I went blank. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. I went very blank when I didn't see it. So, no, but like, there's just so much CC that they're going to get kited. They're going to get kited. They really need to find those backline flank angles where Darius maybe starts to fight off auto-attacking or at least trying to get the pullback onto a priority target, because if you're just playing your front to back, they might run into a little bit of problems trying to get to the back.
Yeah, I mean, there's a potential if fights do go their way for the, you know, the guillotine to definitely come into its own and find resets and cause headaches, cause problems. We'll have to wait and see if it unfolds in that manner, because as it stands for our third match of the night, it's Wolf by God that lead the best of 3 series.
Yeah, and the pressure's on. It's do or die now. Oh, love that emote.
Some good emotes in Wild Rift, I'll have to say.
Yeah.
It's certainly got its own emote meta.
Good trade there from Chum the Waters just to start the early lane off.
I've seen this matchup play a few times before, and Hawkies can be quite keen to push their advantage.
This is not an easy lane for Darius. You're just perma-stunned, perma-CC'd, and then when you do break through that, it's ultimate time from the Kennen, and then you're stunned again. So you'd have to say it's going to have to be influenced by the Camille, and Yanni is pathing that way.
Certainly is. Started at red, working his way up towards blue now. Going to be interesting to see how Australia can play this one out. Has opted for the Ignite, full-on aggression, as opposed to Carnage on the Kennen with the barrier. So you are going to need all the damage that they can find. Need to ensure that Darius doesn't get too chipped out before dives. There is no vision protecting him so far, so he is vulnerable for a few moments longer.
Good trade. Feels like these two in bot lane for Wealth by God are real standouts as well, right? Just in terms of how they 2v2 lane, and you know, when we're seeing them trade, they definitely know the limits. They know when they can go in, when they can't, and I think the Galio in support is a very good pick into the Alistair. Because if Alistair ever goes in and combos the Kaiser, you have one of two decisions to make. You can then CC Tristana, who's probably going to rocket jump in to follow up, or you can just kite back with your AD carry and use the CC in a defensive manner. So you definitely got options.
Yeah, and I think, you know, breaking down that point even further, it's nice the fact that it's basically shutting down the fact that, you know, Tristana and Alistair want to jump in, want to make the move, want to bully you out, but you can hit one taunt and they can't do much about it. So now, no one are thinking, what do we do? Do we just play the farm? Do we wait until, you know, those dragons and whatnot that we've seen be so influential in the past? But does that now give Will Fight God that sort of early game advantage again?
Yeah, well, you can't really underestimate the return damage of the Galio 2 with the passive, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that bot lane matchup. And now this is where I start to see, I guess I start to wonder how this game's going to transpire, because both junglers have ultimates available now, and they're both kind of top side of the map, but look how hard this lane is getting for the Darius now. Like, he's already eaten the plant, I believe, the fruit, so he's going to have to reset. It is watered. And looks like they want to stay and maybe even just take the fight. Doesn't look like a fight they can win though.
Yeah, this is risky, isn't it? They're playing on vision, both of them, playing a little dance. I mean, Darius is so low. This is our concern when the gank does come top side. Is Darius healthy enough to even make it matter?
It doesn't feel like it. And he's hit the reset button, so he's going to come back to lane and there's no danger anymore. But just in terms of the lane state and just passive gold, right? Like just from laning, they're up at 1,000 gold.
Well, it feels like a bit of a mechanical masterclass. It's a team that we're getting excited for, and for good reason too. This is the second time we get to see them in action. A team that had a very convincing to get here. And a very strong opener. But it fell down in their initial round 1, 1-2 against TDF. 2-0s, 2-0s, then a 2-0 against Kraken Esports as well. Not much to really be told about those 4 games, but certainly enough to say that you can see in this game here, they aren't afraid to get excited when need be. Carnage, I mean, he's kept this wave crashed in, but as soon as Australia looks to try and push forward, as you say, 1 stun, and he's out.
Yeah, and he's got the fruit to fall back on too, right? So that's just a favourable trade for him. And I mean, we may just see a fight here. Alistair's here first though.
Yes. Oh, there's the Cataclysm into the Maelstrom. That's the Wombo, and that's the combo. Hexagon met him, tries to buffer it through. Grand Entrance isn't going to be there. I think he's just out of range. I think it actually got cancelled because he'd already died, and it comes in at the last moment. There's the mitigation, but the fight had already been won by that point. They taking down 2, and WBG lost no one.
No, and I mean, that's just like that's a play that's actually pretty good from the side of No Honor. And what I mean by that is that they actually called Fujin up to it and made the play early, but just from how well Carnage has been laning, and Bugger knowing that he needs to be at that play, they're able to just turn that in what was the 3v2 for most of it. The Galio ultimate came on through at the end, but the damage had already been done. And so it's a good read from Wealth by God, but I mean, it's just a 2v3.
I mean, it really is, and it's a fight that ultimately they just knew would work in their... and Margo's gone back to the base, rushed a Guardian Angel, and now he's literally going to be able to throw his body on the line time and time again without any fear in the world.
Oh, wow. And then this is what you talk about with the Guardian Angel. It looks like it's happening.
Yeah, certainly is. It's going to be Galio to focus so far. Going to look to try and prop the Aftershock. No, actually has Font of Life, so more sustain! Explosive shot! Oh, okay. No! He flashed away as well. The Cookie finds it. That's Shum the Waters getting himself a bit of kill participation. And finally, without the Galio there, the rocket jump can come through, and they find themselves a trade back. Meanwhile, top lane again, Carnage might just be the GOAT. He's 1v2'd.
Has he? He did.
He's just taken out Yanni.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, I didn't even see that. But he didn't even have ult.
What a phenomenal player.
We might. Do we get a maybe we can get a replay? I'm not sure. We'll have to check with producer, but just see what happened there. Yeah, I mean, that's horrible, isn't it? Simply horrible.
I mean, there's no other way to describe it, is it? The fact that you've died
I'm not saying
now.
that, like, we don't know what happened, so I'm not necessarily saying that it was a horrible dive. I'm just saying in terms of a result. Oh, and he's
just be another dive, and that is a horrible one. He's pulverized the ground. Angry keyboard bash. Keyboard, it's a mobile phone. Now Runt's in trouble. Out comes the Grand Entrance. Jumps in. Wait, that's not a Rakan. That's a Galio. Still the same objective. Knock you up and prevent you from taking
Carnage
down.
Carnage picked up a solo kill topside too, by the way. So 5k lead. Yeah, 5k lead from Wealth by God. I mean, it looks like they're just trying to speedrun the series, to be honest with you. They've had enough, you know, maybe it's...
pan the camera top, you know, show me more.
Maybe, what time is it? It's 9:48 at the moment. Maybe they're in New Zealand and they want to get to bed early and they're trying to end this one fast. And for the viewers at home that don't know, they're, what, 2 hours ahead, so 11 o'clock there now, nearly 12 o'clock. So
yeah, nearly midnight, and you know, that's past their bedtime, so who knows? Definitely could be a possibility here.
Guys, quick, we need to finish,
yeah, no, what a team.
We need to finish by 12. My mum's getting angry.
He's going to turn the Wi-Fi off at 12.
Yep. Well, I mean, this matchup, we already said, like, this topside matchup is not good for Darius at all.
Yeah.
In terms of just a draft, it's not good.
And we're seeing it, right? I mean, you mentioned how volatile it can be, the fact that he can't really step up and get those bleed stacks ramping out. He can't really hit the guillotine with confidence, that he's going to have to really try and toggle vision and bait out exchanges. He's doing it again. He's drawn Yanni. This time we'll see how it plays out. He might actually get the solo kill. He's got Leandri's. Yanni's sticking. He's burnt Flash Barrier. He's going for Goldhammer to get hit. Can he get him for taunt? Hit the taunt. There's the taunt! max ranges to pull back, and Australia is so tilted.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, what do you say about that? All you got to say is bad luck. Bad luck, Australia. Focus on the next play. We'll just focus on the next one because, you know, we saw what happened there. Not much to break down. Camille goes in. Darius follows up.
FF for less, haven't we?
We have. Yeah, we actually have.
Go
But
next.
it failed.
So, yeah. Rough time. But, I mean, you come into this part and say it's 8 minutes into the game. You're up by 6k. Very similar trajectory to game 1. Clear strengths in the individual lanes. And one of these teams that we're excited for because they aren't playing scaling.
No, they're not. They're playing... Look, their comp isn't terrible in the late game. Like, they have Kai'Sa, Orianna. Like, Kennen can still land a 4-5-man ult, so they don't even necessarily lose when it comes to late game. But I feel like they have more tools to do stuff in the early game. You know, you've drafted the Jarvan, you've drafted the Galio, you have the Kennen to play around. Like, there's just obvious things you can do on the map, whilst, you know, you look at No Honor's draft and you start to say, okay, yeah, the Darius is strong early. Yeah, the Camille has the hook shot for a gank. But, like, okay, but how does Darius get in? But how does Darius set something up? Because in isolation, the Darius is just going to get kited, and that's what we're seeing. Obviously, the way that Wealth by God have played around their bot lane has been fantastic as well, and we might even see a fight here. Package is up.
Certainly may. There is the package issue highlight. They're going to go one in. It's not going to be stolen. 2 dragons now to Wealth by God. The first target focus seems to be on Alice, but that's Kai'Sa picking it up, and God's doing fitting to his name. Jump into the sky and crash down with conviction to take out Yiani. Can we get ourselves a kill? Australia finally getting a chance to shine. He's got himself a double. He's got the bleed. He's not got the flash to follow. And I tell you what, one more auto, another reset, another kill. He's walked into Pixel Bush and been surprised.
Yeah, so I was going to say, all things considered, it's actually not a bad fight for No Honor. They're able to trade back relatively even until Darius falls down on the back end there. And they're still going to lose a turret for that. So, what, you lose the dragon, you lose the turret. So, in essence, you're still losing in gold. And now you're putting the pressure on an Elder Dragon as well. Now, the positive on that is Runs does pick up the turret bot side. So, again, not a horrible result for No Honor considering, you know, the current game state. But they have this dragon pressure on them now.
Yes, certainly do. It's a silver lining, to say the least, right? The fact that you can get a couple of kills onto the Darius. He's now hit that 2-item spike with the Force of Nature complete. And Tristan has managed to find a bit of success. Hip up Pulve. On towards M-Gods. Missiles go out. He's got so much life steal. And the Maelstrom to follow. It's so nice. It's a double kill before the fight can really look to swing. And he just pulls himself in, actually flags and drags, hits the Cataclysm and realizes it's so damn low. You can get a barrier, you can get some fruit. But I tell you what, once that wave crashes, I will dive you.
Yeah, I think he's as good as dead. He's going to get stopped by the Jarvan flag. And then, oh, maybe he can just run this one out. No.
He's holding him a prisoner to the lane.
Yeah, he is.
So you can rocket jump away, you're just going to get knocked up. He's still got a GA. Oh, look at the beauty of that.
Does he break
Scarnage pick the skill up?
Oh, he doesn't even get the GA! You know, if he gets the... You know what? I'm not even kidding. If he gets the GA there, that's a win. Like, even if he dies, that's a win. Because that GA is just what makes him engage with reckless abandon. So if you can make him actually think about his life, then potentially it's a winnable fight. But, I mean, now he's just got that get out of jail free card, Monster Reborn, and looking grim. Nearly 10k gold lead, 11 minutes. Yeah.
5-0 on a cannon. What you absolutely love to see. Pops the Maelstrom, stun after stun. You can't auto-attack more than twice on this occasion. You run it back from Fountain back to here again. And it is Jarvan that finds himself unstoppable. It's 10 minutes spawning and an acquisition for the Baron this time, but 12 minutes in, it might as well feel the same.
No ulti on cannon though, so it's just gone. I was going to say, no ulti on cannon, so maybe there was a window or a best case scenario where they take that fight, but, you know, not willing to do so.
Blue team lost a turn.
Man, what a rough game it's been, huh?
Yeah. And it just really comes from laning phase, doesn't it? I mean, it's just been phenomenal how they have found lanes that they can play around, that they can diffuse these ganks, and they can make cross-map plays and find advantages that just give them the ability to play with that reckless abandonment that you mentioned. Now you're up by 10,000 golds. And you're saying, another dragon, 20 seconds. You can't contest that.
Will they contest it though? Will they try? I mean, they have all members alive. They're all kind of parting towards the mid lane. Yep.
And it feels like a bit of a broken record by this point, right? Always stating, there is a package, but you just had to get so excited by what we've seen so far in OS with these Corkies that has always swung the fight. But, well, on this occasion,
funnily enough,
it just feels like he's the only one with the gold.
Funnily enough, in this particular series, we've seen the Corki pick up package multiple times in the early game and not use it. It has not been used, and this is...
Oh!
Yep, and clockwork. Just clockwork.
Just 2 ults used, and they've removed the Alistair again for another 30 seconds.
Yeah, but they picked up a turret, right? Like, I mean, if they get the turret and a kill, they're happy with that. They can reset, but
sure.
Mill's going in.
Oh, William popped the flash. He's already been locked in place by the Hexagon I made him. And he's got himself a zone use as well. Just so hard to take him down. A bit of panic, but it doesn't seem to matter because they have so much damage. M-God's flashing in. Killer Instinct has himself a beautiful zone use as well. And then a flash away. Oh!
Yeah.
Nearly a no-scope with the Void Missile. Mechanical
I'll tell you what.
God.
Gold lead or no gold lead, right? Like, you can scrub the gold stats away. That's just squeaky clean. That's a nice little display mechanics there from Jarvan, from Kaiser, to really, what is going to be, pick up the win.
15 minutes, we're not even there yet, but it might as well be a quick, decisive killer victory. And a game that will end with Wealth by God taking a 2-0.
If I'm not mistaken, that's 2 14-minute victories back-to-back. I could be mistaken. Or not.
Maybe 16, 17 minutes for the other game, but certainly these were quick victories. And I mean, as much as we can talk about this series of it being a bit of a statement, they've announced themselves now to the viewers at home. So this team in particular, but to other teams else watching and thinking, okay, well, you know, what do we ban now? How do we actually deal with this, guys? Is it a case of picking for strong laning phase? Do we then fall victim to late game pressure? Because these guys are getting away with murder time and time again. You can see that a Jarvan not dying a single time gets the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, he really did set the tempo and the pace for the early game. He was just everywhere. You know, he pretty much mirrored Yanni, but in terms of the 2v2, when they played it out, the mechanics that he displayed were second to none. I mean, he landed a perfect Jarvan ultimate into a flag and drag, into a reset flag and drag, right? Like the flag was still on the ground. And, you know, just going to show his proficiency across the board on not only Jarvan, but multiple champions. And then, obviously, we're seeing a lot of influence from him bot side of the map, playing around M-Gods and, you know, Goldhammer. But then we didn't even get to see Carnage. Like, half of Carnage's work was off-stream. I mean, that bloke was picking up solo kills left and right, 1v2 kills left and right, and really showing us, I guess, a new pick that we haven't seen yet on this cannon, and the proficiency into a champion that can get kited. And I mean, if you're looking for positives, if you're a note on a fan, you can probably stop at Chum the Waters and Runts, right? Despite current game state and how the game was playing out, they were still, you know, had some respectable performances, were doing their best to put damage out where they could, but unfortunately for them, it was just kind of collapsing around them, and they never really got to utilize the full potential of their champions. You know, the Tristana didn't even get to 3 items, and it's just a very tough task for those carries.
Certainly a tough ask when Wealth by God have tripled the amount of kills achieved in that game. I'm sure we can see how the damage breakdown looks to get a bit of a better understanding as to how it all really did come to a close. Once again, top half of the draft there with the Camille as well as the Darius unable to really match their counterparts. We saw some moments, perhaps that Dragon where he got himself a double kill, potentially a triple. But pound for pound, it just did really feel like Wealth by God had themselves an advantage. William there, you know, he finished last game as the Oriana 0-12. This time fixed himself up 7 kills and a single death. So shows that whilst I can have almost a support-esque KDA, I can certainly, you know, up the ante when required. I mean, so much so that he's, you know, doing the same damage as this Jarvan, who was just everywhere at once.
And the Jarvan was full tank too, so, you know, we have to take that into consideration. But, I mean, the thing that I like to see with these teams is that they opt in for a draft they opt in for a draft from level 1 or from Champ Select, sorry, and it's the same thing throughout the entire series, but it's also the same execution. Like, they came in and they said, this is what we're going to play, and we're not going to deviate from the plan, and they just stomped. So, you know, we'll look at the early game and how this played out. This is what I'm talking about. That EQ there from Baga, and he was able to just... He played that skirmish to a T and to perfection, and this is probably the only hiccup of the game. I mean...
Yeah, perhaps, you know, that sideways gank down bot, you're thinking, hang on a minute, what's going on here? But, you know, ultimately, in the grand scheme of it, it was... it wasn't really much to really turn the tide of that fight. Another sort of factor here where, you know, all the components are coming together as part of that wombo combo. The fact that a Galio can jump up to the sky, drop aggro for a second, come back down, pick up a kill. And this is when you're starting to believe perhaps there's no one. But then literally 10 seconds later, he's looking to try and retreat away. And it's just all Shiro. This is where we got so excited because, I mean, that might just be one of the best Maelstroms you'll see. Not the 5-man glitz and glam, but, you know, certainly enough to secure the kill and single-handedly carry that fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Kennen ult there, 3-man onto perfect members. And he's even on here. This is the extended version of that. And then this is ultimately what leads to the Baron. And it's just clockwork after that. Dive mid lane, take mid lane turret. You know, it's already at 11k, but why not? And then this was just desperate from No Honor. This was just them kind of saying, you know what, I mean, we're in such a hole right now. Let's just take anything. Beautiful. And then here I was like, okay, Kai'Sa's inting. But that flag and drag into flash knockup, supreme display of mechanics. Not to mention the Zhonyas from Kai'Sa into the fadeaway Kai'Sa W. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that, right? In terms of execution, mechanics, delivery, draft, everything. Super happy with their performance, and you know, that's for me got to be a team to watch. And leading into that, the team to watch, the player to watch has to be the MVP. So who's the MVP, Skimmy?
Honestly, I'm struggling to figure out. I mean, is it M-Gods with a Draven into a Kai'Sa making plays like you just saw? Is it the fact that the jungler can get himself so aggressive? Perhaps didn't have the biggest game in comparison from game 1, but certainly in game 2 was the standout contender. It has to be Carnage. Why else? Renekton crushed it. Kennen crushed it even more. Both times was focused with ganks, but always got kills in the most unlikely situations. So he knew his limits, knew his damage output, and was able to allow his jungler to be elsewhere and just double down on the advantages that could be found.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate freedom as a jungler to not have to worry about your top laner because he's either going to win the 1v1 or win the 1v2. And I mean, in this particular game, I didn't even realize he hit the 1v2 until you mentioned that top side. Obviously, a lot of his good work we didn't get to see because we were focusing on turret dives and team fights and skirmishes on the other end. But, you know, when he came to, I guess when he showed his face on camera, when he wasn't a shy boy winning the side lane, he actually just landed multi-man Maelstroms and really turned the tide for his team. And again, even in game 1, Skimmy, you'd make the argument that he was the MVP as well. So just across the board, you know, very valuable performance from the young man. Well, we don't even know if he's a young man. Could be.
We'll set the story. You know, this young 16-year-old prodigy that's just come out of you know, high school, something like that. Obviously, we don't know.
Just got his first smartphone.
First smartphone. Instantly downloaded Wild Rift, and a player that, you know, is going to have a whole documentary built around them. But that was a very quick and clean 2-0 for Wealth by God. That means there's actually one more series left after the break, and that will be the Jacuzzi Dogs running it back as the opening night, and they'll be taking on the Kraken Esports Club.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
keep holding on, dusk till dawn, when the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight forever. Face the storm coming. Ground is shaking. Beat down inside, calling. Voices in the distance. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn,
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
And here we go for our final best of three of the night. It's going to be the Jacuzzi Dogs taking on Kraken Esports Club. It's going to be a rematch of the opening night we had for our top 16 last week, in which Jacuzzi Dogs took a comfortable 2-0. You'd have to say that, Juice.
They did, and probably... No, not probably. It was definitely quite convincing. The series, you know, it was some close early games where Kraken Esports took some leads in the early game, but for the most part, it was closed out quite convincingly once they swung their lead back into their favor. So I'm excited to see if there's been a little bit of, I guess, development from Kraken Esports, you know, as they've gone away for the week. But time will tell. I mean, time will tell as these two teams come up against each other. I'm excited to see it, and I believe it's our first rematch, right?
I believe it will be. Yeah, at least that we've seen on stream anyway.
So it'll be cool to see, which team has made the better adaptations, because you get a lot of information, even though you lose or win. You give away a lot of information and you receive some. So we'll see what the Jacuzzi Dogs can do. We did see one of their, I believe, interviews on Twitter earlier today as well.
Yeah, a bit of spicy words, wasn't it? From who was it? Was it from Varsity, saying that we're just better in every single position. We just can't lose. Yep. A bit of a paraphrase, but essentially the core crux of it: the masked man, not willing to reveal his identity just yet, but. Yeah, exactly, but very much letting his actions speak for him. It's started off in the top lane, Antonio as their jungler, Varsity the man we just highlight as their mid laner, Ragnarok in the ADC, and Poke as their support. And sort of some of the things that we learned from them was that Poke played the Nami twice, that they had the Renekton topside with Turn It Off, who started the game with a quadra kill into a triple, into a game 2 getting it banned away. It was actually a perfect game 1. Not a single member died. So, leading into that second game, it sort of left a lot left to be desired as to sort of what Kraken could really deliver, because as far as the banning phase went, Jacuzzi Dogs are banning away, Yi, Singed and Timo, and you're thinking they don't really care. They just think pound for pound, they're better.
Yeah, I mean, was that it? Like, is that why they're banning those champions? Is it just because they're so confident and they're like, what, doesn't matter what's open, we'll play it? But anyway, we got Kite in the wind. He had a bit of a fan club in chat. Hunt in the jungle, Dusk in the mid lane, and is Fake Hunt, is that a new player? I don't remember.
No, it's the same as last week. Name. Yeah.
Was his name
we had I just called him Fake. Yeah, I just called him Fake. And he's the AD carry with Voltage as a support, yeah.
Oh, okay, there you go. Maybe we were calling him Fake. And then Voltage. So, yeah.
But at least from what we saw from those guys, it was Kite in the wind that started off that first game as a top lane Galio. Wasn't really unlocked to try and, ult elsewhere and be a contributing factor. We did see, at least the second game, Dusk switch from the core key into a Twisted Fate to try and offer a bit of macro pressure. But there's definitely some macro that they were trying to execute on, but Jacuzzi Dogs were just taking those fights and just crushing it.
They were. And I mean, we'll see if they let that Galio through, or if it's very, 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 very similar draft from what we saw as we head into the draft. And, Lee Sin looks like it's going to be the target straight away. Didn't see that one picked up by any of these teams.
So, just whilst we get ourselves loaded into this one, once again, this will be the third time they've met. Kraken Esports have always gone for blue side. Looks like they're going for the same bans as well. They started off with a Lee Sin, they then went into a Yasuo, and their last ban was a Gragas as well, but Jacuzzi Dogs have already opened up with a slight adaptation of their own. Still going to keep to that Timo, why not? But they are going to ban away the Blitzcrank this time.
Yeah, Blitzcrank is probably the non-troll ban, but they've definitely decided to ban the Timo and the Singe, but who knows, maybe... Well, Kite in the Wind actually does sound like a Singe name. You know what I mean? Like, it could just be a Singe player.
One of those one-tracks.
The Singed guy, So I get it. I respect it. Good ban.
Every server has to have one, and it is one of those champions that sort of, sits a particular player. Perhaps he just wants to be that guy that causes tilt, not only in competitive games, perhaps in solo queue as well. But Corky feels a little bit too good to pass up. We haven't seen it find the sort of same levels of success, perhaps, as last week, though. But Jacuzzi Dogs aren't going to mind too much. You've banned away the Renekton, but you've left up the Gragas, and this is a pick that, as I said before, was banned away twice, so now we get a chance to see what Jacuzzi Dogs can do with it, because I'm curious if it will be Antonio. I felt like he was a core component of their strength. He played the Jarvan, and then he played another game of Camille Jungle, so he certainly got the ball rolling, much like we just saw that J4 before.
Yeah, and I actually don't mind the Lulu first pick here, to be honest with you, because when have we ever seen, or when have we seen the Enchanter really get punished in lane? I feel like most times bot lanes do get out of jail free when they draft quite greedily. But one thing I probably wouldn't do is pair the Lulu with the Ezreal. Like, you want more of that hyper carry type champion. Maybe we'll see that in the mid lane. Maybe we'll see that in the top lane. It is going to be the Twisted Fate, most likely.
Yeah, okay, so a bit of global pressure for now Jacuzzi to play around with and try to match that. It was a trade like this happening last time. Galio for TF, looking to see who can then sort of find the first player who could deploy a little bit better. If you haven't banned the Yi, then it's going to get played, and it just feels like a trade from both teams now. We know what works, right? We know what, if it is going to get slipped through, then it's going to get picked up.
Yeah, and Yi's interesting because we don't say that from anyone else, right? Like, that's not something that's commonly picked. But again, these were Master Yi bans targeted toward Hunt. And or maybe not Hunt, maybe it's played in a solo lane, so time will tell. But I dare say with the champions that have already been picked, it is going to be in the jungle.
Would look to be the case. They were considering perhaps a J4 at the very end there, but instead switched that out to be a Zinzal. So it will be a Gregor's top lane. We're not going to see Antonio on that just yet, but we are going to get him a bit of a chance now to be aggressive, engaged, not fall victim to the fact that you might just wait for the Yi to charge up that Alpha Strike and then 1v9. We've seen it happen time and time again, right? Have to avoid that, have to force the fight on your own terms, and should give them, a little bit of that agency to do so, and deviation from what we've seen from a lot of these teams, right? You took it on the fact that we got an Enchanter, Ludo on one side, Nami as the response. It feels like it's just a strong setup when these engage supports not necessarily are able to always find the strong pure engage.
And the Lulu, like you said, it finds so much more value when there's no engage. So what is it? It's like Galio. That's your form of kind of hard engage, which really isn't that bad. Maybe you do struggle in the 2v2 just a little bit, but time will tell. We'll have to see. So Kraken Esports versus the Jacuzzi Dogs. Jacuzzi Dogs, first time these teams met, coming away with the 2-0 quite convincingly. So we'll have to see what adaptations Kraken Esports made, and if they're able to really give this one a good hot crack. So the Zinzao for me is probably it's Lulu in the is that Lulu in the solo lane, or is it?
Now we've been juked by the positioning again. We learned that lesson, didn't we? Yeah. The minimap is the only truth that we subscribe to.
Yep.
Well, it'll happen at least once per broadcast, I'm sure. But you know what? That's just the drafting giving us a little bit of a cheeky teaser. Let's see though. I mean, I just to quickly set the tone, we talk about the last time these two teams met, they kicked off the broadcast with a perfect game. The second game, the Renekton got banned away, and then they only died once. It was Vasti on the Ezreal. He went, Ragnarok on the Ezreal. He got a little bit too aggressive, wanted to steal the show, and he died once for it, but that was the only death they had. So really, Kraken Esports have got a bit of a score to settle.
They do, and the other thing I wanted to say was it's a mirror matchup. I believe we saw the Galio Gragas matchup as well in this series. So and the Twisted Fate was a hot pick as well. So I mean, we're seeing a lot of similarities between these two teams. Obviously, going to come down to execution.
Do know what works for them. But I should say, execution is going to be the key difference here with Gragas as well as Yi being let through. And if they were perma-banned against these teams, you have to wonder, what does it look like? Is the climate right? Is the draft fitting for them to pop off? I mean, the Yi's going to have a fair bit of poke to try and deal with, a fair bit of CC as well. Will he have the best time possible? Because he's invading that blue buff. As that's happening, a top lane gank takes place. They're looking for Kite in the win. They're going to find first blood. And it's Antonio that does it again.
Feels like the game kind of starts off, how we left it. And this blue buff probably goes to the Yi. Ooh, that could have been a follow-up there, I reckon.
For sure.
Obviously, it doesn't have the ultimate, but even still, a lot of damage. Trade of blue buffs. And if you're Jacuzzi Dogs, you're very happy with this one. Should be able to get the blue buff.
Might. Yep. Yeah, there's the smite. There's the taunt to follow things up with down to 50%. Alpha Strike to guarantee it. They found the kill. Galio gets it. Answers back for the kill that was done on him before. Jumps up in the air, claps his hands, smacks down, and comes back down, and it's a double kill. 2 kills found as quickly as that, and well, the reason Yi is so annoying to deal with.
That's a very good map read from Hunt, because he gets the blue buff, crosses mid, and just goes straight across to deny the blue buff steal from Antonio. And it took a little bit too long, and the positioning was just there for the side of Kraken Esports. And they're opening the game and opening their account with a nice little lead.
Scary times, as this game does favour them, as you say. Let's start to wonder. What can Varsity do now? He's got the Destiny. We also talk about how important it is to find value with that first ultimate. Are there any lane states you can look to try and play towards? Is there ability for it to even be used before this first dragon that will be spawning in 30 seconds?
I wouldn't mind seeing
now, so going to feel a little bit more of a sort of a battle mage.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Twisted Fate or the Galio mirror the Twisted Fate, just so that you can. Oh, I'll hold the thought. Crab gets picked up. So looks like it's going to be a 5v5 up here. Oh, not a 5v5, but there's 5 members for Kraken here. Maybe they just want to start this one off cooldown. No package. Feel like a little bit of a gamble here.
We are going to start things off. Going to go for the burger flip. Looking to risk it. Getting closer. 1k on it. It's going to be picked up here by Kraken Esports, but multiple fights taking place here. Antonio's so low. Getting run down by a Galio, but again gets tag teamed out as Ragnarok picks up the damage. Zone him away, and somehow nobody falls on down. A gold card to jinx it. A hero's entrance to knock people off and split apart the fight. There's the taunt. A 2-man Nami bubble.
Oh, the poly.
And they now find themselves a kill. Tight, the wind is there. The poly is better. Alpha Strike and the rejuvenation is not enough. And Yi will fall on down. 5 kills to 3. And JD redeploy to pick up a Drake.
And it's probably going to be a kill for Corki here. I mean, it doesn't look like Antonio is leaving anytime soon. And the package is just...
Oh!
Can he get it? Okay, flash being used.
Well,
you have to wonder.
You have to
wonder. You got to wonder why the Corki didn't base the pickup package if they were going to fight the neutral objective, right? Rift Herald is going to get placed, so they did pick that one up, and it's going to be a nice little placement there, crashing into that bot turret. But obviously a very big lead for
turn it off once again, jumping in, Hunt being knocked up, locked in place. There's the tidal wave. Looking to try and wait around for that reset once again. Dust the focus, gold cards. Not enough to take him down. And you really, at this point, are just juggling health bars to the side. Who can respawn quicker, or who's healthy enough to survive the initial battle and then claim the objective after.
Red team has slain the dragon.
So, to take stock, right? You know, Kraken Esports had a very good entry into this game, picking up 2 kills and having a little bit of a lead there. They overforced on the Rift Herald, lost a few members. Then if we take stock of the game now, like Ezra is well and truly online, the Twisted Fate is well and truly online, and it feels like across the board, Jacuzzi Dogs are just online, and their next play to make is really going to be on their own accord. They have all of the tools. They have the Twisted Fate, they have the Xin Zhao, they even have the Lulu to deny a lot of the follow-up from the side of Kraken Esports. So, I mean, it really does feel like, yeah, the agency's in their court, and Kraken Esports really want to survive the next Twisted Fate Ultimate. Not have anyone fall down, get some farm under your belt, because in terms of scaling, you're doing just fine.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're going to be feeling very happy with the way this game is playing out. They're putting a lot of attention now into topside to try and take down this Gragas. He has his ultimate, has flash, has exhaust, body slams in first of all. Doesn't have the aftershock, but is looking to try and be as tanky as possible for the meantime. There's the Nami bubble! And a knockback as well guarantees that Hunt will find the kill. Jinx on the board. Now, pressing card as Antonio's going to nullify so much damage from afar. Vasti doesn't have the rapid fire cannon, doesn't have the range to get the gold card out, but there are the wild cards afterwards. For strike on the minion wave just to tag him up too. But no answer, no bite back of bot lane pressure.
You'd have to say, like, JD is still winning. The Jacuzzi Dogs are still winning on this trade. They got 1 kill, and as I curse that, Varsity goes in and dies. But it was 1 kill for a turret, and there's more gold value in that turret, right? And you're denying a lot of farm in that case too, but giving away 2 kills is probably a little bit unnecessary.
Yeah, Ragnarok unfortunate not to get the kill. He arcane shift forward, hit the flash and the ulti, but cutting the winds was slick on the moves to juke out everything and get himself back to base safely. He's going to match them as they all rotate through the mid lane now. And it continues to be that 2k lead.
Is this a premature package? Because you feel like they want to contest Dragon, right? It depends what they obviously get for this package. You know, maybe they're just looking to force a fight over, you know, something. But at the
Do
moment.
they make a play to the top side? Is it a case to really force that turret to fall on down, unlock the map for them to play around?
That's what it feels like, but you also don't want to give someone 2 dragons for nothing, especially when you've drafted the Corki and your river fight is just so potent. So again, we'll have to see what happens here because Ezreal's so strong.
Yeah. He's slowly getting his values worth now with a pocket Lulu, isn't he? Able to poke from afar, the Mystic shots are there, zoning these key members away, forced him to have to rely on Nami to top them up.
I mean, that's your package gone, right? Like, now you start asking yourself, well, why did you take that? Why was that one picked up? You don't need to pick it up.
Or if it doesn't find a turret, you have to say, is it really worth? I mean, yeah, much to your point, right? Now the dragon is there in 30 seconds, and the timing feels a little bit off, but I suppose only time will tell with everybody resetting, going back to base, if Kraken Esports can, you know, still put up a fight if they even want to.
And maybe they're not. Maybe they're just not in the business of contesting this one. Maybe they're happy to give this one away. And it looks like they're trying to trade with the Rift Herald, but the timing's just off because it looks like they'll be able to get the Dragon as well as contest the Rift Herald. But if the pings mean anything, it looks like they're going to contest.
They seem to be locked in 2 states of mind right now. Do we go for the Baron? The Dragon's already gone. Let's push mid-wave instead. Out goes the Tidal Wave. Knocks up 2. Once again, Gragas to focus, but he receives the Wild Growth and lives. It is push cask as well. Gold card to follow, and Jinx is as good as gone. Beautiful play. Turn it off smurfing. And now Antonio would do all the dirty work. Jumps in, gets the kill, and lives to tell the tale. The turret's not enough. The shield is there. Enchanters are broken. And Jacuzzi dogs
falls down.
are looking good.
Yeah, Gragas falls down, and you think he's doing a little bit of a fat int, but he pops the stone plate, survives for so long, then, you know, as a little going away present, a falling down present, he ultis Jinx into turret. Jinx has both summoners available, but the cast was just that good. And he actually gets knocked under turret, gets, I believe, maybe gold carded even, and just falls down on the back end, and then they just clean up on the front end. So, just a supreme display of mechanics. I mean, to watch a Gragas play that clean and that good, sometimes you can't be mad. Sometimes you just get outplayed, right? Like it is just good.
I mean, it certainly was. It's everything you could have really asked for, right? If it isn't going to be that sort of going away present, that they are still going to come out ahead. You are starting to see now some pretty sizable leads, in particular for the AD carry. You mentioned before, Ragnarok was becoming huge. He's up by soon to be 2,000 gold. And it is the dream, really, when an Ezreal can get his items first. He can look to try and keep the advantage, keep the critical chance user at bay, and sort of you know, look to run the map.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, we take stock of this game. Obviously, only a 3k lead. Still very winnable for the side of Kraken Esports. But, I mean, we're looking at the difference in AD carries at the moment in terms of itemization. But you also need to pair that the fact that there's a Lulu as well. So, it's going to be very tough, a very tough ask to shut down this Ezreal. Because the only way that I see this Ezreal falling down is with a Master E running at him. And even then, like, the Polymorph, the Lulu ultimate, like, it's going to be really hard. So kiting the wind has to, I guess, offer a little bit of assistance.
Killing spree.
Oh, and he's just
the kill just happens off screen. He's just done it, and he will be punished for it as the rest of the team cycle back through here into top lane. Hero's entrance goes out, buffers that with a tidal wave. Melania CC mitigation and damage there, but the explosive cast once again. Wild growth, stone plate. You said it, you name it, you see it. He just can't fall on down. He's drinking, flashing, and getting taunted. He went for the body slam. He'll fall on down for that. Nice taunt from Kite in the wind. And this game is so much closer than the first time these two teams met.
Yeah, it's neck and neck at the moment. You'd have to say Ragnarok trading his life there for a Corki is absolutely not worth it. Because if you think about how these compositions operate and where main source of their consistent damage comes from, it is this Ezreal. So if he's trading 1-for-1, that's never worth it. And then, I mean, I thought it was going to be a little bit of a Master Yi diff here, because he's got access, he's auto-attacking, but the Twisted Fate just got that gold card locked on him, and pretty much the play that saves the day here is this stun from Kite in the Wind. I mean, that taunt rather. He's able to trade on the back end, and yeah, it's very neck and neck, and you can see how it almost goes both ways. Like, if Ezreal falls down, that's a lot of their lead that's in the bin.
And hence why that fight in particular was so close, despite him having the lion's share of their economy. I mean, we touched on it before, how he's up by 2k. It's only growing. He has the most gold in the game. A very close second is Varsity, so they were able just to eke out an advantage. But these top laners so far really are putting on a performance between the Galio and the Gragas. The other beef tanks. But they are allowing the other stars to really shine and sort of, you know, fulfill their role.
And this is the problem when you get ahead on Ezreal and when you're versing it. How do you walk in? Where's your engage? You don't have any threat. So the Ezreal's just throwing Qs out for fun, and you're just getting consistently poked, and you have to
Oh no! Well,
yep.
Yi just got caught mid-wave.
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of wins when he burnt his ultimate too. Unbelievable. That's one way to get control of the dragon. And I mean, what a heads-up play from Jacuzzi Dogs to identify that.
Yeah, Varsity with the oldest trick in the book really is just a flash gold card, but hold that thought.
Ooh. Double Valkyrie, package expanded, he's been exhausted, he's just gone. The gold card is a little bit too good right now. He's going to run down another key target. Gets Polymorph. Gets absolutely exploded. And now Anami can't do much about this one. Another gold card. Another kill. Thumbs up all around. It's a flawless ace.
I'll tell you what, Varsity's squeaky clean on this Twisted Fate. I mean, he's locking gold cards left, right, and center. And he's doing a lot of work in these team fights. Obviously, the focus is going to be on Ragnarok. But, I mean, the Twisted Fate has just had his sights set and he's locked in and loaded. Baron's going to be picked up now as well.
Well, one fight and this game really did break apart from what was a fragile, slim 3k lead where we have seen that Kraken Esports can come back. But this fight here, a single pick, and then it really just, you know, ballooned from there.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just so hard to play the game when it's just perma CC and it's perma 4v5 because they're using this Twisted Fate to find picks before the fight, and you never really feel like you have agency because the one time that you have 5 members on the screen, you're just getting poked to death by Ragnarok. So you start to have more questions than answers, and unfortunately, when that's the case, you're down 10k.
And it's just so unfortunate that the first 2 members for Kraken fall on down. You know, it was the Year, it was the Corki. I feel like maybe Dusk getting a little bit frustrated with the current state of the game. That he had to use his hand with the package, but found nothing with it. And you're just back to the show of a near max level Ezreal on his own,
wow,
holding back 3. Oh no, they're going to run them all down again. Oh, there's the gold card. There's the wild cards. 2 members, both the hunts, fake or not, very much zoned away. And yeah, I mean, Ragnarok really running the show right now. The killing spree is there and not a care in the world.
That's 3v5.
Oh no, explosive gasp! Antonio, can he find the kill? A 2-man taunt. Hunt flashes away. He found himself a bit of time there to try and wait for the Alpha Strike. They're going to get the kill on him anyway. Doesn't matter to actually disengage. Full enough time for the rotation. Bring in the Ezreal. Proc the GA. Get a double kill. Be unstoppable. Get a knock up. Ragnarok and Varsity. I mean, the whole team really, Juice.
Yeah.
Jacuzzi Dogs a little bit too good.
Yeah, a little bit too clean. 17 minutes in, they picked up the win. So now they officially, or unofficially, I don't know, it's either official or unofficial, but they got the 3-0 at the moment. They have the 3-0.
In terms of, yeah, I mean, it's not a 3-0 here, but hey, look, it's a 3-0 in terms of meetings that they've had up against each other. And I mean, it does really feel like Kraken Esports, if they were to pull up a dub here, it would be a big upset. But if you're a fan of them, they certainly put up a much better showing this time. 9 kills across the board, but seemingly still just outclassed here.
Yeah, you got to feel like too, maybe a little bit of a draft diff, right, in terms of how their compositions operate. I feel like maybe there's no room for the Master Yi. But if you have the Lulu, like if we swap the pick, maybe the support picks around, then it makes a lot more sense. But it just felt like, you know, they just permanently getting kited, gold card after gold card, even the Zinzao ultimate to disengage, and there's no real gap close or threat for anyone on the side of JD. I mean, the Lulu, like untouched, 2-0-17. I mean, his proficiency on the enchanters is just that high. Antonio getting the ball rolling early on the Zinzao with the kills in the top side of the map. And I mean, it's really hard to point to one role to say, yeah, you know what, you maybe didn't have the best performance, or you did have to 1v9, but it was just a solid team performance. Like, there's no, I know that it says MVP next to turn it off, but I mean, Skimmy, it's just so hard to distinguish.
I mean, really anybody could have got it, right? I mean, maybe Turn It Off gets it as a result of being focused all game. He soaked up so much damage, the most in this entire game, but his explosive casks were just phenomenal. And sort of returning back to your point about the year and sort of how it was hard forced. I mean, it seems like a really good heads up play by Jacuzzi Dogs to lock in Lulu in their first pick and say, well, you can lock in the year, but it's just not going to find value unless you have this pick in your possession. And ultimately, the proof is in the pudding. We saw the end result.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same pop, I guess, is what we're trying to say. When you have that Yi drafted without a little bit of utility, a little bit of CC, as we can see from the damage anyway, right? I mean, at that Master Yi is only 4k DPS ahead of the Nami. But we'll jump into some of the replays and to see how that game played out. You know, break it down a little bit more and just to get an idea of like where they faltered and where the success was for JD. So very early on, obviously the Zinzao gank on the top side really set the pace and helped turn it off in the early game. And this was kind of the Rift Herald that just went wrong. I mean, to put it bluntly, you know, they did get the Herald, but they paid for it with 3 or 4 kills. And for me, this is where we actually made the mention of it's going to be Ragnarok's game now.
Yeah, I mean, multiple plays you're seeing here. This, for me, this cast is beautiful. Working in tandem with Varsity. Gold cards, you're gone. Antonio zoning away all the outside damage, just basically waiting for his charge to come back up and available. Once it's there, 1 kill, I'm out again, another shield, and that turret won't kill me. And this moment here is when you're thinking, perhaps it wasn't worth it, right? Ragnarok trading his life for Corki. I think this really was as close as it came for the Kraken squad.
But they still had enough. They still had enough to actually win the trade, even with Ragnarok falling down. And I feel like if that's the case, if your most fed member is dead at the start of a fight and you are still losing, then, you know, maybe we pack this one up and we focus on next game. And that's pretty much what happened. After that, it was just methodical and like the gold card after gold card after gold card. You know, sometimes you get the blue card salute. You get the blue card salute sometimes. But unfortunately in this game, we didn't get that. It was just like gold card. And again, you can't play when the TF's that good. You need to everyone needs to have a QSS, and even there's a red card, but it didn't matter.
It doesn't. I mean, by that point, right? How far are they gone? I mean, it's 15k up. I mean, the fight literally before that moment, they're winning 3v5s. They really just don't care. I mean, Israel's holding it back, you know, free single-handedly in the mid lane, and you're starting to ask yourself, right? Really, who is the star on this TV show? Who's the star on this team? Because you know, it does feel like a bit of a TV show. Bit of a reality TV show in that regard, because they are displaying some mechanics and some personality across the board. We're going to jump back into another break, and when we return, perhaps the final game of the night.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
back against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Pretend to like you. I hope
to focus. It doesn't matter cause you live a lie. You want attention from every guy in the park. But when you call, give you my heart, you rip it out. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. I can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you.
You and I, we've been friends for a long time now. Always have a good time whenever we go out. But you've been calling me up all the time.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
It's the final match of the night, and it could also be potentially the final game in the series, as we have ourselves a situation where Jacuzzi Dogs rock the game in game one, get a 1-0, and really force Kraken Esports to try and dive a little bit deeper into their champion inventory, because they showcase that if the Yi's not banned, we're going to lock it in. But it kind of felt a little bit lackluster in terms of forced engages, right? Very much waiting for, you'd have to say, Jacuzzi coming towards them, but they had the hard engage, but they also had the tools to utilize it and then get back out too.
Yeah, I mean, their engage is very non-committal, right? The Twisted Fate gold card range, and not even range. I mean, you're just gold carding melee range champions that want to get in there to do damage, kiting back. It just makes the job nearly impossible. You know, they probably benefit a lot more from making some changes in draft, potentially picking something like the Jarvan. You know, we haven't seen them pick up the Jarvan, but junglers that have the obvious go button can also go backwards if need be. But I mean, just giving them more options, right? It didn't feel like that composition had a lot of options. As I believe we're going to be heading into draft.
We certainly are, and another game on blue side. Kraken Esports are just seemingly addicted to first pick prio. We'll get to see what the adaptation is this time around. We saw last time they actually, after a bit of a convincing Twisted Fate performance, actually took it away themselves, and I feel like if you're not going to ban it, you might as well just lock it in for yourselves instead.
Yeah, so Lee Sin, Yasuo being taken away, and the Singed for me, like, I got to do some research, but Kite in the Wind, I dare say, is a bit of a Singed monster, which would make sense when you look at his name. Teemo, again, being banned away, but it wasn't picked when it wasn't banned. Am I correct? Or was that a different game? Might have been a different game.
Hasn't been played at all, which is a little bit sad, isn't it? And oh, we're going to get ourselves a Fizz ban. Chum the Waters is just watching with glee. And the Gragas going to get stolen away.
Looks like it'll be Gragas top. Gragas top. And I like the Lulu first pick again. It's just not being punished. You know, maybe Voltage doesn't have the hard engage supports in his locker. Maybe that's the research that they've done and they've come to that conclusion. Lulu Jinx, obviously a very strong 2v2 if they opt in for this one. But picking Jinx this early obviously leaves you susceptible to some hard engage and some dive on the backline. But they haven't opted in for that. You know, they've taken the Braum. Lulu is quite good into the Braum because Braum doesn't have, you know, your traditional hard engage. However, Varus answers that question when you use the Chain of Corruptions, can follow up with the Braum ult, can proc the passive. So there's answers now, or there's non-committal ways to start a fight. So I like how both of these drafts are going so far.
We're just seeing a very similar setup, and also some, you know, pickups that Jacuzzi Dogs did in their second game last time these two teams met. Now them picking up the Galio and saying, you can pick the TF, but you've missed your chance. Now we're going to get ourselves the Zig. So not only are we going to be phenomenal with mobility, with the Jinx that can get excited, we're also going to be looking to try and push our aggression that much more further by using the Satchel Charge, playing around these Dragons and Heralds, and looking to be a little bit more convincing. You know, there is the J4. This time it is locked in. He hovered it last time in this same position. Went for the Zin instead, but this time instead, we've got ourselves such a fantastic Wombo combo. We feel very comfortable in our court. But let's play devil's advocate here. I mean, are you looking at Kraken and saying they've made enough of a sort of a difference here, an adaptation in their own right to put up a fight?
They've definitely made enough of an adaptation, but I think their draft still runs into a few problems. Like, if the Lulu is able to kite back, the Galio ulti comes down, and Wukong is just the one diving backline solo, which could very well be the case. They may actually just find themselves again getting kited. Wukong solo backline is going to fall down quite quickly, so they may run into that issue. But also, you know, if Wukong gets going early, you don't run into it. You know, if Lulu falls down, you don't run into it. You know, if the Varus Chain of Corruption finds a pick, you don't have those problems. They have more tools to work with this game, which is fantastic, right? You got the Gragas now, and you can do the flash body slam engages. There's tools to play with, but if we look at Jacuzzi Dog's composition and where they've looked their best, I mean, this is it, right? They've got the Galio, they've got the Jarvan. You know, you don't even need to really read the script to know what they do in terms of synergy. Then you have, you know, your very obvious damage dealer in the mid lane. As I hear the flag come down, you got the Ziggs. So there's just so much lockdown, and there's not a lot of mobility, like for the Varus, right? So the Mega Inferno Bomb is always going to land, the Jinx Rocket is always going to land, and it could be spell a little bit of trouble.
Could spell a little bit of trouble. Could be very explosive as well, as we get ourselves into the second game and potentially look to close things out. Very excited to see how Hunt can play this one. It is, yeah. Interesting. Interesting,
I don't mind it
least,
because I feel like, you know, Corki's a champion that doesn't necessarily have a strong pre-6, right? So Jinx is going to get a relatively free lane. And then, you know, to top that one off, the Ziggs is still going to be Ziggs. The Mega Inferno Bomb is still going to do damage. And the Jinx will scale a lot better with solo levels and solo EXP. So if he can get away with the laning phase, because obviously he's going to have a Wukong putting a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, then, you know, there's a world where this Jinx really does just take over.
I mean, a solo experience Jinx seems quite nice to consider. If they're both going to be looking to achieve the same kind of thing in the mid lane, is obviously going to have to be a little bit more mindful of getting collapsed upon, as both junglers will both be looking to utilize their own mobility to force things out. But I don't mind it. I mean, we're already starting to see some of the reasons why the Ziggs feels a little bit better in the bot lane right now. It's forcing back Voltage. It's not allowing Hunt to be as aggressive as he may want to be. Going to be harder ask for him to now land those arrows. Antonio trying to go for that crab, not going to find it. Now going to get collapsed on. 4 members are strong. Winter's Fight is there, and one little empowerment. Won't be flag and drag to, but will give Kraken Esports first blood.
Yeah, Poke used his heal as well, and he actually didn't even get the crab. So across the board, just very questionable decision making. And again, more questions than answers after that one, Skimmy.
Yeah, we have seen junglers be very keen to use their flash to guarantee vision. In this occasion, it wasn't to secure it with a smite, it was to use it to try and run away. A few key summoners. Not enough on this occasion to prevent the inevitable.
The Varus has double buffs too, so this lane is going to get quite tough. You know, he's going to be able to use those arrows, no mana cost to worry about. Red buff auto attacks as well, so see what they can do with this little lead that they've managed to pick up bot side. And, you know, Kraken Esports off to a good start, but I feel like, you know, a little bit of a broken record, but we've seen Kraken Esports get off to good starts in multiple games, but for some reason they haven't been able to close them out. So time will tell. See how they go.
I suppose it's really going to come down to how these initial Dragons play out as to what their strategy then becomes, right? We've been very interested as to what the packages are used for. It's seemingly always been around those initial objectives. That seems to be the most efficient way to utilize it. We were critical of the fact that it was picked up literally to try and siege a turret. Didn't find the turret 30 seconds later. A dragon broke out afterwards. So keen to see how Dusk can play it this time around. But, I mean, not bad if Hunt can get himself that first little bit of assist gold running. He can then be hopefully the first one to rock up to a fight or to a gank and perhaps even influence his mid lane.
And I like this focus here from Kraken Esports, right?
Oh, explosive cast won't connect, but there's the Cyclone. Flash away, ignite there too, just to guarantee it. They pick up that kill, and that is the risk of a mid lane jinx.
Yeah, that's the risk of your mid lane jinx. You hit the nail on the head, right? You don't have the mobility, you don't have the assistance of the support, so you are very susceptible to ganks, and it was a very good collapse. In saying all that, she will make it there for the dragon fight, so it's not the best timing, but a kill is a kill. You picked up the jinx flash and barrier, and then stop that off. You got the package now, so we'll see what happens. Oh wow!
Cataclysm comes out, nice little package there, jumping on through, looking to try and secure it with the Mega Inferno Bomber, take that from. Now there is the package, there is Dark's double Valkyrie, knocks himself up here, Essential comes on down, Pokey's still alive, does fall down in the end, as both the Hunts are on the hunt. And that's a flash body slam to try and take out Ragnarok. The Zig's still surviving, the taunt is there, turn it off protecting and peeling. And Jinx gets excited to get that kill despite being so low. Oh, and a zap afterwards, okay. Mid-Jinx, look at this. I'm a believer. Oh, it's so close.
Oh, wow.
It's beautiful. What a response.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a supreme display of mechanics, right? He sidestepped the Corky Rockets, he's auto-spacing correctly, lands the ultimate, and I mean, they just got outplayed, right? Like, as simple as that. What?
Wow.
Oh, he dies to crap. Does he die? Oh. Look at my god, a Raptors.
There to protect him.
Yeah. Okay. Whew, let me take a breath quickly. A lot to break down in that fight, but I mean, for me, the MVP of that was Antonio on the Jarvan. Multi-man Jarvan engage, gets the Cataclysm, followed up by Ragnarok's ultimate. And again, every time we see Jacuzzi Dogs draft, as they get a nice pickup, Rift Herald, every time we see Jacuzzi Dogs draft, it just makes a lot of sense, right? They just have so much synergy with their composition that it is just so hard to play around these dragons.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you can deploy first, doesn't matter if you've managed to take away double summoners from the Jinx. They still come out ahead because they are strong across multiple lanes, and I mean, that's just such reliable damage. The fact that, you know, the Brom's taken out nice and early, that they still are able to pick up the dragon from themselves as well.
And all of a sudden,
and then have a bit of a cheeky moment in mid lane, right? That zap at the end for me. Far out.
That was wild. That was wild. And Antonio is going back to the Guardian Angel, so you can definitely tell he's looking to make a play, looking to dive. He's very happy in the early game to trade his Guardian Angel for this, basically, what we're about to see.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, he's looking to try and bait as much time. Look at the bomb from Ziggs. Yep. He's got into the afterlife. He's going to come back out. There's the Ziggs ultimate. There's the Jinx ultimate as well. So much damage. And if you need a protection, here's the Galio to back you up. He started by hiding in the bush, baits the entire team around him, and they still come out ahead.
Yeah, and so they're even going to pick up some plates in the mid lane, but keep your eye on Kite the Wind. He has everything up.
Oh. Some cast.
Antonio is crazy.
Antonio, who's very fragile, has to flash away. Is going to get received upon. There's another package. There's a kill. Surely it's going to fall on down eventually. Thus, can he find anything more? He doesn't have the cooldowns for it. The final will be third. Ragnarok in a lot of trouble as well. Satchel charge. Not enough, but he's managed to pop the barrier, turn things around, and just hit the bomb.
So I'm going to play devil's advocate here and say that actually Antonio doing what he did was worth it, because he managed to make them chase him, and he stalled for long enough that they actually retained their focus on mid lane turret, and they took down mid lane tower. So I mean, if you're trading a death, wow.
I mean,
Wow.
it's overkill, isn't it? It doesn't really need much commentary. It was both the key carry ultimates. There was no way you were escaping that. Flash Valkyrie or not, it was just gone.
But to have the presence of mind to do that, to have the presence of mind that you know Corki doesn't have flash, you know you're going to hit that zap, you know you're going to be able to follow up and pick up that kill. That's just, you know, that's just confidence and some really good, you know, really good gaming. And again, Dragon spawning in 7 seconds, so it doesn't mean a whole bunch, but it gives you the time to get back on the map with a little bit of tempo and contest this Dragon. Now, keep in mind, Varus has flash. Antonio, what can you do?
Zara back there again.
Oh, wow.
Antonio, the key factor, jumps in, 2-man knock up. That's locking them all in place inside the Cataclysm. The Cyclone goes out. The Chain of Corruptions has expired. They've managed to actually have a favourable trade here, Kraken Esports. There's the bomb! This is too much.
Oh, again!
Too much for them to handle. Oh, no. Oh, no. They think the fight's broken out. They think it's finished.
These guys are snipers, man. Oh my
Ragnarok,
goodness.
they just don't miss.
No. This is the Varsity and Ragnarok show. I mean, this is just a very dynamic duo. Obviously, they have to have a very good support cast. I mean, the engages out of Antonio, the follow-up from Turn It Off, and obviously Poke. I don't even need to mention what he's doing on this Lulu. He's having a fantastic performance as well. But across the board, they're just looking like such a cohesive unit. And they have a very good understanding of what drafts work, what don't work, and what compositions they can play.
But they're playing to their win condition, they're playing to their strengths, and they're making these on-the-fly decisions, right? The fact that they can flex just in a moment like that, right? Okay, we're planting Jinx mid now instead. Sure, there was that one death, but I mean, look at the scoreline, Juice. 5-1-5. You've got an unkillable Ziggs as well, and that's not without the Kraken Esports side having tried. They've really tried to shut down this Ziggs, but he's got a Ludens, he's got a Leandries. He's pretty much in heaven.
I mean, Kraken Esports, again, it's probably going to sound weird to say, but they haven't played poorly. It's ultimately come down to execution. As in, they've won skirmishes and fights. And he's just Jinx Lulu now. Like, this is what happens, unfortunately.
The door this time. Oh, no, very close. No. A flash zap. Okay.
Yeah.
Varsity being a little bit adventurous there. A little bit keen. Another fight also breaking out top side there, but it's 2v2. They're going to continue this one. I mean, Jinx has the reds.
Oh, wow.
And, I mean, the Cataclysm, that's enough. That's enough. Another GA. He's back up again. The clone will be focused, but the real one is still there. He's still going to hit the flag.
Does he die?
They're burning. They're just going to survive. Both the hunts, once again. Slim margins, but they survive.
Yeah. And I just wanted to say, like, Kraken Esports, you know, they've made some plays where they've got some kills, picked up a few kills, but then they've just tried to win the game off it. And they've been turned upon and turned around time and time again. Ziggs doesn't have the Mega Inferno Bomb ready in time to clean up. He hits it on the back end here. The barrier keeps them alive. And, oh, that's what ends up happening. And then a little bit of a Kobe.
Oh!
Double kill. Yep.
It's so nice.
It's too clean. Yep. Too clean.
What a team. What
8K
a team.
lead, 11 minutes in. Yep. And I mean, it's a pretty significant lead in the bot lane and mid lane now. I mean, across the board, even, you know, Jarvan's up 1,000. And, you know, the closest, I guess, place they have on Summit, on the Rift is the Galio. And I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, the Galio's building defensive items anyway. Items to really enable the Jinx. Has the Ziggs now. So every time the Galio hits that ultimate button, the Jinx is just going to be steroided.
I mean, it's already a double zeal item, right? The fact that Runan's into a RFC. He is running people down. He does not care. The Cataclysm comes out again. And whilst he's got a GA rush, he's definitely got some damage with that Black Cleaver too. Onto Poke, seeing how he can play this one from afar so far. There's the Chain of Corruptions. There's the wall growth, knocks people up, but Jinx does die in the end. That's a crucial shutdown. Now a double kill. Hunt flashing forward, rocking the passive. Thinks he's confident enough to try and take out the Lulu, but literally a single auto attack took him down, denied that fate. But nice comeback. Nice little invitation here for Kraken to try and punish the sort of over-aggression that Jacuzzi are flexing.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an ego push there, right? You have your Ziggs bot side of the map with your Galio, and you're just trying to take, what, a 3v4, was it? 3v4, 3v5? So, I mean, they'll learn their lesson from that one, but it was a good pickup from Kraken Esports, you know, picking up a few kills, getting some gold over to the members that needed it most. And now we're seeing some items trickle on through, but it's a 3k lead for this Ziggs, and every time he lands one of those Qs, it's not even a Mega Inferno bomb, they're just getting chunked to half health.
Yeah, a regular bomb. I mean, I'd hate to see what one single mine in that minefield would do, because I just don't see a world in which Kraken can siege. They're really hard forcing fights, trying to target the side lanes to force numbers mismatch, but they're always getting traded upon. And whilst we consolidate that fault, we look back to live. Super Mega Death Rocket comes out, the Chompers are there, and members are already zoned away at a crucial time as a third dragon has just spawned.
He still has the Death Rocket up, Skimmy. I mean, that's the scary thing. Has not had to use it. And I mean,
makes matters worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. And we're seeing the solo lane jinx, right? Like all that solo lane gold, just trading fun with the Corki, picking up a few kills, and I mean, it's just a raid boss. Like Poke's just sitting behind him, popping those shields, having that Arden proc, and it's going to be a third dragon. Oh, here we go. This might be it.
Okay, Varsity and Poke do whatever they can on their own. Varsity trying to literally win us one on his own, kiting and spiting, and oh, not enough life steal. He falls on down. They have traded 1-for-1. Both the AD carries were removed. Antonio in with a Cataclysm. This is an instant double kill as soon as that comes on through. And now he's forcing the GA locked in between two turrets. The rest of his team unsure how to even get to him. He's going to continue to run forwards. What a madman.
He's a wild man. He's a wild man. I mean, he's Jarvan. He might be the best Jarvan that I've seen so far. Just the way that he finds those engages. Yeah, 5, 5, and 7. Maybe a little bit of limit testing on the back end there, but for some reason his Cataclysms just get multiple members, and it's not like he's hitting the tanks, like he's finding backline access time and time again. And if you just make matters a little bit worse, Jinx is finally starting to pick up some lifesteal, so maybe that angle that he was looking for before actually pays off now.
Yeah, just not enough of that lifesteal with the boots. Getting himself that Vampiric Scepter. And, I mean, with all the damage that we've currently seen, can certainly now afford to be limit testing, maybe to the same extent that Antonio is.
Here we go.
But here's the moment. Okay, Kraken Esports taking their time, rushing towards that Baron. Already down to 50%, still a bit of time before Jacuzzi Dogs can get in the area. They're not stopping. They're hard committing. The bomb's too late. Lots of damage. Both key ultimates burned, and explosive cast used to disengage away from, and if they can hold all 5 buffs, this is a really nice deal.
That's a very big win there for Kraken Esports. The Baron obviously gives you a lot of gold. They've closed the distance to about 6k. If they're able to pick up a few turrets, a lot of standing gold on the map, right? Top lane turret is a breath of fresh air away from falling down, and they're able to get, you know, the mid lane turret. Potentially they're within touching distance again, so maybe this game just got interesting.
It's a trade now for the Baron and that Dragon. That puts Jacuzzi Dogs on a soul point. No doubt waiting for that Elder to spawn to really seal the deal if required. So the question now is, sure, you've picked up the Baron, you've got all 5 members with it, you've got that initial cash injection, but actually how much work can you do with it? Because Hunt's been caught, he can't pop the clone, he has been taunted, he has a GA. Oh, he's flashed away! Fantastic play from him. Antonio's going to die because his GA is already on cooldown. But it doesn't seem to matter because Varsity with the rune answers running people down. He's excited. He's got himself a triple kill. Can he get himself a pentakill? Going for it. He's got himself the quadra kill. Give him the penta. He's running it down. He's got the rampage. Only kiting the wind left for it. Running forward. Don't steal it. Pick it up. Pentakill.
That's the first penta that we've casted in the tournament, and what a pentakill it was. You know, it was such a good engage from Antonio. Off the back end, does fall down, but does his team a lot of justice. I mean, the chain CC was genuinely to perfection, Skimmy. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that. But for me, that's the highlight of the tournament so far. You know, the way they were able to just chain that combo and get it down against a Baron buff team, and they're pushing to end here, Skimmy.
The masked man, the man with all the fighting words on social media just before, he has done it at pentakill, a clean 2-0. He's back to talk with the walk, and he's got it done with a victory here tonight.
Yeah, and fantastic performance from Jacuzzi Dog. So that's a back-to-back 2-0 for them against Kraken Esports. They seem to have their number. You know, for whatever it is, it just can't come together for Kraken. Unfortunately, they fall down here. But I mean, Jacuzzi Dogs look like the real deal. I feel like we said that last time. They did stumble a little bit during the regular play, during the 16, I guess the 16-team playoff. But, you know, it looks like they're here now.
They certainly are. I mean, what a way to really sort of cement that, you know, we are just better than you as a team. There you see it. He is the MVP, and for good reason too. Will that be enough to be the MVP of the entire series? I mean, you have to imagine it would be. If you get yourself the first pentakill in the tournament, you've really had a team built around you to pop off with the Galio, with the Lulu, back-to-back enchanters that can, well, I say enchanters, I mean, obviously Galio isn't, but you know, his itemization was towards allowing him to be that aggressive, that Antonio can literally limit test and get away with it. But the Ziggs and the Jinx in tandem together, if a fight's over, it really isn't.
Yeah, and I want to give Skimmy a bit of an honourable mention here because I feel like this is going to go unnoticed as it always does. But Poke on this Lulu has the most kill participation on his team. I mean, he has 20 KP, and that means he has, you know, one more KP than the Jinx. So, in terms of a performance, I feel like Poke's had a bit of a blinder.
Well, I start to wonder, you know, what is the best bot lane in the league, right? Because this looks like a really strong setup. We obviously saw, you know, Migods earlier in the night, right? And how they could play like the Draven and the Thresh in tandem together. And they looked very strong in their own right. I mean, I'm really keen to see those two do battle. If you're a Kraken Esports fan, though, there were moments. I mean, it was a little bit easier for them to engage this time with the Wukong. And he will pick up the second most valuable player. But it just wasn't enough in terms of the fights to get those kills, but to disengage away safely because the health bars are always so fragile that even if the fight's over, there was still range damage to try and deal with after.
What's interesting for me is when we're going to get a toggle to the damage, we'll be able to see how much the Jinx did, but also the Ziggs. I mean, Ziggs 4-0 and 6, sure, but the Mega Inferno bombs landing on multiple members, I'd love to see it. You know, potentially going to be up there with the Jinx, right? Obviously, you know, the man of the moment with the pentakill, but I dare say it will be a little close.
I would imagine it would be. I mean, Ziggs can definitely pad the stats a little bit more, make it a little bit easier to try and hit that one over. But I mean, if you're looking at a Jinx with 11 kills and 8 assists, you're hopefully imagining that that is a situation where they can come out clutch. We'll wait for those stats to bring up for the meantime. Any closing thoughts here, would you say, for Kraken?
Look, I mean, it wasn't all you know, bad. They lost to a very formidable opponent. There were some positives to take away. I feel like they just need to come into the game with a clearer draft plan. As we toggle over to the rest of the stats, and I mean, you know, I was just a little bit wrong. Varsity, yeah, 36K.
He nearly doubled him. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But again, like, you know, in this instance, like, Varsity has to be doing the damage because they made a very good flex of this Jinx. Put Jinx into a lane where they were confident he could get away with it. And then for majority of the game after that, you may as well have said Poke and Varsity lane together, right? Because the Lulu was just with the Jinx. And Ragnarok was pretty much on wave clear duties just to top that one off. So each time Poke and Varsity were in mid lane, Varsity was just running up lane, you know, trading auto attacks with whoever it was because he's got the Lulu, right? He's going to be better off aware. He's got the shields, got the heals, got everything. And, you know, this is where majority of his damage come from. Obviously, you know, even the flash forward in the mid lane, a little bit of playmaking from the Jinx too. So across the board, it was a good performance. Dust obviously putting in a decent shift on the 20k too. So you got to be happy with that one. Hunt as well, doing a pretty significant amount with all things considered. But yeah, Jacuzzi Dogs were just too good, as you can see here on the back end.
Yeah, it's a little bit too good on the night, and once again, a special shout out there to Poke as the Lulu, just allowing his team to look so flawless on the night. It's always nice when a support gets a little bit of you know, attention thrown towards them. One guy can get the pentakill, they can look to try and, you know, steal the show. And it's, I suppose, a little bit like a band, right? You got the lead singer, the guitarist, and it's like, you know, the old drum in the background saying, "Look, I'm just keeping everything rolling smoothly." Lulu, what a champion! And this is how this game started, right? That crazy invade, that contest, really, for the crowd.
And again, I mean, how many times have we said this? Kraken Esports find themselves with a lead in the early game, and then they try and bite more than they can chew. And I mean, this was just a nice, I guess they just got outplayed here, right? Like, simple as that. Look at that sidestep into the Jinx ult, pops the barrier after the damage comes on Drew, but then Antonio is there to just help facilitate the rest of that play. And then, you know, on his first base, getting the Guardian Angel, he's always going to look to make a play like this. And I feel like at this point in the game, it's just a little bit of draft diff, right? Obviously comes down to execution.
This is it right here.
But I mean, it's, yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is just fantastic to watch. Look at that.
Flash forwards,
Bang, both of them.
blinds, blind bomb, you're gone. There's nothing you can do about it. And, you know, clip it, post it online, and get your esports fame.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, even here, maybe a little bit of a turnaround for Kraken Esports. They're able to find kind of a sniff back into the game. Hunt flashes forward, knows it's going to die, but tries to do the best so that that Hunt can pick up the kill as well. But here, this was just beautiful. This was just beautiful. And this is the pentakill coming through for Varsity, but in terms of execution, it was just amazing. And he
The
flashes
timing,
forward.
I mean, the fact that he's buffering that with the GA, the fact that he's just reigning supreme here, right? The shield is up. The glitter lance, it's all there. Pokey soaking up the turret as well, making sure that he could run that one down. Beautiful execution, flawless from the team as a result. And no doubt we're going to see what that MVP is. And I have a sneaky suspicion it may be that man on the Jinx, but we'll have to wait and see in just a second. But, I mean, what a performance now. That is our final game of the night here for the very first opening portion here of what is the top 8. It is a round robin, of course, so these teams will all be getting a chance to play each other, but we won't be able to see all the action on stream. A lot of these games will be getting played off stream across the rest of the week, leading into us being here this time next week on a Thursday to close things out and then potentially see where things are for a top 4. But I do believe the MVP has been made ready. We do get to find out who it should be. And Juves, any other guesses apart from the Jinx, would you say?
I dare say it's Varsity for that last game. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if Poke got it, to be honest. Would not be mad if Poke got for that Lulu game, the last one. But we'll have to have a look. Yeah, Varsity, of course. Oh, he got it for the TF game. Okay, I mean, yeah, he did have a blunder in that game too, right? Like, that guy was just perma-locking gold cards. Like, it almost felt like the Twisted Fate only had one option, and every time, and the option was just a gold card. So the KDA is fantastic. The damage dealt for a Twisted Fate is actually really high as well. You know, at times you don't see Twisted Fate pump out a lot of numbers, more of like a utility kind of side lane champion. And then the total gold, kill participation, 82%. You know, it doesn't have that one overbearing ability where you can just get 5 assists in a team fight. So you really got to put in work to help that one through. So I think it's just a fantastic performance all around.
How crazy is it, right, that you can get yourself a pentakill and your other game can actually, you know, do one better and say that was the time that you were the player of this match. I mean, both games were phenomenal. We've already talked about the Jinx at length, but that Twisted Fate, once again, right, in those fights, he was just cycling the gold cards on cooldown, never missing a beat by a point where you really can't do much to answer back. And really now answering as probably one of the best mid laners in O so far. What a stellar performance from him, and the stats to boot. And a team to really keep your eye on right now, because I think we've seen a couple of teams that are very aggressive in the early game because they feel like they are just better mechanically. And it feels like Wealth by God and Jacuzzi Dogs, when they do better to get, you know, against each other. That's going to be a game that we're really, really keen to see. And sort of the result of that will be maybe a little bit telling of what the eventual standings could be.
Yeah, and I believe that we do have word that we're going to go to the leaderboard to actually have a look at and see what type of you know what all the goss is about with these teams. So as we see here, Skimmy, obviously Wealth by God, Team Don't Feed, some pretty big performances from them. Team Don't Feed taking down the undefeated team, which was actually Hitui Gaming, who unfortunately 0-2 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy upset that was to kick off the night with, right? First and second seed doing battle with each other, and Hitui Gaming have an undefeated streak to even get here on the opening night on stream. Fall on down. It wasn't the same to be said, though, by Wealth by God. They got themselves the clean 2-0. You just saw Jacuzzi Dogs do the exact same. And Azure Esports, with the organization buff recently picked up, renamed from Gamer Koala now to becoming a part of this organization, did run it all the way through to a game 3, but closed it out 2-1. So a few big names there with JapanX FanClub finding themselves in 5th, with Hitui in 6th, which is crazy to think. But No Honor, as well as Kraken Esports, 7th and 8th to close out the initial night here of the top 8.
Yeah, and I mean, it's obviously a little bit, you know, you can't be celebrating now because there's still more games to be played. But for the most part, you got to be happy with where you're sitting, right? A lot of work to do for some of the other teams, and yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that, really. You know, it's never too early to, what's the saying? What is it? Oh, you know what? I don't even have time for that. Because
you know what?
Next
we'll save that one.
So I'll save
skip it.
Yeah,
Saved by the bell.
It's late. Yep. Thank you, producer.
Saved by the bell. let's bring up that schedule. Producer saving us and looking to lock us in with what we can get excited for this time next week. 26th of August, there'll be 3 games left to play, starting off with He2B Gaming at 6 o'clock, taking on JapanX FanClub. That'll be followed up by another banger with Wealth by God and Team Don't Feed. To close it tonight, it'll be those teams again, Jacuzzi Dogs and Azure Esports. A quick night, only 3 best of 3s. That is because, as mentioned before, across the rest of the week, plenty of games will be happening off stream to complete that full round robin situation. So no doubt we'll be keeping tabs on how that's sort of playing out across the week, but then leading into the 26th of August, what the standings will look like by that point. Is there a particular game you look at, Juves, and you think that is the one you should tune in for?
Yeah, Wealth by God, Team Don't Feed, right? I feel like they're the 2 best teams in the competition at the moment. They kind of solidified that, at least in tonight's games. Obviously, you know, could have just had a good night. Other teams could have had a bad night. But then obviously Jacuzzi Dogs and Azure Esports, like I'm excited to see that one play, because Jacuzzi Dogs have looked really dominant against certain teams. And then they've also actually faltered a little bit on the back end. So, I mean, we'll have to see if they can kind of find that consistency, because if they draft and play like the way they did tonight, I'd be putting them up there with some of the best teams.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully deserving of their top 4 spot, and you know, the action gets a little bit more exciting because it's an open qualifier. They came into a top 16, now down to a top 8, where it really starts to get to the nitty gritty. Right, you got a 5k prize pool, playing for a first place, a chance to qualify then for the Southeast Asian Showdown. And if you can do well there, then you can possibly qualify for Worlds as well. So a big pathway to becoming a pro and to getting your name out there and to looking to, you know, put Oceania as a you know, a top contender. Right, you know, you got the likes of, you know, Europe, America, Asia, all doing their part to try and be, you know, the initial winner in a new title, looking to be the most dominant region. And if there's anything to go by, we've got some very strong contenders here at home. But that does it for us here tonight. For myself, Skimmy, from Juves and all the production staff watching, thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you this time next week.
Been a long way since day one. I came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Can you hear me? I think I'm still
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Seeing the stars reminds me of you. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. When things are out of reach, you bring them back to me, back to me. You see it through, you see it through, you see it through, you see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something